Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
It felt like an arms out moment, quite frankly. It felt like, look at all of this fabulousness. Good afternoon, how are you all? Hope you're well. My name's Ruth Lynette. I am so excited to be here with you today. We have a corker of a showcase for you on Hobbymaker, so do stick around. It's going to be phenomenal. And I will do my first introduction in just a second because it is an amazing one, trust me. If you'd love to get involved today, we'd always love to hear from you, of course, here at Hobbymaker, whether it's live on the web, whether you want to send in an email, whichever way is the easiest for you, we'd like to hear from you. It's your show at the end of the day, so do get in touch with us. If you are live and interactive on the web, it's hobbymaker.co.uk. You can come through as long as you're registered and you're logged in. You can send us messages live into the studio because you might want to ask some questions. You may want to pick some brains. Not mine, mine's pretty empty. But you might also want to send us a message live into the studio to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, whichever is easiest for you. Super easy. There's the web. So just make sure you are registered with us. You go to the top right-hand corner to make sure you're with us. Click onto live TV and then there'll be a little box to the right just there and you can just type your messages in and say how fantastic things are, or if you've got any questions, pop them in there as well. Literally, we want your best questions in today. Do not be afraid. There is never a thing in crafting as a silly question. Sometimes I might give a silly answer, but those questions won't be coming in for me today, and I shall tell you why. Because 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, not 4 o'clock, who knows, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, we have the fantastic Gwen joining us, of course, from Creative Expressions. She's looking all gorgeous. Hello, lovely. Very exciting. But your first hour, your 3 o'clock hour, and of course, your final hour at 5 o'clock is going to be a big one. And I can tell you why, because, and I'm very excited because I've not met this wonderful lady. I feel like I'm meeting crafting royalty actually right now. But we are about to meet the head of product development and crafting and colouring expert who's been with crafters for around 15 years. She'll set me straight if I've got that wrong. But to many people, she is literally the oracle when it comes to crafting. Many of your customers and our customers here at Hobbymaker have said that after you've, I'm going to give the lady's name away, after you've worked with Leanne, when you've done one of Leanne's tutorials, you're going to be colouring like Michelangelo. So if you're ready for that today, I will pass over the gauntlet straight away and introduce to you the fantastic Leanne, who is with us from Crafters Companions up north. Leanne, how are you, my lovely? It's great to be on air with you today.
What an introduction, Ruth. I don't know how I can live up to it. Thank you so much. We bonded earlier over stories of gin, so we already know that we're going to be best friends.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled to be here with you on Hobbymaker today, Ruth. I really am. And very, very excited to be bringing our brand new marker product to you.
Oh yeah, it's going to be fantastic. We've got a heck of a lot to share with everybody at home today. So without further ado, we are going to kick off with some birthday bundle madness, a real birthday bundle bonanza. And when we say birthday and we say Crafter's Companion, whew, you know it's going to be deals, deals, deals. So get ready, whichever way is easiest for you to do this today, whether it's buying on the web or picking up the telephone. Our call centre is literally up there, ready to take your phone calls. Any questions, as I said, that you have for them, brilliant. But more importantly, Leanne is here to help you. Leanne is here to answer any questions you might have. So we shall dive in pretty quickly, starting with your first bundle. Big bundle, but a mini collection. So we're going to start with your 15-piece mini collection. There are 4 stamp sets in here for you, and as you know, we love stamping, and especially obviously when we're talking about the most fantastic brush pens in a second, this is what you need in your life. Oh my god, oh look at the graphics, how fun are they? Well, it is a birthday. I've even had a cupcake this morning, which is very exciting. These are absolutely gorgeous. They're all £7.99 each. Wonderful, I hear you say. And that would make them £31.96 each. They are gorgeous. Oh my gosh, you're going to love these when you see these in action. And of course, when you colour, like you're going to be able to with Leanne, we're literally going from colouring as novices, that might be you or I, to thinking about getting our Michelangelo hats on. You are going to absolutely see these fantastic magical stamps come to life. There is so much you can do with these, but it is the birthday, so we need to do a bit of a birthday deal on these as well. I've got loads of samples to share with you as well. Shall I be naughty? Shall we? Let's do it. Should we go half price? Should we chop it up? It's a mini collection, so I think we have to slice the price. So how about we do this? So in essence, you buy 2, you get 2 free. That's how it is on paper. Doesn't mean you buy 2 and you get them all. You get all 4 of these fabulous Crafter's Companion stamp. But the clock is in. We've done the deal. Leanne, have you seen the clock on our screens before? Do you know what that means when we have a clock on our screen?
I have no clue. I can't wait to find out.
I know, I love your honesty. Half the time also, Leanne, I haven't got a clue. But I do know today, with that clock on, it means we're going to do something else even more phenomenal for the birthday show. Helen knows what it means, Pauline knows what it means, Julie, Barbara, Elaine all know what it means. We've already basically chopped that price in half for this incredible, incredible bundle. The things you are going to be able to create. And we'll go through these stamps with Leanne in just a second. But first of all, we've got to do this because today, for the birthday, we are doing an even better price point because today you are going to get all 4 of these fabulous magical stamps, the beautiful mushrooms, that gorgeous unicorn I love, for oh my word, this is cheeky, £9.99. I do have, and I don't like to be the bearer of bad news when I'm just giving you some wonderful news on that price. So all 4 stamps are £9.99. I don't have as many as I would like to have. We are a little bit limited on these. I think I've got, oh crumbs, I've got 50. That's definitely not going to be enough. But how magical and beautiful are all of these stamps? I've got some fantastic samples here from Kerry and Wendy and Laura. They're divine, and I'm thinking about my nieces, I'm thinking about my nephews, I'm thinking about birthdays, I'm thinking any reason actually, I'm thinking about me if I'm honest. You do have the most incredible, incredible set of stamps here, and how beautiful, how much fun is it going to be then to really bring these stamps alive when you're adding in the colour, when you're adding on the embellishments. And these are big stamps. I know it's a mini collection, but they're not mini stamps. Veronica, well done. Kath, congratulations. Lorraine, Beverly, utterly beautiful. You've got to be quick on offers like this. I know we had a busy day yesterday when Sarah launched the birthday, but it's going to carry on. Birthday runs right the way through, so do get your hands on these because they are absolutely gorgeous. And look, don't just think about cards, think about notebooks. This is gorgeous by Rachel. I absolutely adore that. I'm hoping she doesn't want that back. I do love a uni-pony, as I like to call them, but they are gorgeous. They're real. They are real. £9.99. Katrina, Charlotte, Sheena. Oh, I think we've got a bit of sparkle going on there as well. Nudge, nudge, a wink, wink, say no more. Keep checking out on these. I only had 50. I don't have 50 anymore. Literally straight away, poof, 20% of the stock's gone. I've got 40% of the stock in baskets. I'm going to have people missing out. I hate to say that. And it is one of the most magical, stunning collections. I mean, we had to start off with an amazing deal today. That's exactly what we've done. And that is certainly an amazing deal. But we'll look at these stamps in a little bit more detail now, of course, with Leanne. But keep checking out on the web, on the telephone lines on these. Ali, Verona, Katrina, they're absolutely sensational. And it's the sentiments that you're getting in here as well that I absolutely love. I'm just going to grab hold of, just going to grab the unicorn. I do like a unicorn every now and then. But these are beautiful sentiments. Again, it says, being fabulous is my superpower. What's yours? How gorgeous is that? Believe in magic. I do. I absolutely do. Be a unicorn in a field of horses. That's so good, isn't it? That's like when we say be a pigeon be a flamingo in a flock of pigeons. They are, look at the size of those stamps. Hello, Helen. Helen said, happy birthday, Crafter's Companion. I am bagging some amazing products. These are my Christmas prezzies to myself. Fabulous. Because after stock's practically gone, if it's in your basket, please do check these out. Right, let's introduce to you the markers straight away, because honestly, you are checking these out left, right and centre. And if you do, obviously, you want to create these fantastic images, whether you're using them on cards, whether you're using them on memory boxes, whether you're using them on notepads, it's up to you. You will want to add that touch of colour to them. And this is the way to do it. Honestly, these are gorgeous. They are all available in their individual sets of 3 for just £9.99 each. But we want to do them as a bundle. It's the most amazing bundle on these. But I'm not going to talk to you about these because this is obviously not my area. This is Leanne's area. As I said, she is the queen of colouring and crafting. So Leanne, talk to us about these wonderful pens, and for those perhaps that are joining for the very first time that know nothing about these, we did a bit of colouring at school, basic pens back then. Tell us all about these.
Thank you very much, Ruth. These are the brand new launch in the Spectrum Noir collection. Now, Spectrum Noir has been around for many years. I'm going to say at least 9. We launched the first alcohol marker collection on a birthday event all of those years ago. And the system was very much developed to help novice crafters, novice colourers embrace the difficult techniques of ombreing with alcohol colours to get that light to dark and get that realistic airbrushed look and feel to your coloured images. And the Spectrum Noir system does that very well. We've launched many different pens over the years into our collections, and they are loved the world over by lots of people who now will only use this brand because of the results they get. This collection of markers is the next step in the process. So you've had our regular markers, Classique, you've had Illustrator, you've had our fabulous Tri-Blend brush, you've had Tri-Blend, all of those. This is the next step. And the next step in your journey is taking you from blending the 3 colours that we've been teaching you for all of those years from the same family, from light to dark, to get that 3D look in one colour, to ombreing different colours from different families together to get that real artistic, natural look with 3 colours that, if you were, I'm going to say me too, I would struggle to choose from a set of 50 pens, 70 pens, which 3 colours that aren't the same family I could possibly use together. We've taken all of that difficulty away, put those 3 colours into a pen for you and made it simple so that all you do is say, I like that colour transition, pick up the pen and the marker will do it for you.
They are amazing, and we are bringing in a fantastic price already. Remember, this is an 18-piece set. Bear with us on that. We'll explain. All £9.99 each, which is exactly where we should be with these. I am actually going to dive in. However, it's the birthday, so we have to do something extra special. Remember, if you have just got those 4 fantastic stamps, the mini stamp collection, you will want to have these in your life to bring them to life, to add that touch of magic and beauty to your fantastic designs. And it is on another level. The quality of colour that you're going to get from these is outstanding. And I love them. 3 in 1. It's absolutely the most amazing system. And we'll have a look at the pens with Leanne in a second, but you're getting all of them for £47 £47.99. And if you're thinking, but it's 18-piece set, how am I getting so many different colours, Ruth? How's that even working? Have a look at the pen itself. This is what Leanne's going to show us in a tick. They're so clever. I love the fact you've got everything marked out on here as well. But each pen, one stick, if you like, one particular pen actually gives you 3. So you've got the different shades, the different colours and tones within there. So amazing price on these. And this is about, really for me, investing your time right now, investing in, it's about the tools for the job, isn't it, at the end of the day? If you've got the right tools for the job, you are going to be flying. This is about giving you the most professional look, the most professional finish as you possibly can. I mean, I'm not being funny. I look at this card here, wonderful card. It looks like it's come from a shop. It looks professional, doesn't it? Yet that's the kind of end result you can actually come up with on any stamp that you're working with. I mean, how gorgeous is that? Shading, colouring, bringing in that ombre. It's up to, it will literally happen because you have the right tools. So, Leanne, how do these work? It says 3-in-1 in here. Can you show us this system in a little bit more detail, please?
Of course I can. So those people who are familiar with our tri-blend and tri-brush markers will understand the concept, and those of you who are brand new, it simply means there are 3 colours in one marker. So the marker comes apart like that, and you've got 3 colours to create an ombre. Now in our older system of pens, that would have been 3 colours from the same family, so 3 shades of pink, a dark, a middle and a light. With these new TriColour markers, you're getting 3 colours from 3 different families which will work and transition together to give you those beautiful multicolour ombres that we all covet but find very difficult to achieve. So if I show you my colour chart here, you can see what I'm talking about in terms of those colour ombres. So you can see each of the pen sets have got 3 markers in, and you get that transition between colours. I'd like to help you visualise that even more by showing you what I mean. If we look at the warm and fiery pen here, which is in your Touch of Class set, you'll see that when we apply that to an image, you can get that beautiful ombre on the butterfly from the magenta pink all the way out into the light orange. Working out those colours that would work together and give you that level of seamless transition and ombre is not an easy thing to do. We've also got this little example to show you, and this is one of the Connie Fong stamps which we've got on this show for you today, and my top tip would be snap them up because they are absolutely beautiful. You can see this ombre here using the Mystic Tone pen, which is in your Myth and Magic set. And in this Mystic Tone pen, you can see we go from a lavender to a pale blue to a pale turquoise. When you apply that to part of an image on this dress, you can see that this seamless blend between those 3 very different colours looks incredible. But I know when I first started my colouring journey, I would never have been able to fathom them out for myself. So you don't have to worry about that. As we always say with Spectrum Noir, we do the hard work for you so that all you have to do is colour and experience the joy of getting those fabulous results without having to do all of the horrible brain work beforehand, because it's been put into one marker for you.
Oh, it's such an amazing system. And that's why we want you to get the whole bundle. So you've got all of those colours. You've got everything ready to go. I've already got my stamping platform. Thank you, Jimmy. I'm away already. Everyone's like, do you want to have a go, Ruth? I'm like, try and stop me. So $47.99. Just got to keep my head out of the way. $47.99 for your TriColour Brush Complete Collection. All 18 pens. So that was everything you saw on Leanne's board there in terms of all those amazing, amazing colours. I'm so having this myself. £47.99. And they last and last and last. Of course, if you want to, you can break them down. You can split those into the 6 individual packets that you're getting there to give away for Christmas presents if you want to. But you know what's going to happen then, don't you? You'll give them away as Christmas presents. Somebody gets one of those, but oh, I'd like more colours. And you'll be like, no. Just get the collection for you, for your fellow crafters. Maybe you're going to crafting workshops and you just know these are going to be absolutely brilliant, and maybe you're new to us, it's a great place to start, because I don't know about you, but if you are like me, I want to just start running. I don't want to start walking, I want to start running. I want them all. I want that variety. I want to have these fantastic colours. I'm going to get scribbling this end as well. You're not going to show mine. How rude, how rude. Well, that's because I'm going to learn the best from Leanne, you see. So Leanne, let's have a little look at these and keep checking out, of course, on those. And well done to everybody that's already got them in your basket. Get yours checked out on. But let's have that masterclass. Let's see these in action, Leanne.
Fantastic. Well, do you know, the first thing we're going to start with is right back to where you need to start before you start colouring in. So you definitely need an alcohol-proof ink pad. I'm sure you'll have those on the website. And you'll need your Nina cardstock, which I know you have got a great bundle on today. I think it's 4 for 3. So you definitely need to be having a look at that too. I've got my Nina cardstock here. I've got my stamping mat, which is also available for you on the show today. And I'm going to use one of my Connie Fong stamps, and this is actually the Angel Messenger stamp, which is one of my favourites. And if you're wondering, by the way, guys, how I've managed to cut out the Connie Fong stamp so brilliantly, it's because I haven't needed to. It's got a matching die set which cuts out for you, so you don't have to worry about getting your scissors around that awkward shape. So once you've got your stamp out, you just mount it onto whatever is your preferred method. Ruth's got a stamping platform there. I've got one of those too. Or you can use your rocker block or an acrylic block or whatever it is that you would prefer. Lots of light tapping to get that inked up, which gives a nice coverage all over the stamp. And then having that lovely stamping mat underneath will help you get the perfect impression when you stamp this down, ready to be coloured in. And you can see that that impression is immediately perfect and ready to go. So the Nina cardstock, your stamping mat, will help you get the perfect base to start colouring with your markers. Now the first thing that we're going to colour in is in fact the dress on the little girl. Now I'm just going to catch my piece that I've got. There it is there. Right, so the dress on the little girl I'm going to be doing with my oh no, which colour should I use? I'm going to go with my Antique Delicate, and that is in the Celestial Skies set. So what I've got in here is 3 colours, and those 3 colours go from, I'm just going to change that around so you can see, lavender, wisteria and old rose. So I'm going to start with the lavender first. Now, these markers are all brush nibbed, so it means that you're going to be using your flicking technique, and that means that the ombre, achieving the ombre, is so easy to do. I find flicking away from myself easier than flicking towards myself, so I always turn my image upside down. I'm going to start at the folds of the dress, and I'm going to flick in this colour. So that's light flicking motions, and I'm varying the length of those flicks on the dress, which will get the natural movement in the fabric. If you haven't watched me do a flicking tutorial before, I keep my hand anchored on the desk and I use my fingers to do the flicking only. I don't lift up my hand and sweep with a motion with my arm. My arm stays still, my hand anchored to the desk, and fingers do the flicking for you. And that's how you get that beautiful action. So fingers stay anchored to the desk. Then I'm going to move to the next colour in the pen. So that started with the lavender. I'm now going to the wisteria, and I'm going to go to the edge of the flicks that I've just put down and then flick in just over the top some of this new wisteria colour. And I'm extending the length of the flick, so I'm getting the transition between the two. Then I'm going to the opposite end of the pen, and now I'm going to AP2, which is Old Rose, the 3rd colour in this marker, and I'm doing exactly the same thing. I'm just flicking from the edge of the last colour I put down over the rest of the image that I need to colour in. So light flicks, and when you get to another image, you can do your little dots just to colour that in, and you get that transition between those 3 colours effortlessly. Now, getting an ombre like that between different colours is not an easy thing to do, because you've got to work out the correct hue, the correct warmth, if it's warm or cool, the correct intensity of the colour. Will work together? Will it bleach each other out? You might have to do trial and error several times. We've done all of that for you because you can see here, just to explain that, you can see I've got LV1, DP1, but AP2. It's 3 entirely different colours, but using them together, I get this amazing mystical transition in this marker, in this coloured example, and I've done it in seconds and effortlessly, as you can see. Now, to carry on and do the top of the dress there, just so you can really see that come to life, I'm going to take the same colours again. So I'm starting with the darker purple, and I'm coming to the edge of her sleeve. Now, you see, this isn't flicking, this is just colouring. So because it's a brush nib, you can do both. I'm just getting colouring down. There we go. We're then going to take the middle colour and bring that out. So we go to the edge of the previous colour and drag that out a little bit to the edge again. So we're not going right over the top of what you've coloured, just to the edge where it ended and dragging that out a little bit further. And then to your final colour, to the edge and drag that out a little bit further. And you can see in the top of her dress there, you've got that ombre between the colours, which gives it that beautiful iridescence. It's absolutely beautiful. The same applies for her hair, if you want to do that. I'm now going to use Golden Sunshine, and that is from your Dusk Till Dawn set. And I'm going to start, I'll just do a little bit, going to start on the tip of her hair with the darker colour, and then in the root, and then I'll do that on several little pieces, so you'll see how that starts to come together. I'm then going to the middle colour, and I'm going to do just to the edge, exactly as I did with the dress, and bring that out a little further. And then I'm going to the lightest colour right at the very end, and I'm going to fill in that preserved highlight, and that creates for me the shine on her hair immediately without having to do any tricky working out. Now, some of these markers are very, very subtle. So I'm going to have an example now of Breaking Waves from Escape to the Sea. I just want to show you, is it this one or was it the other one? No, it wasn't. I told you a fib. It is Heavenly Hues I need. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, dear me, Leanne. Mystic Tones, that's the one I need. Mystic Tones.
Gorgeous.
Let me pick that one up here. It's this one. This is the one I need with the pale blue in. There we go. And I'm going to use that for the cloud. So this marker is Mystic Tones, and that was from the Myth and Magic set. So you see what I'm doing now is I'm getting a little bit down. So sometimes you want to colour things, but you don't want them to look coloured. Mm-hmm. So you just want to take the stark white from it. And this marker is absolutely perfect for that, because we're able to put colour in, and we're able to put a little bit of shadow in with the purple, just in places on the cloud, just where the little fluffy bits are. And you see, I'm just using tiny little bits here, because I'm actually wanting this cloud to be coloured, but not necessarily look coloured. And a marker with very light colours in like this, which will transition between almost a mint green, a soft mauve, and a pale blue, will give you that coloured, uncoloured look, the transition between the three. Now, if you'd had to sit down with your 72 marker set and work out which of those three very pale colours would give you that transition between and that kind of uncoloured look, you might have been there for quite a while. I know I would have been trying to work them out. We've done all of that work for you, so you can see it brings that cloud into that fluffy look and feel really easily. Now, what I like to also show everybody is, that's great, but you know what, we all need a bit of sparkle in our lives, do we not?
Oh,
we've got our sparkle, clear sparkle overlays on the show for you as well on a really good deal, so please do check that out. The clear overlay sparkle will work over the top of your alcohol colouring brilliantly, and it will not move that ink. And what you'll get over the top of your alcohol colouring is this beautiful iridescence of glitter, Ruth. So it all works together fabulously. Everything we've put together on this show for you today, they all work together to allow you to achieve these kinds of results effortlessly at home. And you should be able to see that glitter sparkle on the bottom of the cloud there with the overlay.
Isn't that
Now, when you
stunning?
put that together and you finish colouring it in, this is what she's going to look like. So you can see I've started her there, so you can see how I've put it together with the markers. Here she is all finished with those beautiful ombres in her hair, with the little flowers in her hair. We've used the Rich and Decadent marker from the Touch of Class set for those beautiful purple flowers that have a magenta flash in them. You can see how the wings are ombre beautifully, her dress, her hair. It just makes it effortless for you. It levels up your colouring, takes you to a place you might not have already been with your markers, and makes all of that available to you simply because you've seen it took me seconds to do it, and that's because the marker does the work for you.
They look absolutely beautiful. That is gorgeous. And I think we're all sort of sitting watching, captivated. And that is a birthday special price point. Isn't that wonderful to see that coming to life? We'll get you sparkling in a second, because I'm literally like that. Bit of sparkle, I'm there. But doesn't it work so well? And of course it works brilliantly on your Nina cardstock. So keep checking out on those fantastic brushes. I say brushes, that's what it feels like, isn't it? On those fantastic pens. And of course you can see there, look, we've got a great deal as well on your Nina cardstock. This is fabulous. We are going to do this on a 4 for 3. On a 4 for 3 as a part of the birthday exclusive. You just need it in your life. It's as simple as that. It's just great to work with. So this is your Nina Classic that we have here. You're getting 16 sheets of A4. It's £14.97, but don't forget it's 4 for 3, which is incredible. So a brilliant deal. Now, very often we say to you, you've got to put 4 in your basket to get blah, blah, blah. This is just already done. It's already a bundle ready to go. So if you pop this code in, crafters have made it super simple for you because we like life simple. There's too much going on in this world not to have a bit of simplicity every now and then. So that code, YR2034, will mean you get 4 of the 16 sheets of the Nina cardstock. And this is the go-to, isn't it, generally, for £14.97. It's amazing, that is. Absolutely fantastic. So if you are thinking about about getting crafting, you're going to get 64 sheets in total here, and it works so well with those brand new TriColour brush markers, which you just saw in action there, are so wonderful to use. Really, really fantastic to have in your collection. And the whole system's just amazing on that one, isn't it? It's just beautiful array of colour on that for you. And of course, if you are thinking about maybe getting into your stamping, if you are starting your crafting, or if you've been doing this for a long, long time, that cardstock is always one to have in your stash. We never want to run out of it. Simple as that. That's not a good day when that happens. We'll come back to a bit of sparkle in a second, because I have you sparkle pens in a tick, which is gorgeous. But have a look at these. I mean, again, the name precedes what you are about to see. Now, that's that beautiful stamp that Leanne was just working with. They are utterly, utterly adorable. But you're not just getting 1, you are getting 4. 4 individual sets. Now, they're 52-piece sets here, which is absolutely incredible. So a 52-piece mini collection, but they're every single one of them absolutely beautiful. So if I just take one of these off, we're going to have a little closer look, because this is the one that Leanne's just worked with. The little angel messenger, she's so beautiful. I love the way that Leanne coloured in the clouds. I have to say I was transfixed by that as well. And of course you can colour them however you want to, but they are sets that you're having here. So you've got that fantastic collection of stamps that you're seeing, but you're also getting the dies. So this is wonderful. It's a stamp and die set. And some of the most wonderful sentiments with every single one of these. You are heaven sent. That's what we say to our Jimmy. You are heaven sent. So that's part 1. I'm going to show you all of these very quickly because they're adorable. Angel Whispers, beautiful. They're such lovely images, aren't they? How gorgeous is that? And I think, again, for any age, for any occasion, these are beautiful. You've got Angel Kisses. You are an angel, just some of the sentiments on there. Again, another big collection, that one. So that's a 14-piece set. All stamps and dies which are matching. This is gorgeous. I love this one. Twinkle Angel. I used to have a comic called Twinkle many years ago. I loved it. And again, you've got some wonderful sentiments on there as well. Wishing you peace, love and joy. Absolutely gorgeous. I believe in angels. I do. And look at the little birds. They're so incredibly sweet. And last but certainly, oh my word, look at those eyes. Friendship Angel. Look at the beautiful image. Look at the little puppy. How gorgeous is this? They are lovely, aren't they? But it's the birthday. It's the birthday, so we need to do a birthday deal. Isn't that beautiful? And it says there on that sentiment, may there always be an angel by your side. Utterly gorgeous. Friends are angels in disguise. They are, aren't they? So wonderful potential cards here to create, to work with, to stamp. The matching dies are brilliant, obviously, so everything's there for you. And at £51.96, we can't do that, can we? It's the birthday. We're not going to do that. So if you are checking out on these, don't panic. Your price will always be adjusted automatically. You don't need to do anything. So Helen, well done. Joanne, everybody who's in there straight away. Oh, hello. There's some naughty deals going on today. £21.99. Goodness gracious me. They're £12.99 each. On the website, you can get them if you want to for £12.99. But we don't do that today. We buy the bundle. They are absolutely the most wonderful images. And if you're inspired by what Leanne's just done, which I'm sure you are, add in your brush markers as well. Add in those TriColour brush markers, because you are going to really bring these to life. And I know they're for any age, they're any for occasion, any reason, any season, as we know with those. They really are, I think, for everybody. Oh my gosh, you're loving these. Hello, Ruth in Somerset. Kate, well done. Kath, Josephine. And if you've got any questions for Leanne, please send them our way. Whiz them through to us live on the web, or you can send them direct to the studio at studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. But I know what you want. I know what you want. You want to grab hold of those. You've got your brush markers and you need some sparkle. Oh, 10%'s already gone. That was going to happen. That was always going to happen. I need these in my life. I absolutely. So these are your glitter brush pens. We saw them in action then, of course, with Leanne, but you're getting 3 here, so 3 individual pens. Leanne, can I just ask you to just go over these again, because we saw you obviously colouring in that beautiful image a moment or two ago, and you didn't really wait any particular amount of time, did you, before you started to add in the touch of sparkle from the pen?
No, absolutely not, because alcohol markers are a solvent alcohol-based colouring medium, and the sparkle pen that we've got there is a water-based medium. You can go immediately over the top of alcohol as soon as you put it down. And if I just show you that very quickly on a scrap piece of cardstock, I've got an alcohol marker here, which I can put down and then immediately take my sparkle marker and go over the top, and the alcohol will not move. But you will have that beautiful sparkle finish on the top of that now. So it's because they're 2 different mediums that you can do that, and you'll get that beautiful sparkle to anything. And I know it's difficult with the studio lights, but I'm sure you can see if I just waggle it at you. There we go, you can see that lovely. So yes, those sparkle pens will go immediately over your alcohol markers and make every single one of them a sparkly marker. And actually, if you're doing your watercolouring, if you've got our aqua markers, then you can watercolour with that sparkly pen and get the watercolour effect, but with all of the glitter infused. We have loads of tutorials on our YouTube channel with those. They've been around a while and they are much loved.
Wow. And just while we're there, with the sparkle pen and also with the actual Trimarker pens, just a question coming in, do you have to store them in any particular way? I think that's a great question that we often sort of want to address.
Flat, horizontal.
Yeah.
So always store in a tray, flat. Don't be sticking them in your pen pots, upside down or backside forward. Make sure they're always nice and flat in a pen tray.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that. Get those questions in. That's what we like. Half the stock's gone, and that's not even your price. That's not even your price. I've just played around with those, and now I've got your instructions in the way. There you go. Well, there are 3 of them, and of course, use them one by one. They'll go a long, long way, of course. I mean, by all means, cover your entire page in sparkle, or just add those little nuances, those little touches of sparkle. But for £9.75, you're getting 3 of those fantastic Spectrum Noir sparkle pens. They're fabulous. Lorna, hello to you, to David, to Jean and Lynn and Audrey and Helen and Josephine. Janice has got a couple. Yeah, multi-buy, you're absolutely fine to do that. Remember, it is only 1 set of postage and packaging here at Hobby Maker. Oh, crumbs. Okay, we're oversubscribed now. If everybody on the web wants to check out on those, they are all gone if that happens, and we won't have enough to go around. So make sure you are checking out. And don't forget, you can always do that here at Hobby Maker. Don't wait until the end of the show. Don't wait until the end tonight at 6. Do it as you go along, and your order will all be consolidated before midnight. So 1 set of P&P for everything, which is brilliant in the crafting world. Make the most of it. Make the most of it today, especially on birthdays, because you are going to want to throw all of this in, because there are so many deals oils. Of course, remember those TriColour brushes should be $9.99 each. $9.99 each. We don't do it like that. We haven't done it like that, not on the birthday. They are launching today. You've got the plethora of colours, everything that you need in there, and it makes them today. Oh, go on, she's doing the maths. I'm not going to pretend to be Carol Vorderman and even guess on that one. £47.99 and you're getting all 369. No, I'm going to go there. Do it per pack, £7.99. £7.99 per pack. And look at the amount of colours, of course, that you're getting in there. And they are so wonderful. Everything's named as well, which I love. Mary, hello, darling. Mary said, Leanne, can I use watercolour and or multi-purpose card with these new pens, please?
So these are not a watercolour pen, Mary. These are an alcohol marker. So you definitely don't want to be using them on your watercolour card. Remember, if you do use them on your watercolour card by the very nature is very porous and it will suck that alcohol ink out of your marker. So you always want to use marker card or Nina. Definitely get the bundle on the Nina today. No, they will not move with water. That's why we can use that wet sparkle marker over the top. Once you've coloured it down, it's permanent. What was the other question? So can I use my watercolour and multi-purpose card? I would say don't use your multi-purpose card, get some Nina. So multi-purpose card is great for lots of different ink pads, for construction, for doing card bases. It's fantastic for box making. It's great if you're just stamping a sentiment on it, if you're doing some matting and layering, if you're doing a tiny little bit of an ombre with some watercolour ink around the outside. Fabulous for that. Everything other than alcohol colouring, your multi-purpose card. It's the only purpose it's not multi for. Now, you could use them, Mary, let me tell you that. However, you will waste the ink in your marker, and I don't want to tell you to do that and waste that beautiful pen. So definitely with these markers, get the Nina, which is why we put it on a great deal for you on the show.
Fabulous. Thank you, Leanne. A great question. Keep them coming in. Absolutely what Leanne is here for as well as all of her fabulous talent and tips. Keep checking out on that complete bundle. Remember, we started off with the most beautiful mini collection of stamps. They are flying. The pens obviously are also flying. Of course they are. So that's your TriColour brush complete collection, 18-piece set. There's no colour in there, basically, that you haven't even thought of. Literally, you're getting everything for every single occasion. Every card that you're making, potentially, if we're just talking cards, whether it's for an anniversary, a birthday, a good luck card, whether it's a sympathy card. There are so many different reasons and occasions in our lifetime. You've got them all in there. They're really exciting and great to have this on that price. Remember, even though that's going to be quite a big bundle that Mr. Postman or Mr. Post person, Mr. Post lady, whoever is going to be bringing those to you, it's still only one set of postage packaging. So do stock up on that. Make sure you're getting your Nina card as well, because it's fantastic. And obviously those beautiful stamp and die sets that you're getting from Connie Fong, absolutely sensational. Shall we head for another demo, Leanne? Let's see something else in action, shall we?
Yes, so we have got 54 colours in this collection. There are 18 markers and three of colours in each marker gives you 54 colours. 88 pence a colour, is that what I'm being told? That is ridiculous value for money, 88 pence a colour. My word. Anyway, I think we might have lost the plot this birthday, but you know what? You can take the advantage and make sure that you take advantage of it, because that is phenomenal. I want to just show you the individual cards, because we've just said there's 18 markers, 3 colours in a marker. You've got your 54 colours in that collection. Why not let's have a look at what you've got here. So this is the Escape to the Sea collection that you can see, and it shows you the ombres. Now, what I was saying to you before is sometimes you really want an ombre to be subtle. For example, sand dunes I used for this little girl's face when I coloured her face in. So that made a great skin tone for me. And then you can see with the deep sea one how we've got it going from that deep, deep lush all the way down through the different colours. We've got one with nature. Look how the colour, the different colour transitions make that look incredibly verdant. And it's because you've got 3 different colours in there. And again with the deep forest, that really works. With our celestial skies, this is so mystical. That is the colour combination I used for the dress on this little image that we coloured earlier, and look how beautiful that ombre is. Heavenly Hues is another favourite of mine. Dark and Stormy is exceptional when it comes to giving real mood and drama to something that you're colouring in. We've got Dusk Till Dawn, Twilight Sky, another favourite combination of mine, Azure Horizon, a beautiful subtle transition again, and Golden Sunshine. Look at how, that is just like a sunset in the Caribbean, is it not?
Oh,
look how
absolutely.
beautiful that actually transitions across. My favourite set out of all of the sets, the set that I absolutely cannot be without because I'm all about the colour, is the Rich and Decadent, the touch of class with Rich and Decadent, Warm and Fiery, Lush Verdant. We're going to be using this one next with a Lee Holland dragon. And then you've got Myth and Magic, and you can see this one is just so pretty, moving from the lavender, very ethereal, moving from the lavender all the way to the blue turquoise and the violet, all the way through to the pink, from the cool through to the warm, and then with these lovely greens, from that lovely turquoise all the way through to the apple. It really is beautiful, this set, and will just continue. You will get so much joy out of being able to colour things with those beautiful transitions that you might have been too nervous to work out for yourself, not quite at that point in your colouring journey, or if you're me, just haven't got the time to be bothered. And you want someone to have done it for you. So you just pick up a pen and use it. And it doesn't matter which end of the spectrum you're at, these pens are going to work for you.
Absolutely, brilliant. And Karen, thank you for your message. Karen said, hi Ruth and Leanne, the tri-blends are amazing. I have them all, so I need the new ones. Yep. Your inspiration, Leanne, I couldn't colour before now. Ah, that's lovely. I'll be honest with you, Karen, we've heard that a lot, which is wonderful. So it's so nice to see Leanne doing all of this with us today. So we can get inspired, so we can start on our colouring journey. I mean, we've all picked up a pen, we've all done our colouring when we were little, and it's so wonderful to be doing it again with the right tools, of course. And as Leanne was running through the colours then, we did bring in the side graphic, so you could see those in terms of each one. So if you do want to buy them individually, you can. You want the bundle, I want the bundle, but I don't just want, I mean, don't get me wrong, wonderful. I had a little look at Escape to the Sea at those colours. Great, absolutely wonderful pigmentation in those. I want the lot. £47.99. You can have them all. That's the simplicity about it. And look at some of these wonderful cards. I want to show some of these to you because you can see obviously just how fantastic these beautiful stamps are. These are from, of course, the Connie Fong collection that we just showed to you. I mean, they're gorgeous and also different depending on which colours you choose, depending on which pens you pick up. Beautiful sentiments here. Lucinda, thank you for that. Michelle, I've gone from Nicole. I've got another one here from Cara. They are just so professional. And that's, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Oh, look at this. This is gorgeous. And you can colour like this. Obviously, these are from some of the fantastic designers here at Crafters, but you can do this. You can do this. This is what the TriColour brush collection is all about, giving you that professional finish. Oh, there was a bit of sparkle on there as well. I guess a shaker card. Love a shaker card. Shaker card with sparkle. Amazing. Right, more to do. Jam-packed hour, loads to do. It's the birthday, it's busy. Let's move to our next collection, the Lee Holland collection. Oh my word, adorable. 3 stamp set. They're all individually, we'd be looking at £7.99. There's a wonderful dragon theme going on here, but it's the birthday, so we're not going to be doing that either. I'll grab them over here. This little fella is incredibly cute. This is going to be quite wrong. I'll tell you that straight away. It's going to be fantastic. And look at him in action. Absolutely wonderful, using all of those beautiful, beautiful tri-colour pens that we've just seen there. Best wishes. Hello, you. Have a wonderful day, obviously. Quite simple, Ruth. I'll show these to you actually because I've got them on the boards, which is going to be a little bit easier for you here. So there we go. They're so cute, aren't they? Let's grab those because you've got 3 within this collection. The price is bonkers, absolutely bonkers. So there's your first little dragon. How cute is that? So there we go. So that's your Hello You collection. Totally different depending on how you colour that in, obviously. All those wonderful sentiments. We're going to see Leanne working with these in a second, but we are going to bring that price down for you. To say they're £7.99 each, fantastic. Fantastic. £7.99 each, remember. Your thank you stamp with that gorgeous dragon sending hugs and hellos. And finally from me to you, did we say they were £7.99 each? Did we say £7.99, but yet you're getting all three? I think we did. I think that's exactly what we've just said. It's a birthday, so we are absolutely celebrating. People are putting multiples in their baskets. I don't blame you. Oh, I'm doing it all sorts of ways today, Adam. There you go. So you can see all of those gorgeous stamps. And again, you've got the most wonderful opportunity to create some fantastic, fantastic cards, some beautiful, maybe it's for invites, maybe it's just a card to say hello. And of course, if you're adding in your pens, you get the chance to decide what colour your lovely little dragon's going to be. You're saving £12 here, which is, no, more than, hold on, you're saving more than £12 on those, aren't you? £7.99 for one. Sorry, £12 saving on your pen set. Oh, so you can add those on and your P&P for the price you should be paying just for the pens. Oh, that's a little bit redonkulous, isn't it? But we like it. Should we see these in action with Leanne as well? Okay, Leanne, these are fabulous, aren't they?
Some of my very favourite Lee Holland pieces of artwork ever, those little dragons. They're so full of character. I've taken two of my markers from two of the different sets. And if you're getting the bundle, you can do exactly what I'm going to do and start mixing markers from different sets together as well. So I'm using the Lush and Verdant and the Sunlit Leaves, and I'm going to colour in this little dragon. So we're going to start with the darkest colour in the base of the dragon. And so I'm going to the navy blue BT7 at the end of my pen. And because we've got this beautiful brush nib on every single one of the colours, it allows you to get into really small detail as well. So you're not having to worry about getting into small areas as well as colouring in the large area fills. So I'm going to start with this blue turquoise here, just to fill in at the base of his tail. And then we're going to start blending the colour. So I'm going in with a little bit of blue turquoise at this side, so we can blend into the next colour. And we're just putting that down. We're not having to worry about the flicking, because I don't really need texture. This isn't clothes or hair. So I just need to worry about getting the colour down. So once that's down, I'm moving from that colour into the middle of the marker. And so when I move into the middle of the marker now, I start to move that transition from the turquoise into the green. And what you'll see is that that transition between the two is completely effortless, and that is because of the way we have put these pens together for you. So I'm just going to give some structure to his leg there and a little bit on the end of his foot, and then we're going to go to the other end. So we started here, we went to the middle, and now we're going to the opposite end of the pen, and we're going to come in with this green, and you'll see that this transitions really easily from the more bluey green into the verdant green that I've got there. So you can see I'm just extending that out a little bit further as I go with the dragon. Now, what I am going to do is just add a little bit of this on his hand, because I'm going to transition to another pen in a second. So I'm going to go with that dark blue there. I'm going to have a little bit on his ear and around the top of his head. And the concept for this, in terms of knowing where to put your colour, is really just the same as following all of the other alcohol tutorials I've done for you over time, in terms of put the dark colour where it would be dark and go to the light where it would be lighter. So it would be lighter in the centre of his face, which is why we're working out in that direction. And you'll see how that starts to come together in a second. So we're just going to leave that little wing there. Okay. And now I'm moving to my second marker. And so what I'll do with this marker is start at the dark side again. So I'm going to come in with that colour and move that into the centre. So this is an actual 6 colour blend for this dragon that we're using.
Wow.
But what you'll see is that you've got those transitions between two markers from two different sets. And I'm just working down the colours exactly as I did before, the dark, the middle, then the lighter. And when I do that, what that's created for me is this beautiful shine in the centre of the dragon, where I can get all of that colour coming together. And you can go back and accentuate in places. You can go back and add a little bit more depth where you might feel you need it. Of course you can. And then you've just got that little shine in there. If you feel you need a little bit more of your shade, come back in with that colour there. The transitions are going to work for you. It really does make it very, very simple, Ruth, to be able to continue to do that and do it effortlessly through all of the different colours. Now, when you've finished doing that, I think I probably haven't got a lot of time and you've probably got more things you want to say. So I'm going to cut that short and show you, because you can see how the pens are working together there. This is what happens when you do exactly that with that 6-pen blend with that little dragon, using those two colours from two entirely different sets. From the same collection of pens, this one, which is my favourite, Touch, it might be your favourite too, who knows, Touch of Class. We've done the dragon, we've done the parcel, and all of the bow, and then we've just brought in a different pen to do the little roses. You can get that depth of colour and the ombre between such different colours to get all of that richness and depth and true professionalism in your colour, and you have not had to work that out yourself.
Yeah, beautiful. He is so cute. I love these little dragons. They are really, really sweet. I think they're for everybody. And to think that there's 6 colours within there, blended perfectly, it's wonderful that you get the chance to do this and really have a play with them. You know, this should not, when you start to do your colouring like this, have fun. That's what it's all about. It's about sitting down, taking time out and having fun. If you do that to start off with, then your creativity is going to flow, and that's what we want. And who knows where that could lead to. You never know, you might end up selling all of your designs. It might turn into a whole career. So say that to me again, sorry, Kat. Yep, so you've got 18 pens across the collection. So you've got 3 colours across each pen. So that makes 54 in total. So you're not even paying £1 per colour. That's incredible. That's how you're paying 88 pence per colour, which is why you're getting that artist quality. And honestly, it absolutely is. And these will last you some time. Look after them. Remember, store them nice and flat. And don't forget to add in a touch of sparkle whilst you're there. Now, I've got to say, with these incredible sparkle pens, they have completely sold out, but bear with me. However, our lovely producer, Kat the Cat, has been on the telephone line to crafters whilst Leanne's been busy working away, and she has managed to get some more, an extra 50 sets for you. So if you've just missed out on these, dial back quickly, get back on the web straight away, because we have 50 more of these. I have just taken them out. That's why you're not seeing them in there, because I needed to add a bit of sparkle in my life. It's quite simple, but they are absolutely fantastic. You saw them, of course, on one or two of the designs at the beginning. You saw Leanne using them, adding that touch of sparkle to the cloud. And don't forget, you can watch back this hour. Once, obviously, we finish the hour. Don't do it yet, because there's plenty more, obviously, to go. In fact, wait until 6 o'clock, and then you can watch everything back, because Leanne's back with us, of course, at 3 o'clock and at 5 o'clock with loads more to share, but a brilliant price for those. They are so wonderful to work with. These are things that come into stock and they sell out instantly, like they have already today, which is why we've got more. Sorry, oh look, you see I've got proper crafter's fingers. I've been having a stamp, there you go. £9.75. I couldn't help it. I had to literally, the first stamps we did, I had to stamp one and colour in some trousers and add some sparkly pants. I couldn't not do it. That's what we do here, isn't it? Right, one more thing before we leave this hour, and of course it's a professional stamping mat. We all want this in our collection as well. It's one of your core products, really, isn't it? When you are working with such brilliant products like these, such beautiful stamps, you want your stamping mat, and that's exactly what you've got there. It is the 12 by 12, and of course it's perfect when you're using your rubber or your clear stamps. You'll see it's all marked out in this really clever grid. That's there for a reason. You've got the measurements around the edge. You've got that cross in the centre to centralise your designs. And as I said, it's a core product that you want to have whilst you are stamping. And that's £5.99 today to add to your order. One set of post and packaging, of course, remember. Now, Leanne, you are back with us in an hour's time. You're bringing plenty more deals to us at 3 o'clock, aren't you?
Absolutely, I can't wait. There is so much exciting stuff on the way. I've got to clear this all down, get everything set up, and I can't wait to be back with you.
Fabulous. Well, have a cup of tea. I was going to say have a gin, but don't do that. That's Friday, isn't it? Friday's gin night.
Yes, Friday, 4 p.m.
Excellent. I'll join you. Until then, stay with us. Leanne will be back at 3 o'clock, but do not go anywhere. We've got an Academy of Colour at 3 o'clock. I'm just going to let you know because I can't help myself. But at the other side of this, Gwen is in the house. She is ready to go. She's got the whole bench to herself, but I'm going to join her and cause some carnage. So she is joining us at the other side of this. We have loads of those to get through. Oh my gosh, completely different. These are amazing stamps as well. Stay with us. I'll see you in a tick.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
This coming Thursday at 1 p.m, we are joined by the amazing Hunky Dory with a brand new collection. And the collection is The Wings of Wonder. So we're thinking butterflies, we're thinking winter wildlife, festive archways, we're talking about penny sliders, twist and pop card designs, or your foiled die-cut toppers that you'd expect from Hunky Dory, and everything complimentary. So do please make sure you join myself, Hunky Dory, at 1 p.m. this Thursday.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobbymaker's catch-up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Hello, welcome back to Hobbymaker. Sorry, my chair was a little bit low down then. I was a bit like that on the top of the table. Welcome back. We are, of course, now joined by Gwen from Creative Expressions. Hello, my lovely. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Hello
So
out there.
sparkly and lovely, isn't it?
It's very smart.
Very smart, very exciting. Right, I've got 2 words to say, which Gwen will tell you more about. Andy Skinner. Dun, dun, dun. You're very excited.
I'm very excited. I could nearly, well, I won't.
Don't burst.
No,
Don't
Honestly, you can't miss this or the 4 o'clock. Andy is just the most well-renowned mixed media artist in the world. And he does workshops and tours and classes all over the world. He's an amazing artist. He does actual art as well as his mixed media art. And his products are coming to you through us at Creative Expressions, and we are so delighted to bring this new release to you. I can't even tell you.
Very exciting. We literally have so much stacked up by the side of me right now. We've got a new All I Want I want it all, sorry. I want it all bundle. I knew it was going to be one way around. You just want the lot. Simple as that. That's probably the easiest way of saying it. We've got some huge bundles for you, actually, which we're going to get through. They are, honestly, all here, all ready to go. Again, fill your boots. When you see the cards as well here, oh my gosh, they're so different. They're so adorable. But we're going to start with these stamps individually, first of all. So we'll show them to you all individually, then we'll give you the opportunity to grab them. Oh, I don't know where to start. Where shall I start?
It doesn't matter, really.
Does it not? Shall I start
They're all
here?
fab.
Shall I start with a steampunk fish? How funky is this? Right, let's go for a steampunk fish then, shall we? I mean, I'm sorry. That artwork is incredible. So if you love your steampunk, this is something you are going to absolutely adore. So that is your steampunk. I mean, look at the detail of the
I know,
artwork.
it's really incredible.
You can tell he's an artist.
Really incredible. And yes, you might be familiar with steampunk. It's been around for years and lots of people absolutely love it. You might think, well, it's not for me, but actually I think this fish is quite accessible because it's clearly a fish.
Yeah.
And it's got these incredible mechanical details. It actually reminds me, I remember an elderly relative of mine used to have like a jointed fish pendant.
Oh, yes.
And I was
remember
absolutely
those.
fascinated with this wiggly fish.
Yeah.
And this, you can see the joints in it, you can see the rivets in it. It's just amazing.
There was a TV show or something mechanicals. I can't think what it was called.
Oh, I don't know.
And it reminds me of some of they were literally flying in it. It was phenomenal. Look, I've got a handful of fish remaining already. Most of the pond's been taken. But £5.25 for that.
And this is a rubber stamp.
Yeah, let me show that to you on the back. What's the difference then?
So this is a grey rubber, deeply etched, produced by heat. So it's not going to be destroyed by heat. So if you like to do your ultra thick embossing enamel and other heat textures, techniques, then it's not going to damage your stamp. It's very robust. I still maintain a rubber stamp gives you the best image. But that's a personal thing. It's also got cushion mount, so it's going to give you that squish you need when you're stamping to get the detail down.
Right.
And these are die cut around the image, so you're not going to get that overlap of ink around the edges. They're just quality, just brilliant.
They are so detailed. I literally have less than a handful of those remaining. So make sure you grab hold of yours ASAP. Next up, we're going to do, well, do you say I kind of say papillon dreams.
Papillon.
Papillon.
It's French, isn't it?
Yeah,
Butterfly, papillon.
It's French, isn't it? It's French, isn't it? Papillon. There we go. So papillon dreams. Again, the detail is absolutely...
I love
There's
this.
so much going on in there. And you don't have to use... That is one big stamp, which I'll show to you straight away. But you don't have to use that in its entire... I mean, I would, but you don't have to use that in its
and on a lot of my
entirety,
samples, I've used just the text. I've used some of the grid work in the background. You can certainly pick out little pieces of this and just add it to your artwork.
I mean, look at these. They are just insane. They're absolutely incredible. Remember this moment. What a lovely sentiment as well. And of course, it's all about adding colour, whether you're using your inks, whether you're using pens. There's so much, again, that bring these stamps to life. Again, only a handful.
It's actually been stamped on top of one of Andy's rice papers, which are also coming up in the show.
Oh, has it? Oh, fantastic. Honestly, we are jam-packed today. Simply jam. Look at that for texture as well.
Isn't that beautiful? That's by our Christine. She's been working with her ultra thick, I think, on that.
These are incredible. That's beautiful. Yet another one from Christine. Again, oversubscribed in baskets again for that one on its own. So let's move to another. Now, this is lovely. So this is Cityscape Reflections.
It's incredible.
So I'm going to hold it like that because that will give you an idea straight away. So cool. So cool. Your Cityscape Reflections. So much detail in that.
Yeah, and what's really clever about this one, it took me a while to work it out, but there's no definitive reflection line.
No, I was trying to work that out.
So you can put that line almost anywhere you like. You can make the buildings taller, shorter. You can have a wavy reflection line. You can also do it on an angle. It doesn't have to be straight.
Yeah.
So you could completely change the perspective of the image by changing the angle that you stamp it at. Really clever, really clever.
Very,
I love
very
it.
clever. And again, different ways. I mean, there you've kind of almost the artist, whoever's created this card, has actually Was it you? Oh, there you go. So I'm being nice to you as well, Gwen.
Thanks.
You've literally drawn a line in, so you can kind of create where you want that image to sit. And on this one here by Christine, that's using the previous stamp that we've just seen underneath that as
Isn't
well
that
as
gorgeous?
a background. Clever. This is why you need more than one, you see.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I've got a photograph when I was in Chicago that I took of the cityscape, and that's what it reminds me of. And this will take you to so many different places, that's the thing. Again, a handful of those remaining. This is why you start to think about getting more than one. Now we are going for evergreen. So you've got your evergreen foliage, which you can create your forest, your backgrounds, your foregrounds, pick out a tree or two. But again, so many different images within there, so many different trees, different shapes and sizes and heights.
And what's, again, really clever about this stamp is it's an endless stamp. So the two ends match and meet up perfectly.
Oh, yes, of course.
So you can extend this either way, left or right, and use another part of the stamp. But also, we're in that time of year when the trees, the colours are unbelievable.
Yeah, aren't they?
So imagine this stamped in those autumnal colours. Just pick out little bits of each tree. And,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, it's beautiful. And again,
lovely,
the
mate.
detail.
Yeah, superb. And of course, thinking about doing it on different sort of levels. So again, you get foreground as well as you get something in the distance. So how about you go gold, go rogue?
I know, isn't
How
that
wonderful
lovely?
is that?
And
Really
on a
detailed.
jaunty angle, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Beautiful.
Lovely. Again, very, very limited. And we have one more to share with you on its own if you are wanting to go for these as single stamps. And this is a clever name.
I love
one.
this.
Coffee print. I mean, as soon as you see it, you're like, yeah, okay, I get that.
Yeah, so it's like a
However-
coffee ring, but you've also got text and numbers and detail in there. And I think we always hear this, don't we? I can't do cards for men. I struggle for ideas for men.
Yeah.
This is perfect because they leave the coffee rings everywhere, don't they? Let's face
Oh,
it.
no, I know.
So, you know, it's one for the guys, but not necessarily just.
And great though, with a little bit of sort of embellishments again. Oh, Steampunk Fish is gone, okay? Just to let you know, he's gone on his own. That's all I will say. He has trotted off on his own, adding in a bit of glitter, making it even more fabulous.
Don't
and
tell
again, look at that again. These are so, so special.
Aren't they?
Love them, absolutely love them. So £5 at 25. Now, if you missed your little fish because he's gone, some of the other ones are still close to selling out. Do you want them in a bundle? I've just reached all over there and they're all here. Do you want them in a bundle with a saving? We do really, don't we? It's how we
I
like to
think
rock and
these
roll.
work so well together. It's lovely to mix and match.
Genuinely,
And
yeah.
we've shown you a few ways of doing that. So don't discount one because you think, well, that style doesn't go with that style. You can make it work.
Yeah, totally.
That's the beauty of mixed media. Things that you might not think go together really do.
Yeah, absolutely. So remember, the only way now to get your Steampunk Fish is in this bundle or in the next bundle. You'll want to do it anyway, you really will. So every single one of those, £29.99, 5 stamps. My gosh, 5 stamps for under £30. Say 5 stamps, 5 Andy Skinner stamps for £29.99. That's the deal. And you can absolutely imagine these. Imagine your Steampunk Fish in that coffee, a coffee kind of print. Would look really, really funky, wouldn't it, in the coffee stain that you can see. They are amazing, amazing detailed stamps. Break them up, use little elements of them, or repeat them, as Gwen was saying, particularly with the with the forest that you saw there, with all the foliage, the two ends meet on the evergreen horizon, so you can match that up, maybe as long as your legs, it's up to you. But £29.99 for that bundle. We're in a good mood, we're in a birthday mood, so it's all exciting. So very well done, £29.99 on those. Keep adding them to your order. It's one set of P&P right the way through the day. Of course, right the way through until just before midnight tonight. Your order is consolidated. Hit combine order when you're on the web. Pops it all together, jobs are good. So a great bundle then. You've seen already some incredible designs that you can take inspiration from. And you can obviously buy these and then make and sell. Your angel policy is...
Absolutely. As long as what you make is a finished product, you
Yeah.
can sell as much as you like.
Fabulous, amazing. Right, now, that's for your stamps. How about, though, you get all your stamps, you get stencils, seven stencils? 6 stencils and one really super special stencil. How about we do it like that? Because look at those. And that, I mean, City of Dreams, I love this. Shall I start with the big one? Shall I start with our City of Dreams? It'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? Oh my gosh, I know we should probably, save the big one till the end, but I can't, I'm feeling naughty today, I can't do it. This is tremendous. Again, this reminds me of being in Chicago, looking at all those incredible tall buildings.
Yeah.
I'm sure that will take you anywhere in the world, really.
Yeah, I mean, we've been to New York, and of course it brings that to mind. Also places in the Middle East.
Yep.
They've got fantastic skyscraper cityscapes as well, haven't they?
Even London.
So wherever your favourite city happens to be.
Yep. Might be Birmingham, it might be here. And of course, you don't have to use those all together. You can just use one of those buildings if you want to. And you can still buy that on its own if you want to use that singularly. You can absolutely do that as well. And then you're getting all 6 stencils. So let me show these ones to you. Let's start with Crazy Paving. This is cool. These are really quite funky.
They are
as well,
absolutely
aren't they?
gorgeous. I just fell in love with these the minute I saw them. That
That's great.
texture, the pattern, they're just so usable in any of your art. I mean, we're talking mixed media today because that's Andy's bag.
Yeah.
But you can easily use these with your ink pads, with your paints, in any way you like, and create gorgeous backgrounds really quickly.
And you can create so many different things, obviously Crazy Paving, but I'm thinking spider's webs, I'm thinking honeycomb.
Yeah.
There's so many different ways that you could take that.
It made me think of a turtle shell.
Oh, yes.
So it's
Yeah,
whatever
it does
you see
actually.
in your
It's funny,
mind's
isn't
eye,
it?
isn't it?
Yeah, well, you could go turtle shell, Crazy Paving, or you could go to move to a Pebble Mosaic if you want to do that as well.
Again, that made me think
Love
of
that.
reptile skin. So
Yes.
I've always got an animal thing going on.
It's all right. I love animals.
But yeah, Pebble Mosaic, I
pebbles.
love that. It's absolutely glorious.
And you could quite easily pick out one section of
Oh
that.
yeah, just
have
these
that
are
as
the
a
sorts of
background
stencils
or
I
a-
think where you probably would just use a little bit, certainly in the way we're going to work with them today. You don't necessarily have to use the whole thing every time,
No.
certainly.
I mean, they're quite organic, so you can go then and bring in your building blocks, which you can
Yeah,
imagine
love that.
alongside the first one that we did, of course, which was your City of Dreams.
Yeah.
That would work very nicely, wouldn't it? But all of those individual little squares and rectangles. Then we're going totally different. We're giving you a spiral burst. So you're getting all of these as a massive bundle. I want it all. So you've got all of those almost cogs or, you know, the spirals that you can see.
Or sun rays,
Nice.
grapefruit, very 70s
Oh,
retro when you think
it is
about it in
actually.
those 70s colours.
It's all back as well. Yeah, all back. String maze, bringing everything together. Wonderful.
that.
Yeah, really fantastic. Tying all of these designs together, working brilliantly with all of those fantastic stamps that we saw at the start of the show. And then last but not least, you've got Woodland. That's lovely. I'll show you some
absolutely
examples
gorgeous,
of this, actually.
that one.
Look how fantastic that transfer, especially when you've got kind of a night sky or you've got the glitter that's added onto that as well. It completely transforms it, doesn't
That's
it?
more of a winter scene.
That's
So
fabulous
yeah, that's
as
using
well.
a little bit of glitter in the background and then using the stencil as a mask to hide out the tree part. You do
Oh,
your
of
background
course.
first and then you fill in your trees.
They are just fabulous and totally different again. Of course, add a little sentiment. I mean, you can do that with the gold, you can do it with the silhouettes. They all work really nicely. You've got a bit of a mix on here as well. If we think about the spiral burst, you can, I mean, it doesn't have to be in your face. Bold, that's upside down. Doesn't have to be, sorry, I was, there we are.
Yeah, and I've used that Papillon Dreams stamp in there because I've done that stencil with texture paste, and once you've done that with the Andy's structure paste,
Yeah.
you can stamp on top of the structure paste. So you just get little bits of the stamp. You don't get the whole thing.
Yeah.
And on the side there where I put the black button, I'd stamped the side of the butterfly stamp. And unfortunately, it had the beginning of the word papillon, so it didn't look great.
Okie dokie, so we covered it there.
Yeah.
It's all good. No one would ever have noticed. And check this out. I mean, this big bundle, brand new, I want it all bundle, should be £63. That is amazing. Should be £63.44. That's incredible.
I call that
I
relics.
love that. Relics. It's like me. That's how I feel today, an old relic. 63.44. We're not going to do that for you today. Remember how much you're getting. Yeah, have a look at it on the screen because there's loads. So you're getting all of those stencils. So 7 stencils. You're getting all of those 5 fantastic stamps, which of course Andy Skinner, it goes, you know, his name precedes what you're seeing here, but you are about to get the most fabulous deal. We are in the mood. My gosh, there's only 21 bundles left now. And can you see that? That's split pay. £24.99. It really helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you're perhaps somebody who's never dared to go into mixed media, because a lot of people are frightened by the term, all mixed media means is using different materials and different products together, but they need to come together in a cohesive way.
Yeah.
And I think this is a great access point because you know, you can see straight away how you might use a stamp, you can see straight away how you might use a stencil, but then move into using them together and then move into using some paint. So, you know, it's a really easy way in, and you can really start to create individual artwork, and I think it's just a most fantastic collection. I'm totally in awe of it.
It's incredible. I've got 7 in baskets now, 8 in baskets. Florence has just joined us in Somerset, Josephine in Somerset. Sheila's there, Stella's there, Sue, crafters in Pembrokeshire, brand new crafter, I believe. Welcome. Nice to have you there. Pearl, Alice and Debbie. It's a great bundle to start with, actually. That great mix between the stencils and the stamps. And that's, of course, if you want the whole lot that we've just shared with you. You can get your stamp bundle. You can, and that's $29.99 if you want the stamp bundle. You can, of course, just get your stencils. But if you, and we did have some individual stamps, obviously some of those have sold out, but when you've got the chance to get a really big bundle, I always kind of dive to it, simple. Should we have our first demo, Gwen?
Shall we?
Yes, please.
Can I first say, I've got a personal message from Andy.
Ooh, okay.
He's like me to say hello to everybody from him. He's very sorry he can't be with you personally, but he's dying to be able to come back and join us at some point. So hi, Andy.
Hi.
We miss you. Hope to see you soon.
Yes, look forward to that.
Yeah. So you've got me, sorry. Yeah.
Very pleased about that.
I'm going to start by using a jelly plate, which we have got available today as well.
Okay.
And I just want to talk to you a little bit about that initially. So this is the gel plate. It's actually not made from gelatin, as some people think.
Right.
It's made from a mineral oil, and it's the most fantastic, tactile, flexible gel mat, if you like. And when you come to lay this down onto a surface, my recommended way of laying it down is not to just kind of slap it down, but actually start at one end and roll it gently. For 2 reasons. It stops you getting any air trapped underneath it, and it also means your edges are going to be straight. Because when you just slap it down by hand, it can flex.
Okay.
So that's a good tip to start with. So I've just laid it on some white paper. That's really so you can see what's going on when I start on here. And I'm going to bring in some paints which I've brought for you. These are Andy's Artist Pigment Paints. So these are true artist pigment, and that means that they have no matting agents in, and they have no fillers, and that means that they are super concentrated and they are translucent. The pigment in them is a natural pigment, so you're getting that top quality paint. I've just laid down on there a little bit of the Payne's Grey, and the Payne's Grey is a blue-black. So it's not that really hard-edged black, it's got a little slight softness to it. And I just want to bring in a little bit of a kind of a frame, if you like. So this is similar to what you would do with an ink pad when you're framing something that you've already created, and you go in and ink the edges just to give it that distinction around the edges. So the brayer, when you start to apply things to the gel plate, it's important that you lift and let it roll, because if you just trundle backwards and forwards, you're not going to spread the paint very well, you're going to get the marks left by the brayer, and none of that is ideal. Okay, so that's our first little job. Now, it's a little bit heavy, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in a piece of copy paper. I always have a big stack of this at the side of me when I start with my gel plate, and I just want to lift a little bit of that darkness off. Now I know it sounds a bit daft because you've just put it down, but trust me, when you come to look at the finished print, you'll be glad you did it because it softens it. So behind that I want to add a little bit of the raw umber, and you don't need too much paint. If you end up with too much, you can get rid of it, hence why I've got my spare gel plates at the side of me. I like to work with more than one on the go at a time. And if I've got too much paint, which I have here, then I can take it off onto one of my other plates.
Okay.
And I can come back and use that on another print later. So again, keep your brayer moving all the time and lifting all the time. And don't feel that every time you put your paint down, you have to go right to the edge of your plate, because you don't.
Okay.
I mean, chances are your paper's probably a little bit smaller. This is a huge gel plate. You might not always want to do a big print. I tend to, because I like to use it for different, you know, chop it up and use it for different projects. So I'm just putting down the spare paint on that. I'll worry about that later. Now again, that's relatively dark, so I'm just going to take a very quick print to lift some of that really strong colour away. It looks like there's nothing there, but there is. All right.
That's great, though.
And this, you know, this will build as you go, and you'll end up with something that you can use on something else.
Yeah.
So what I want to do now is bring in some of the matte chalk paint. Again, Andy's developed these colours, and they've been quite a long time in the making, so it's really lovely to see them.
That's such a nice colour, isn't it?
This one is, let me think, Stormy Sea. So yeah, they're gorgeous. So again, keep your brayer moving.
And are you using a different, that's the same brayer,
Same brayer, I've not cleaned it. Who worries about cleaning brayers?
Not Gwen.
Not me, no. So you want a reasonable coverage when you start to put your paint down. If I had more time, I would let each of these layers dry a little bit more between. But by lifting some of that paint off in between, I've been able to speed that up a little bit. So I want a little bit more than I've got there. And I could have added another colour to this. I could have done a blend, but I thought we'll just start off relatively simple.
And I have to say, a lot of the big bundles are already gone. The small bundles are also selling out. I think we're down to 15 of the big bundles. That's all we've got.
Wow.
Which we knew would possibly
I
be the
thought,
case.
yeah, I'm so pleased because he's not done a collection for a while, so it's lovely to have this.
Yeah.
Now, remember what I said about taking off my paint on this other gel plate? I've also got another one here in case I really overdo it.
Yeah.
Or if I want to put something on there that I want to be more controlled with.
Okay.
Which is not me at all, but there you go. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop one of these stencils and I'm just going to pop it at a jaunty angle across the corner. I'm going to come back with that piece of copy paper and I want to lift the ink, or the paint rather, that's in the centre of this pattern. Because the trick with the gel plate is you're working backwards, if you like, and the final layer of paint is going to show through. So any gaps and holes that you can create are going to give that opportunity for that light colour to come through. All right, so you can see now we've got some open space. I've also got lifted pattern on here, which is fabulous, and that's going to make a really interesting print as well. So, sorry, I just need to wipe my nose. Okay. So I can lift this off. Now, I don't know if we can get a close-up on that, but that's really gorgeous texture.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say about these stencils is they have got a hard edge on them because they're those DL size. Okay. So I've got a hard edge here, which isn't ideal. So I'm just going to come in with a blending tool and I'm going to soften that hard edge because I don't want it to be a line.
Yeah. And if you are wanting your gel plate, that's the details for you on the side of the screen. MC2837. So that's the gel plate, the exact one that Gwen is using.
And the others, I have brought them before, the set of 3. We do sell them at Creative Expressions. So hopefully they'll be available at some point in the future as well. Yeah. So I've just laid it down on another part of the print and I'm just picking up some of that. And it's really, there are no rules. So you can't really say you must do this 3 centimetres to the left and 5 centimetres to the right. You know, just go for it. It's always a wonderful surprise when you lift your print, and it's really quite tricky to ever replicate what you've done.
Yeah.
So
that's the magic of it.
Yeah. So what I want to do now, I'm gonna, and this might sound a bit weird, but I'm gonna put some pale pink at the back of this. Now this is the Vintage Rose. Yeah. And this is going to be my final layer.
Okay.
So the last layer has to be wet when you apply whatever you're taking the print onto. So that might be cardstock. I like to use tissue paper. You can use rice paper. What you shouldn't use is something like a photographic paper because the surface of it will actually damage your gel print because it's got chemicals on it.
Okay.
So, and a glossy paper being non-porous is not going to create a great bond.
Right.
So you're not going to get a good lift if you use those sorts of papers. But a great matte paper, a mixed media paper, cartridge paper, anything like that. And I'm just going to use a piece of our, I'm going to take my paint off on my other plate. I'm going to use a piece of our heavyweight coconut white cardstock, which is 315 GSM. At least if I can remember where I put it. And I'm just going to pop this down onto my print and give this a really, really, really good press. Now, ideally, I would leave this to dry.
Right.
But we don't have that luxury, so I'm just going to give it lots of rubbage. Give it a good massage. And if you are doing this at home, I would recommend that you leave it. And if you're not sure, if you feel something when it's wet, it feels sort of cold and clammy.
Okay.
When it begins to feel more sort of warm and dry, or room
Yeah.
temperature and more dry, you can kind of tell the difference. That's how to know.
Okay.
But also you can just start to do a lift. If it's lifting well, it will clean up your gel plate.
Oh gosh, look at that.
And it should come away nice and clean. If it doesn't, these bits are gold,
Wow.
but that's the print we've taken.
That's incredible.
So I've still got a bit of a hard edge there, but that's
Yeah.
fine. And some of the prints you take will be backgrounds. I'll do more printing on top of some of them. Some of them you might get right first time. So let's do another one. I'm going to leave down what's on here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to start by laying down a very pale blue. This is the ice blue.
And the fact that it's a gel plate, when you're pressing down to take that print, because you've got that subtle movement.
That's right. That's why it takes the texture so well, because it's got that very flexible surface. It's quite incredible, really. And the beauty of it is that you can then introduce texture into it, which it will hold.
Yeah.
Now, don't ever use anything sharp or crusty on it, because that could damage the surface. And obviously nothing sharp, so nothing like glitter or powders or anything like that. But I'm going to show you now how you can bring in some real cool textures here. So again, let's do that through a stencil as well. Take off some of the paint. You can go through the stencil. Oops, hello. It's
leaking out.
and put the paint down that way. So you get the positive. You don't always have to get the negative of the stencil. So this is starting to look quite interesting. So I've got all sorts of bits and pieces I've scavenged. So I've got a lid off a paint spray. You can buy speciality combs and tools, which you can put texture into the surface like that. I love things like corrugated cardboard, and you can just pop that in and take in some texture.
How simple is that?
A die cut, perhaps. I've got a die cut doily. You can pop that down, and what you can do with that is, like we did with the stencil, lift some of the paint out of the middle.
Yeah.
And then take it off.
Cute.
And then you've got an amazing pattern. Things like this. This is plasterer's drywall tape. And anything like punchinella, the waste from sequins, that sort of thing. This, I noticed the other day, I was having a posh pud.
Ah, yeah.
And the pattern on the bottom of this is amazing. So, look at that.
See, if that's not an excuse to treat yourself to a nice pud, I don't know what is. That looks amazing.
That's great. And also I've noticed the bottom of some jam jars have really cool patterns on as well. So anything you can find knocking about the house.
Just have fun with it.
And then I want to pull a print with some tissue on this occasion. So this is going to take off quite a light layer. You don't want to take your full print, so it's just, and I love tissue because it puts lots of crinkles in.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take that off. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
That is so cool. Things like bubble wrap as well. We'll use that on another occasion. All right, so this time I'm going to use, we've got buff in the chalk paints, but I want to bring in a little bit of the Payne's grey, and I'm going to work this one on my little gel mat. If you don't have this, you can do it on your craft mat. It's only because I know I can use this as a print later, so it's quite exciting. So I just want a little bit of that Payne's grey, and I'm going to introduce a little bit of black. A little bit of black really always gives a great contrast.
Yeah.
And it's just a little touch here and there, nothing really much.
Okay.
Don't go full hog. I'm sort of using the side of my brayer and getting the paint off it that way. You never want anything that's too rigid, kind of. That's how I feel anyway. Obviously, you'll find your own way to go about this, but I don't like really hard edges and things, too straight. Excuse me.
And your brayers are on the screen as well now. So that's for the medium brayer, which is £13.50. So the medium one was that the main one?
That's the medium one. Sorry, I did bring my little one as well, because
fine.
I do usually use more than one at the same time.
So we know.
So we've got that little bit of black. A bit of contrast is always good. And then I also want to just print a couple of circles. That's probably my paint's a little dry, so that's not going to work. That'll work in the next layer. Something else we can do is stamp onto our gel plate.
Right.
So I'm going to bring in one of the stamps now. Let's use the fish.
We like the fish.
Because we like the fish,
Yes.
don't we? I've nowhere to stamp. Here we go. And I'm going to use a black archival ink pad. Now again, you can use most inks on the gel plate. You can use alcohol inks, but it will stain your plate, but it won't damage it.
Yeah.
Archival inks are great. They might stain it, but they will lift, which is what you want it to do. All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop one here, and I'm just using my hands. I'm not even putting it on a block. So, you know, you're going to get messy doing this, which is great.
Nice.
Okay, and then let's have a second one. This stamp is just the bee's knees. Love it. Get it the right way up.
Remember, the fish has sold out, so if you want him, you have to buy him as a part of the stamp bundle, which you can see on the side graphics there, which is $29.99. Or I want it all, which I do. I want it all. Get the I want it all bundle, because that is your stamps and your stencils. It's only an extra £20, and you're getting the kit in the caboodle. You're getting 7 extra stencils on that one. So that's the different ways of getting your fancy, funky fish. And of course, on screen just there is your gel plate, the big one. So that's your 9-inch by 11-inch gel plate to add to your order as well.
So I've just had a slight change of plan. This is what happens. But I just want to add in a little bit of this fantastic holy guacamole.
Oh, that's the one I was just looking at on there. That is amazing colour,
Isn't
that
it?
is.
And I just want to put a little bit down here and there. I'm not covering the whole thing. That's a bit heavy. And I want to grab that Pebble Mosaic stencil.
Yeah.
All right, and we're going to get some bubbles into this, so let's pop that down. Bring in that tissue, and I can use that to lift texture off as well. So just in the centre of the stencil, lift some of that off. That's going to give us some light and shade through this design. Okay. Again, spend a bit more time, blend out the edges. You can even go in with your finger, but sometimes you do get fingerprints. That's all part of the charm.
Yeah.
All right, and then I'm going to back that now with my palest colour. So I'm bringing in, this one is called Buff, and it's a superb colour. It's one of the most useful colours, I think, that you can have. It's not white, it's not cream, it's buff, it's just what it is, and it's just the best colour. So my green is still slightly wet, so it's blending a little bit to this, and I like that because it's going to give me a much smoother finish when I lift this print.
Yeah.
So when you get to this stage, you do need to work relatively quickly because you've got to get your card on while that layer of paint is wet.
Yeah. And we will go through these chalk paints in a second or two, don't worry.
So let's just pop that down. Right, so I'm going to take this print on tissue, she says. It's my tissue. Oh, I had it all organised. Here it is, down here.
Too organised.
Oh, what? Right. So on tissue, it will take a little bit longer. I don't know why, but it does. You think it'd dry faster, wouldn't you? But it doesn't. It takes longer. I guess because the tissue is not as absorbent as cardstock is. One thing I would say is don't be tempted to apply heat to your gel press.
Okay.
You know, if you're wanting to speed it up, you think, oh, I'll get some heat on. Don't. You'll wreck your gel plate.
Okay.
So that's a no-no. Yeah, so I might have to put that aside and leave it just for a little while.
Okay.
Because it's quite clammy and cold.
Exciting.
But I can work on this while we're thinking about that. So let's bring in one of these amazing stencils. And again, I'm not going to do anything straight. And I'm going to carry on using this piece of tissue. This is going to end up really quite nice. I want to take out a bit more of that so I can press a bit harder. Take that out. Okay. That's really cool.
Yeah.
And you can drop your stencils into water when you've finished. So I want to apply Actually, I'm going to lift a bit more of that because it's still quite wet. So let's just take some away. See, that's starting to build quite nicely now. Let's pop down some of the pale blue. No, this is the dark blue. Whatever, doesn't matter.
Blue.
I'm just going to take my brayer over here and get rid of some of the paint. So we'll get a little bit of black going on as well. And it's just a matter of playing. Don't be frightened. Like I said, there are no rules. Just think, ooh, what happens if I do this and what happens if I do? We'll do it.
Yeah.
That's always my philosophy, because you might get something really wonderful.
Yeah, exactly.
And you just won't know unless you try. Right, I'm going to pop that down. Whoops, my fish just swam off. Pop that down. All right, let's bring in some different textures. So we've got this lid. Oh, I like that sound.
So do I.
All right, and then let's try that corrugated cardboard. So really, you can scavenge around your house. You'll be amazed what you find.
Yeah, try things.
To add some texture into your prints. It's really fun. Now again, with this one, you can either lift the ink through it, the paint through it, or you can apply something darker through it. I'm just going to lift a little bit off. And again, try not to do the whole thing. We don't want a really hard rectangle in the middle of there. So look, we're getting this gorgeous little pattern that's coming up. And that's going to add more to this print. So this is like a scrappage, but it's going to be usable.
Exactly. You're kind of getting two for the price of one.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the trick. If you can get, look at that.
Now that's a bit funky.
And then I'm just going to soften the edges out because I don't want, like I said, I don't really want a hard edge.
Yeah.
And also I can be taking a little bit of the paint away. We're getting that green through, which is really cool. So let's pop another stencil down. Now I love this one. Right, let's do that.
Don't forget, all of these stencils are in the I Want It All bundle. Actually, we have the stencils in smaller bundles of 3 as well, so we will do those for you in a tick, just to make sure we've all got different options for everybody, different price options as well.
This is so cool. So what it does when you put a stencil down and do this with it is, where the stencil is, it protects the paint that's behind it.
Yeah.
So it sort of leaves the pattern of the stencil there.
Okay.
So when you lift it off, you get that really interesting effect.
Yeah.
So that's still just a wee bit wet. So I'm just going to go back to my scrap copy paper, which I probably won't use. And I'm just going to lift a little bit of paint from off of this. That's looking better now. Okay. And now I can put my final colour down. Ideally, I would leave that, again, a wee bit longer. But let's just see what happens. Sometimes the incomplete prints are nice, actually.
Yeah.
You get interesting effects. And as I say, the things that are left behind on the plate is like gold, because they call it a paint scab. I don't like that. I like to call it a crust.
No.
But when
Not too romantic. But...
No, but when you lift that, if you put wet paint to the back of it and then add some card or tissue or whatever you want to print on and lift it, those crusty bits are just the most amazing texture that you can imagine.
Yeah.
Right, now let's get rid of some of that. Don't waste it. Let's do cardstock this time.
Okay.
So, obviously this is not going to be a full print, but these are the ones that are really great for cutting down and using on cards or journals. Or I've actually, with one this size, I made a journal cover from it.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow.
And that's got the coffee print stamp on it.
That is lovely. How cool is that? Amazing, isn't it?
So I just literally cut it to shape, folded it, and stitched. I've done a little stitched folio book.
That's very cool.
So it's hand stitched. To stamp the coffee print on there.
That's beautiful. That's really, really cool. Feels amazing as well. It's got
Yeah,
lovely,
it's got
lovely texture to it.
I would seal it if I was going to be using it and handling it a lot.
Okay.
I'd seal it. And we've brought the super matte varnish today, which
That's
was
what you seal it with.
perfect.
Super.
Yeah.
That's lovely, that is. Kind of see
Right.
giraffe print in there.
Let's
Right.
see what we've got here. Oh, I'm loving the texture that's left behind.
Yeah.
I'm a bit sad, aren't I? I like what's left.
Well, it's both ways.
Yeah.
Take another print.
So look at that. So you can
That's very
see
cool.
corrugated marks, little punchinella marks, the
Yeah.
stencil obviously. And the colours just kind of, although they
Great.
weren't particularly toning colours, it works because they're all lifting
Yeah.
different parts, different textures.
Yeah.
No hard edges, which is cool. Got a little bit of black going on here. I really like that.
But as you said, there's just no way on this planet you would ever be able to repeat that.
By hand, you couldn't do it either.
No.
Not, you know. Right, let's see if this is ready to behave.
Yeah, Adam wants to see the fish.
Oh, it's still a bit
Still
wet.
a little bit. Oh, you might have to wait till the 4
I have to
o'clock
wait till
hour.
4 o'clock for this one. I might have to
Might
do
have
the
to wait till
reveal.
4 o'clock.
Let's
Can you
just-
wait till 4 o'clock, Adam? You're gonna have to.
Hang on. No, it's not
No.
ready. Sorry.
We'll wait.
It's not
We'll
ready.
wait on that one. I tell you what, though, we'll do your chalk paints in the meantime.
Yeah.
Whilst our little fish is drying. Right. Okie dokie. So these are stunning. Now these are on a special deal as well. So your chalk paints are. I mean, you saw some of these incredible colours anyway that Gwen's been working with. So these are your matte chalk paints. They are just the most fabulous colours. They will all be $3.99 each. But if you put 2 in your basket, you get them for £7.
Ooh, that's good.
Yep, a little bit of a deal, which is good. Nice little set. We like a saving, don't we? Like a saving.
And again, these are brilliant quality chalk
Oh, they
paints.
look
I
it.
mean, the pigments in them are
Yeah.
really, really great.
And you've used a tiny little
Tiny,
amount.
tiny bit.
You've covered.
Yeah, they're
even
very
to cover that whole gel
fluid
plane.
and they dry with a fantastic matte finish. Yeah, they're
They are
great.
the wonderful. And the colours are fabulous. You've got some amazing different colours in here. So you've got a choice. You've got a choice of colour here. You've got the ice blue, Daphne, vintage rose, stormy sea, buff mint, and the holy guacamole, which is this one. Holy guacamole. So there it is. That's your guacamole, your gorgeous one. That's the green, the cool mint. I'll show these actually. So I'll do them. Shall I bring them down onto the desk? That's probably a little bit easier, just so you can see them alongside. Obviously, Gwen's worked with a few of these. So that is your holy guacamole, which we
I've used them all.
love. I think you
Apart from-
practically have to be
apart from
fair,
Daphne,
which is good.
didn't get round to
Daphne's
Daphne.
feeling very unloved. This is cool. This is your cool mint. Then we're going to our next one, which is, if I flick through on these, let's find the buff, the buff, the buff, the buff, the buff. There we go. So that's your buff, which is lovely. You can get all of these today if you want to for $24.99, which is a fantastic price point. That's your ice blue. There we go. So $3.99 each, or you can pop 2 into your basket and you only pay £7. Stormy sea. There we go. There are 7 colours in this collection, so you can choose between those. Then we've got our vintage rose, like such. I love that colour. You know me, I love pink. And it's a really lovely tone, actually. It's not like fuchsia pink in your face pink. It's really, really lovely.
Subtle.
In your face. And then there's Daphne, who's feeling very unloved. That is a gorgeous colour as well, actually, isn't it?
Beautiful.
It's very rare, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think it's very rare that you get an entire collection of chalk paints or inks or anything where you actually genuinely can say you love them all.
Yeah.
Normally there's
Yeah.
one or two you think,
Yeah.
yeah, okay,
I
but
think because they're subtle and they're very usable as well. And
Yeah.
they do dry a little bit darker, so hopefully you can see that from the swatches than they appear in the bottles. But that's general with chalk paint, it does that anyway. But yeah, very, very fluid, very, very heavily pigmented, give fantastic coverage, even on blank MDF, untreated MDF. And MDF is like a sponge, as we know. So
Yeah.
normally when you put paint down, it's like, drinks it.
Yeah.
These cover in one coat.
they are
Really
fabulous.
are brilliant, brilliant
And
paints.
love that message. Gloria's just said, hi, Ruthie. I like Ruth. Fabulous technique. Give me ideas to decorate chest of drawers.
yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, because if you do
I
it on
need to see
tissue,
mine.
of course, you can decoupage with that tissue.
Right.
Once it's dried, you can use it. I mean, look at this now, it's starting to come alive.
It's fab, that
It's
is.
not finished by any means, but it's getting there. And I've
Yeah.
just been mopping up bits with it.
Yeah.
But that, if you chose to decoupage that onto something,
Brilliant.
tear it into little pieces and, you know, feather the edges out so they disappear when
Love it.
you apply them. But yeah, by all means, that'd be cool.
Amazing.
Show us when you've done
Amazing.
it, please.
Oh, Lynn, well done. Lynn's got 8 of those. I don't blame you. So I'm guessing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
How did she manage that?
I think you've got. Oh, okay. So you've got 1 of each colour, but you've got 2 in the two in the buff.
The buff, yeah. 2 in the buff.
That was going to happen, wasn't it? Oh, we found the level very, very quickly. You might as well, when there's an offer like that, you might as well. So yeah, well done, Lynn. And you've got the best choice of colours to work with there. That's what it's about. Stella, Dominic, Liam, Jane, Karen, Alison, loads and loads and loads of those in baskets to check out on. But we've got to do the City of Dreams stencil on its own for you because it is really quite fabulous. As we've said, use the stencil in its entirety, use sections, use elements of that, use it as you wish. But this is a really, really quite fantastic stencil, whether it's reminding you of places that you've been to, whether it's in homage to locations you'd like to. Gwen, it reminds her of New York. New York's on my bucket list of places to go. And even the actual sort of wording you've got at the bottom there as well that says City of Dreams. It's all about City of Dreams. It's all about sort of getting romantic. Dream of those fabulous places you want to go to. Why not? On its own, would you like it? Would you like it for under a £5? Because I would. It's massive as well. It's a huge stencil, this one. It's 7 by 7. It's been selling very well on pre-order. So everybody's price, don't worry, is going to be changed to £4.99. So Lisa, Maria, Kim, Agnes, everybody that got in earlier on, that's now your price point. Nobody will pay any more than anybody else. It's the first time we've seen this actually at Hobby Maker. So we're all very excited about this. And of course, it's in the name in terms of quality. We rarely see the Andy Skinner products like this, the stencils like this. You've got them today and it's an absolute joy, a total pleasure to actually have that one at £4.99. No, I know, it's amazing. It's amazing. Right, okie dokie, we've got 2 smaller bundles of the stencils for you right now. I may have mixed these up, but let me see. Let me see. You bring it in and I'll see if I've got the right one. Have I got the first one? Is that Spiral Burst, String Maze and Woodland? I love my producer's description of those. That was amazing. We had snail backs for a second, but if you want to look at those as snails, that's what's so exciting. That's cool. That's really, I like that. I'm not having a go. I like it. Snail shells, why not? Absolutely. So you've got all of them there. So you've got a fantastic spiral bear. I know what you mean. I think when you see kind of fossils, I know what you're saying. When you see the fossilizations and you crack open a boulder and you see sort of a fossilised snail or something in there, absolutely. Or clocks. Yeah, you could do that with your steampunk, couldn't you? You've then got your string maze, then you've got your woodland scene in there as well. So this is for all 3 of your Andy Skinner stencils. Should we round that down as well? Should we round them down to under a tenner?
Just rude.
Rude Ruth. That's what you call me now, Gwen. Rude Ruth. Absolutely. I've just put back my hair appointment, so very soon they'll be calling me Ruth. $9.99.
Or Ruth.
Ruth. Yeah, Ruth. We had some jokes earlier. $9.99. Yeah, they were very simple and very silly jokes, but we liked them.
Made us giggle though.
They did make us giggle, absolutely. $9.99 for a set of 3 on those. We'll come to those jokes later on. These are your new Creative Expressions set of, well, DL size, so we know what that means in terms of that DL envelope sort of size. Set of 3, $9.99. Gorgeous. Any questions you've got for Gwen, don't forget, please do send them through. She is a professional and she is bringing to us all of these fantastic designs and ideas. Pick her brains, that's what she's here for as well. She doesn't mind. We dive deep. Right, now we've got another set of stencils for you. So this is set B. So you've got in here that fantastic collection You've got the building bricks, you've got the crazy paving, and you've got the Pebble Mosaic in there as well. And we've seen quite a few of those being used. So particularly, we just saw that Pebble Mosaic being utilised and actually creating bubbles with that fantastic fish. So again, under a tenner, £9.99. And you can do this on the phone, 0800 001 4433, or on the web at hobbymaker.co.uk. But very quickly, we are going to mention the artist pigment. We've got 3 colours of those for you today. She's ready. Oh, is the fish ready? Oh, Adam's going to be very excited if the fish is cooked. Right, okay, let's bring your pigments and then we're going to reveal the fish. So your Cosmic Shimmer Artist Pigment Paint Essentials kit here. These are divine as well. You've got those 3 fabulous colours. We've got the red, we've got the deep brown, we've got the black in there as well, and these are glorious.
So we've got Payne's Grey, which is the blue-black, and
Yep,
then we've got
Then we've got
Raw Umber, which is your
Raw
classic
Umber.
dark brown.
Yep.
And then we've got the quinacridone gold.
Glad you said that.
Well, quinacridone, it sounds very fancy. It's the pigment, it's the type of pigment that's in there. Again, very translucent, but the quinacridone gold is just the most used pigment by artists anywhere.
Is it?
Yeah, and it's superb. Andy's really well known for his rust effects, and
Yeah.
the quinacridone gold is really good for doing rust effects.
Okay.
It's the perfect tone.
Right.
So that's what you've got in there.
Super. Well, all 3 of those for £13.50. You can see them there. So £13.50. If you want to add those to your order, please do. Gwen's favourite colours. I know you're going to be absolutely loving all of these. It is time. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. In a second, just to
It will be.
reveal.
I'm just taking this other
To
print.
reveal the fish in a second. We're just doing another quick reveal first of all.
No, that's drying.
You can't stop
That's
playing.
drying.
Okay. Oh, that one's
Well, you
drying.
can't. You have to get on with it,
Here we
unfortunately.
go, Adam. Here we go.
So when you've done it on tissue and you need to peel it very carefully because obviously it can tear,
it.
it's quite delicate. What I'm loving is it's pulling up some of that gorgeous paint crust that we talked about as well. So you do have to be a bit delicate. It might tear, but actually tears are interesting as well in this sort of circumstance.
Yeah.
There's our lovely fish coming up, look. Oops.
Oh, it's so good. There we go. Just to show you all. It's only the corner, as long as we don't chop a fish in half.
I know.
But actually, that can be quite funky.
Yeah, well, one of the samples has got half a fish. You've got a fish chasing another fish.
You have indeed.
Right, I just need to adjust this. I'll start from another corner because
Yeah.
once
And
you
then-
get a tear in it, if you keep going, it's just going to keep tearing.
Yeah.
So come at it from another angle.
And there's only 12 of the big bundle left now, that is it. So if you want the brand new I Want It All bundle, there are 12 left. It's on split pay as well for £24.99. And you won't have the pressure of time when you're at home. No
this is
pressure.
Terrible. It's
But you've got 5 minutes, Gwen.
well, it might take me all of that.
That's quite all right.
Here we go. I've got a good movement now.
I love the fact that everyone in the gallery is, well, I am as well, captivated by this.
It is, it's that kind of thing.
I don't get it. I don't understand it. How
It
does it
doesn't
work?
understand it.
Well, it's so
You don't need to understand
fabulous
it.
to see,
It's
isn't it?
just
Oh my
magic.
gosh, look at that. It's superb.
That's upside down, isn't it, for the camera? There we go.
Oh, was it Alex that said that? Oh, bless.
There you go. So you can see those crinkles that the tissue left in there.
So cool.
The drywall tape,
Yeah.
various other things that I did, I can't remember now. Fish, yeah.
And then it's literally up to you what you want to
Yeah,
do with that.
so you can mount that onto cardstock using the Super Matte Medium
Yeah.
or Andy Skinner's Quick Grab Glue.
very cool.
You could tear it up, use it in small pieces. You could just take one fish and mount it onto a card.
Two
It's up
fishes,
to
you
you.
can see
The
that,
world's
yeah.
your fish.
Exactly. No,
Now,
no
shall we
oysters
reveal
or
these others
lobsters.
that I've been playing
Oh,
with?
yes, please. Why
This
not?
one's probably still a little bit wet.
Do keep checking out on these because they're not going to last.
Oh, this is pretty good.
Oh.
If your print
I
is
need-
dry,
Can you move that onto the
Yeah,
centre? Is
sure.
that right? Thank you.
if your print's dry and at the right level of dryness, then it will
Oh,
lift
cool.
your plate completely clean.
It's so amazing.
But I don't clean my plates because I like what's left. As you can
Yeah.
see. So that would be just a background. That I did with all my scrap,
Love
if you
it.
remember. Still pretty cool.
Yeah,
You
it's
could stamp
really
on top of that. You could stencil on top of that. You could add another gel print onto top of that. With paler colours, go paler. But that would be really interesting.
Any particular inks you need to use over the top of these?
I tend to use Archival,
Yeah.
which comes obviously in a good black. That's what you
Okay.
saw me use there, but it comes in lots of colours as well.
Yeah.
The reason for that is it's a really fantastic dye-based ink pad, but it's in an oil base.
Right.
So it's permanent, it's archival, and it gives really crisp detail. And
Brilliant.
it'll stamp on top of things that, if you're not sure, should I be stamping on top of this, use an archival and you'll probably be fine.
Okay, fabulous.
Now, this was another one I did with waste bits and pieces. It's probably going to be one of the best I've done, because they
Wow.
usually are. Look at that.
Those colours are divine.
There. So again, that's not what I would consider a finished print, because there's no detail on it. But you can see that doily here,
Oh, yes.
the bottle tops,
Circles. Yeah,
and the rest was just when I was rubbing my brayer off.
they're incredible.
So there you go. But the texture you get off the gel plate is what
Yeah,
makes it. It's really
absolutely.
incredible.
And Sharon's just sent a message to say, can you use gel pad with rice paper?
Yes, you can. So I've been using tissue, which is similar to rice paper. Rice paper's stronger, so it's probably easier to start with. But you can certainly use it. And we've brought Andy's rice papers, which although they're pre-printed, you can still gel press onto the printed side and
Yep.
add to them. So yeah, definitely.
And if you can stay with us for 4 o'clock, Sharon, we have some rice paper.
Yeah.
We will be showing that to you at 4 o'clock.
And lots of Andy's mediums. Can I show you that?
So we've got MDF coming to you at 4 o'clock as well. Look at that. So if you've got that fantastic stencil, remember we brought you the City of Dreams stencil. Look how that transfers so well onto that MDF. That's phenomenal. Look at, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
That's been gel printed onto tissue.
Okay.
Mounted onto the MDF. I've done some painting and shading, and that on the corner is lava paste coming up.
Oh, right, we've got to stick around for that. Have a look on the website for everything that we've just done, whether it was the big bundle, the stencils. Don't forget, of course, those fantastic matte chalk paints, which again are also on offer. But do come back at 4 o'clock. Thank
See
you
you
so
then.
much,
Thank
Gwen.
you.
That was amazing.
Love it.
But after the break, Leanne joining us again, of course, from Crafters, and we have Academy of Colour. You do not want to go anywhere. Do not miss it. I'll see you in a second.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
This coming Thursday at 1 p.m, we are joined by the amazing Hunky Dory with a brand new collection. And the collection is The Wings of Wonder. So we're thinking butterflies, we're thinking winter wildlife, festive archways, we're talking about penny sliders, twist and pop card designs, or your foil die-cut toppers that you'd expect from Hunky Dory, and everything complimentary. So do please make sure you join myself, Hunky Dory, at 1 p.m. this Thursday.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobby Maker's Catch-Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your crafty makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Hello, welcome back to Hobby Maker. My name's Ruth Lynette and we have another fantastic hour for you here with, of course, crafters. Thank you, my darling. He's on the floor. We have an amazing celebratory couple of days for you, a whole week really, at Crafters Companion. And look at this, the launch of Feathers and Fur is upon us. This is amazing, your Academy of Colour. And as it is a launch, we've got to do you a launch price. It would be rude not to. So we are going to save you 30%, oh my word, on this brand new premiere for us with Hobby Maker today at £33.99. So your Spectrum Noir Academy of Colour, Feathers and Fur. It looks divine. We've previously brought to you different editions, which again we can look at some of those for you today. How smart and stylish and fabulous does this look? Goodness gracious me. But we want to know what is inside here. We want to know, of course, how to use all of this. So you're not going to listen to me telling you about this. We are obviously going to listen to our fantastic expert. I am, of course, talking about the one and only Leanne, who is up at Crafters Companion, ready to talk us through all of this. Leanne, tell us more.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here, Ruth, with this brand new launch. I get really excited every time we bring the next instalment in this fantastic Academy of Colour journey. And that's exactly what we've got with our Feathers and Fur instalment here. This is an incredible launch, a box which is dedicated to colouring feathers and fur. And as I reveal the content to you, you'll understand what I mean by that. Now, the first thing you get when you open the box is all of your brand new markers. So you've got 6 new alcohol markers with 2 colours on each, so 12 colours in there. And then you've got 3 of your Aqua Duo marker, which are brand new to the Academy of Colour, and you've got 6 colours in there. The configuration of 2 nibs is the new concept that we've got. When you remove that tray, you've got all of your stamps. You've got an 8x8 stamp sheet with, you can see, all of those beautiful feather and fur characters. You've got a panel to store your stamps on. You've got your watercolour card for your watercolour techniques and your alcohol marker card for your alcohol techniques as well. That's everything you get in that box. Now, I've got that all coloured out for you so that you can see what that looks like once it's coloured. I must just mention this. So this little sticker will come stuck to your markers when you open your box. What I don't want you to do is throw that out, because this, for me, this box is great value for money at $33.99 and everything that you get in there, fabulous value. However, the real unique feature of Academy of Colour is this card, because on the reverse of there, that gives you all of the information you need to go and access the free education that comes with this launch. So keep that card, because you'll need that to get to the education. Okay. And by free education, what I mean by that is a 2-hour session on this box, focused on this box, which is me, without any presenters, without any pricing, without any interruption, just me and you at home, where I teach you how to get the best out of everything that's in there. Now, just to show you in a little bit more detail, because it's always great to see the markers coloured, those are the colours of markers that you get in the box in your new Feathers and Fur. These are the stamps mounted, so you can see what those designs are like, and you of course get your stamp panel to mount them on in the binder if you got that when we launched the original box. If not, I'm sure we'll be telling you about that in this next hour. They're all your markers. And then, of course, you've got your watercolour and alcohol card as well. And here are all of the stamps coloured up. So this is them coloured in alcohol marker using the pens in the box. And this is them coloured in watercolour using the markers in the box. So if you haven't bought into any of the other previous Academy of Colour boxes, and actually you just want to jump in now and get Feathers and Fur, then you can colour exactly as I've just shown you there, those images with only the markers that you have in the box. And you get a 2-hour education session run by me, where I take you through all of the alcohol and watercolour techniques slowly and a little bit at a time.
Wow, that's phenomenal. I'm actually blown away by that. And that additional 2 hours with yourself is invaluable. There is so much in here. And to know that you can do that at home, at your own comfort, and to be able to pause and rewind and to go back and to kind of rewatch is absolutely sensational. What a fabulous, fabulous gift box you've got here. Your Feathers and Fur, your Academy of Colour, amazing. Brand new today with all of that you just saw from Leanne included within there. Really exciting. For only £33.99. It's all there for you. Then get onto the telephone lines, get onto the web. Just don't miss out on yours, because what you can create is absolutely fantastic at that very, very brilliant price point today. And if you want the original collection, where you get your binder, it's VH2081. You can see the graphics there. You'll find that on the website. You can add that to your order. We'll go through that with Leanne in a while, but get that as well. Add these on. Remember, it's only one set of postage and packaging, so a brilliant, brilliant deal on that. Lots of you have this in your baskets. Tracy, Sally, Susan, Christine already checked out. I've got Karen and Denise and Adele, really popular, which is not a surprise. It's wonderful. Let's have a little look at this in more detail with you, Leanne. What a fabulous, fabulous concept this is.
Thank you so much, Ruth. It's actually we were just saying in the office yesterday, one of the products that I'm the proudest of. And that's not because of the quality of the marker or the quality of the stamp or the stuff that you're going to be able to create with it. It's for this, what I'm about to show you. It's the education that comes with the Academy of Colour. So not only have you got that 2 hour of tutorial that is now recorded and sitting waiting for you. So as soon as this box lands at home, whether that in 1, 2, 3 days time, you can immediately go onto that website and follow along and be taught how to create these beautiful effects with the lovebirds in both alcohol and watercolour. And when you put those two finished projects, that's what it looks like. We break down every single one of the techniques for you for each of the characters in the box, be it alcohol or watercolour, and show you how to get those fabulous results yourself. And these are also uploaded to the website for you. So these remain as resources for you to follow along, where we tell you the colours, we tell you how to lay the colour and where to lay the colour, and what you get to do is create the beautiful result at the end. And you get this for every single one of the images in the box. And we've been told by thousands of you that this is one of the things you love the most about Academy of Colour. The fact that we take the time to make sure that you have got all of the tutorial at your fingertips, and we take you on the journey with us. It really is wonderful, Ruth, to be able to... There isn't a way that you can reach through a screen, take somebody's hand and say, let me show you. If there's a virtual way of doing that, this Academy of Colour does that for you. It is the best way for me to say, we're on this journey together, we're in this huge community, let me help you. And the amount of people, the hundreds and thousands of people who've been in touch to say, I was scared of colouring before, I'm no longer scared, I bought hundreds of products in the past. They were all on a shelf. I never used them. I'm using them now. I'm creating things and putting them on cards. I'm proud of it. I feel like I can achieve where I was just scared of it before. What it really does is give you the confidence to not feel intimidated, not feel less than, and not feel like you can't. We give you all of the skills to feel more than you can, and you will be proud of what you achieve. And even though that box is great value, what you can't put a value on is all of that feeling and experience you get with those dedicated education sessions that we run alongside the Academy of Colour.
You're absolutely right. It's a phenomenal price considering you're getting all of that, and everything that you said. I mean, it's just wonderful to have basically the chance to have you, Leanne, in well, for you, I could have you in my living room, and opportunities like this you can cost an absolute fortune, and it's lovely to be able to have that confidence to feel like you've got Leanne holding your hand, talking you through this step by step. It's wonderful, breaking down those barriers. And of course, everything that you've seen here, £33.99. I would never believe you could get all of that for such a small price point, honestly. And for a Christmas present, wouldn't that be wonderful? For a birthday present, I'd be absolutely over the moon with something like this. And if you, like me, would love to have this, remember, it's brand new to us today here at Hobby Maker. Phenomenal for the Academy of Colour. This is your feathers and fur. We've got two more on the website for you as well. We've got portrait, and then we've got flora and fauna. Again, they all come with those hours of demonstrations for you to take at your own time, to take at your own speed, and that's the key with these as well, to learn, which is amazing. So let's have a little demo with this, shall we, Leanne?
Absolutely, I would love to. Thank you, Ruth. So I'm going to be using our instruction board for the flamingo, which has to be my favourite image in the whole collection. I love a flamingo. I don't know why. They're pretty ugly birds. Maybe it's the pink, I've no idea. And I also love the fact that my granddaughter calls it a mingo. So she's 2 and she shouts, "Mingo, where are you?" And I think maybe that's why I absolutely love the flamingo. So we're going to have a look at how to colour this and how to get all of that movement and texture and light and shade into that foliage, which is, it's not foliage, into the fur, into the feathers, which is why it's called feathers and fur foliage. That would be a flamingo and a half, wouldn't it? So we're going to take the markers that come in the box, and I've got the 2 pink markers in here, which is PP1, PP3, PP6 and PP4. And what we're going to do is just follow the instructions that I've already written out for you. Going to put the colour where it says to put the colour, make our map and do the blending. And don't forget, you have got this board to refer back to. It's already uploaded to the website. It's there for you to use at your leisure and refer back to once you've watched the video tutorial. So the first thing it says is take the lightest colour, which in this case is PP1, and get your base colour down on the flamingo. So because we've got these beautiful dual-tipped brush nibs, we can get base colour down on quite a large image very, very quickly. And you'll notice I'm not being careful about preserving a highlight here or getting any flicks in place. All I really need right now is some base colour on my flamingo. Now, in the real world, when you're colouring at home, we'll work on a small area at a time. In the TV demonstration world, I do the whole thing at the once because we need to show you as much as we can, as quick as we can. Now I'm going to go to my darkest colour, which is PP6. And it tells you that in the instruction. It tells you to get your base colour down and then use your PP6 to make the map of where your shade's going to be. Now we talk about shade in all of the lessons. We talk about where things will be darker, where things will be lighter. So it will be darker under his neck because the shade will be cast by his beak and by the curve of his head. Where the light's hitting, it'll be lighter, and that's at the back of his neck. We're then going to address all of these feathers. So to have a feather look like it's overlaying on the body and give you all of that natural texture and movement in that foliage, then you need to know where to put the, it's not foliage, it's feathers. Why do I keep saying foliage? There are no leaves on this flamingo. On those feathers, you need to know where to put the dark and where to put the light. So we're putting the dark on the tips of the feathers here. And that's just us making our map. What that will do is allow us to work out where the next bit of shade goes. And I'll give you an example. For this feather, these 2 feathers to look like they're overlaying this part of the body, it would be more shadowed in here. So you would put the dark in this area, and the same applies here, down this edge. You can put a little bit of dark on the tip. You can go in and add a little bit in this little area here, because this feather is overlaying this feather, so you're going to get a little bit in there. There will be a shadow here where that's overlaid. We can get a little bit of movement on the tip of this feather. So you're starting to build up where the shadow, where the shade is, and how you're going to map out where the darker colours go and where the lighter colours go. And that's what makes it really, really easy for you to build up all of that texture and dimension. The under part of his body here would be a little bit darker. There'd be some shadow here from those feathers and under here. So just by doing that and just having a little conversation with yourself, you get your map in place of where you would like it to be dark and where you would like it to be light. And you just really do need to trust the process. One of our staff here, Liam, who's been on a colouring journey with me, always says, trust the process. I didn't trust your process at first, Leanne, and now I do, and it works. So once you've done that, you're going to take your middle colour, and this is PP4, and now we're going to start blending that out. So you've got all of the colours you need in the box, and you can see just by touching that middle tone on the darker tone into that first layer of light, it starts to blend that for you, and it does it in front of your eyes. So you don't have to be an experienced colourist with this Academy of Colour. Everything is broken down for you. In fact, we encourage complete novices who have never picked up a colouring pen before to get Academy of Colour and give it a go, because you really do get some brilliant results really, really quickly because of the quality of the marker and the quality of the tuition that we've put in there for you. Okay, so I'm just going to keep adding my colour in here and then doing some blending. And it's effortless, Ruth. It just is very, very simple, and all I'm doing is following all the way the instructions that have been worked out, popping the colour where it says to put it, blending them in, and then moving on to the next area. Now, what I will say is, at home and in the real world, I would not be working on a full flamingo in one go like this. Alcohol ink blends best when it's wet, and when it dries, it can be a little more difficult to work that blend. So I would be working on a small area of the flamingo at a time. This is too much of a bird in one go, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So do that at home.
And which card and which inks would you use, Leanne?
So you get the alcohol marker card in the box, but once you've used that up, you want to buy some of the Nina, which I think we had on a great deal in the last show, so you could always do that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a deal on the show as well, apparently, so that's good. So you want your Nina and you want your watercolour card. So I would definitely be stocking up today, because you'll use up the pieces that come in your, I mean, you get a good amount in your box, but you'll be wanting to colour and colour and colour everything that you've got at home once you've built up your confidence. So adding those extra packets you'll really reap the reward from doing that while it's on a good offer.
Brilliant.
Okay, so you see I'm just following along the instructions that I wrote, reminding myself of what I said, using the colours in those markers, going between the light and the dark, adding that colour in, and then I'm intensifying the shade in some areas. You can see that when I really want it to look like the feathers are overlaying on the body, and how that really does start to make it pop. It's very, very easy to do when you've got the instruction, you've got the correct markers. The quality of the markers in this box are phenomenal. They really are, Ruth. They're some of the best. They've got this beautiful soft nib. They're in that Spectrum Noir collection. It's exactly what you can expect from Spectrum Noir, and what it does is give you the joy of being able to create something that you're really pleased and proud of, and it doesn't take you very long at all. The effort is minimal.
And you can see that's come together so quickly, but the end result's so professional.
Now, once you've finished doing your flamingo, Ruth, I just want to show you. So that flamingo is pretty much done. I'm sure I've got one round here somewhere done. that I did yesterday, but I can't find them, so we'll do it on this one instead. Once you've followed it all and your ink's all dry, then your flamingo is going to look like this. So you've followed along your instruction. We've got a really, oh, I found it, here it is. There's the one I did earlier. We've got a really good deal on some of our Spectrum Harmony Water Reactive ink pads. So a little bit like I did with Sparkle on our show before, where I was showing you a water product could work really well with an alcohol product. The same applies for Harmony Water Reactive ink pads. So what I like to do when I've done my alcohol colouring is bring a little bit of extra texture in with some stenciling. So I've got a fantastic kind of broken pavement animal print stencil here. And I'm just going to pick an area that I think looks good because I can see the flamingo behind it, and this is a water-based ink. What I can do is go and stencil some texture in and around the back of the flamingo, which really does frame it. Let me just move that there. I moved my stencil. It's best to tape it down rather than I'm doing here. And just find some little areas. And you can see I'm not necessarily going over the bird, and I'm not putting deep colour in here. And the colours in this bundle that we've got are perfect for this kind of subtle framing of an image, which if you struggle with framing an image and you're not quite sure of how to do it, or you've tried in the past and it hasn't really worked for you, this is something I would really encourage you to do because it does look truly fabulous. And at the minute, it won't look like very much. But once I take this stencil off and you see the difference in the image, once it's framed with a little bit of extra texture, you'll be absolutely wowed, I hope, Ruth.
Oh, yeah, gorgeous.
And you can see that, and it only needs to be subtle. It doesn't need to be a lot. And just to give you an example of what that looks like in a finished card, you can see that's exactly what's happened with that little bit of stenciling, just to frame it. It just gives a little bit of extra movement in there and something else for you to look at. And you've got all of the instructions included for that with that lovely 3-part process, but then of course you've got the 2 hours of education just waiting for you with this feathers and fur box.
Just so much in there, Leanne. That looks amazing. I love a flamingo as well, so that's very exciting to see. And of course, your ink pads that Leanne mentioned that you've been working with, you're getting 8 ink pads in this bundle. So it's a massive, massive bundle. It's covering a plethora of different colours there. You've got some, look at those, some wonderful, wonderful colours to choose from. And of course, if you want to grab hold of that, that's everything. You're getting them all. You don't have to pick which ones you want. £34.96. That works out per ink pad at £4.36, which is brilliant. That's a really, really good deal on those ink pads. And of course, again, it gives you the opportunity to really get to add an additional texture like you just saw there from Leanne on that beautiful flamingo, of course, which is just one of those images from that incredible, incredible set. Now, if you want the original bundle, we can do that for you as well, because this is kind of where it all started, to be perfectly honest. And I'd love it if you gave it a go. If you're a novice to all of this, as Leanne said, don't be frightened by it. You've got those 2 hours of tutorial as well, which is amazing on there. And everything else you can see here in the original bundle. So this is the original Spectrum Noir Academy of Colour Duo Colour alcohol markers, the whole bundle that you're seeing here. And it's going to be a phenomenal price point. We have also, can I just say, popped it onto split pay. Love a bit of splitters, absolutely interest free. You don't pay any more. It's just literally the price split down the middle. So it's £49.50 this month, and it's £49.50 same day next month. Simple as that. And you don't have to wait until your second payment. You pay it today, literally when your order's consolidated tonight, then your payment goes out. It's delivered within a couple of days, and you don't have to wait. So you can get going on this already. And there is so, so, so much involved within here as well that I know you are going to love. I mean, look at the colours that you're seeing there on those markers. We've literally sold hundreds of these, and it might be that you've never ever touched one of these sets before. It might be that working this way is completely new to you, or you might be a little bit more advanced. But, you know, this is where people said, and we spoke about this earlier on, this is where people said they've gone from a total complete beginner and novice to kind of feeling like they're Michelangelo. It's having the right tools for the job. It's also, of course, having that backup of those fabulous 2 hours tutorial with Leanne that you can really then get to grips with this. Give it a go. Don't be frightened. Don't be afraid. The only way you know in life is to try things, isn't it? And I know you're going to be surprised, and I know happily surprised when you get this home. It's a fantastic kit, a fantastic collection to have, and get it to go with your feathers and fur if you'd like. And I have to say today, with all the deals that are going on, to celebrate the 17th birthday of Crafter's Companion, do that. Grab all of those. And obviously, I mean, there's so much in here. I'm sure Leanne's going to talk us through this actually. We've got so much within this initial collection. Not only your pens, but as you see, we make our way across. It's beautifully, beautifully boxed. You've got your folder in here as well, so much more. I've got to be honest, we only have around 20 chances on this today. I know it's something that gets very, very, very popular, particularly now around the 17th birthday. Obviously, we're getting towards Christmas time. Who wouldn't love to receive that for Christmas? Because I know I would. I'm going to write my list to Santa right now, and this is going to be at the top of my list. So there's obviously a lot going on in here, Leanne. Tell us about everything that you're getting. I mean, because it looks fantastic. When it comes to you as a box, what's inside?
It's absolutely incredible. The value is exceptional.
Yeah.
I was just so happy when we managed to bring all of this to everybody. So you're going to get this huge box, and you can see it stays here. The colouring journey starts here. So this is the beginning of your journey. And then you've got 3 trays of fabulousness in here. So you've got the first tray, the second tray, and a third tray. Now, to save me having to juggle that box, I've got all of the contents mounted onto boards for you, so you can see exactly what you're getting. And you're getting all of this fantastic content here. So you're getting your 3, 6, 8 duo aqua markers, which is 16 colours. You're getting a white acrylic highlight marker. You're getting your spritzer, your broad background brush, and your detail paintbrush for all of your watercolour techniques. You're then getting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 markers, new alcohol, duo alcohol markers, which gives you your 32 colours in this box for the beginning of your journey. You get your 7x7 sheet of stamps, which is for all of the techniques you need to learn for adding light, shade, dimension, movement and texture. And then we move on from there to our stamps that are dedicated to alcohol colouring, to learn skin, hair, ombre, clothes, folds and fabric, foliage, flowers, butterflies, all of the things that you need in alcohol. And then you also get a full 8x8 set to learn all of your aqua and watercolour techniques. Resist, wet into wet, dry, mixing new colours, palette blending, so many different things that we learn with that. And you have got your alcohol marker card, a goodly amount, your watercolour card, a goodly amount, and you've got your Spectrum Noir paint palette, which I am never without for both alcohol and watercolour. So that's everything you get in the box, which is phenomenal. You also get 6 hours of dedicated tuition. 3 hours on alcohol, 3 hours on watercolour, which teaches you all of the techniques that I'm about to show you. So here's an example of some of the things that you will learn. We've got creating texture with flicks, we've got palette blending, we've got light and shade, we've got movement in static items where you make them 3D and rounded. We've got folds in clothing. We've got movement in clothing. We've got realistic skin and hair. We've got all of our flowers, creating custom colours, creating an ombre. You've just seen us do that with those fantastic TriColour markers. We show you how to do that. We teach you from the very beginning how to colour different shapes to show the light source coming from a different direction. We take that education and apply it to images so that you can be confident making things that look real as if they're jumping from the page. We then take that onto watercolour and allow you to help you create all of these things that have movement, texture, dimension, light and shade and realness, so it feels like a piece of artwork. We then move our techniques on and we make them really advanced and painterly. Look at the watercolour texture and light in her skin and hair. Look how we can really start to move on with those watercolour techniques and make something that looks like an original piece of artwork. We then look at all of the different background effects you can create with your aqua markers. You've got background washes, salt, bleach, ombres. I mean, the possibilities are endless. Every single one of these boards is included as part of that education, and we're going to teach you how to create these things in that 6 hours of education that I've got ready for you. It just is, it keeps on going. The content in the box is phenomenal, Ruth, there's no doubt about it. It's well worth that money, 3 times that money, in terms of the physical things you've got in there. However, that free education, those 6 hours that are waiting for you, where I will take you as if you've never touched a pen of any nature before, and then have you creating things that you're so proud of in a huge community, a Facebook group that you must join, by the way, Academy of Colour, 5,000 people in there who are all on the same journey, supporting you along the way with me and a plethora of Spectrum experts. It is the most custom of colouring programmes that you could ever wish to receive, and all of the help and support is there for you.
It's absolutely fabulous. The value for money on this, I think, is absolutely incredible. I really do. Of everything that we've seen today, just such a lot in there. And of course, with all of that education, that is a massive, massive part of this. Wonderful price point, split down the middle, of course, to £49.50 today, £49.50 the same time next month, to make it affordable. But great to be able to join that community again. As Leanne said, over 5,000 people in there. And you can join at any point, and don't ever feel that you can't do that. You absolutely can. There will always be people joining every day, probably every minute. There will always be people joining that. So don't worry about that. It's a really wonderful, friendly, welcoming community. And of course, all of those hours that you get of education in there as well is your step-by-step guide. And the satisfaction at the end, it's amazing that you're getting this today at that price point. There's so much within there. Literally, we could spend the whole day on that, if I'm honest with you. But we can't. We've got plenty more today. In fact, we've got so much more to do. So, moving on, I want to introduce to you the Flora and Fauna, which is the one I have by the side of me. So we brought to you, of course, at the start, we've got the feathers and the fur. We've just brought that to you. That was brand new today. We mentioned the other two. Now, this was launched, I think, middle September, not long ago at all. And again, what I love about this, what I love about what Crafters Companion do with the Academy of Colour is, you know, very easily, very clearly identifiable in terms of what perhaps the focus is on this. So here we are on this one, focusing on the Flora and Fauna. And again, it includes all of that online content on this, all of those fantastic educational hours that are within here, and so much more. And what I love about that is you're getting, again, everything you need within this kit. You know, you won't find Leanne on those hours of education saying, oh, I just want you to go and grab one of those if you've got something like that. It's in here. Everything you need is literally within that fantastic box. It's boxed beautifully, I have to say. There's nothing you need to do if you're giving that as a gift. It's absolutely wonderful. Crafters Companion have thought about everything on that. So £33.99. If you missed it at launch, we've got it for you today. Grab it. That is a 45 piece set, but so much more, obviously. And then portrait. Wow. Who's always wanted to do this? Because I know I have. This was launched back in, I think, July, August, I think. Portraits. Amazing. Again, everything you need in there, your online content. You've got all of your Spectrum Noir Duo colour pens in there. No matter when you decide to start your journey, the one thing is, it's never too late. It's never too late. Don't put these things off. Today is the step forward. Today is the day you make that decision. And it could be life-changing, and I think that's really exciting. But you've got Leanne holding your hand on these, which is, there's nobody else's hand I'd rather hold, to be fair, when it comes to colouring like this, when it comes to all about learning techniques and how to do this. And it's all in here for you. £33.99. These are your two previous kits and your original. And of course, then today, brand new, it's all about the feathers and the fur, which we are loving. You are loving as well. So congratulations to everyone that's been sort of checking out on these so far. And you think about feathers and furs, would you have perhaps thought about those bright colours, perhaps the greens, the pinks, the more unusual colours? Well, obviously we saw that fantastic flamingo, which happens to be one of my favourite birds. Maybe it's because I'm 6 foot. I feel a bit like a flamingo sometimes. But £33.99 on this, just wonderful. They're such exceptional gift boxes. Leanne, obviously, these are designed by crafters for crafters, and what we have here as a brand new box is something quite wonderful. I can see why you're very proud of this, Leanne.
Very proud of the entire collection, and the thing that makes me most proud is reading your comments in the Facebook group, everybody at home. Yeah. I often sit with a cup of tea or a gin and read through those comments, and just my heart overfills with gladness, because so many of you say, I was terrified, I'm no longer terrified. I used to colour things and I would put it in the bin because I thought it was useless and I couldn't send it to anybody. And now I'm colouring things with pride and showing everybody who walks in the door, look what I've just done. I'm putting them on cards. You're sharing them in that Facebook group. It's like a revolution. It's like a colouring revolution, Ruth, and we're flying the flag and the banner, and it's just amazing to have everybody see and feel like they're good enough and like what they're creating is beautiful. It's heartwarming. I can't call it anything else.
Great.
So I thought we'd have a quick look at doing this flamingo in another way, because I want to show you how we will show you a couple of different ways with each image, and things can look very, very different. Now, what I've done in advance is heat stamp my flamingo in a white embossing powder. I'm wobbling it because I'm hoping you can see it under there.
Just about, I think, yeah.
Can you just about see? There it is. So you can see that that's there. So I've heat embossed in white the flamingo on some watercolour card. Then what I'm going to do is take my water brush that comes in the main box. This one came in the main box. If you don't have that, you can use a detail brush that you've got at home. And I'm just going to prepare the flamingo by painting inside the white heat embossed lines. So I'm just getting some water down on there quickly, which will give a kind of a prime to the card, so it makes it more receptive to the colour and the water that I'm about to apply to it. So once I've got that on there, I can then start to think about adding my colour. So I've got my palette, which again is the palette that came in the original box. You don't have to have that. You could use a glass mat, a piece of acetate, you could use a saucer or a tea plate that you've got at home perhaps. I like to use this because what you can see here is it doesn't sis, and by sis I mean the colour doesn't all separate into puddles. You can see those colour swatches that I'm applying down there, so I know which ones I'm going to be using, and then I pick up from that palette, and then it's easy to clear away. Once I've done that with a wet brush, I will pick up the colour and add it in. So I'm going to start with this one, and all I need to do to get the paint to move is touch it.
Wow.
And because I've primed it with water, it starts to move within those feathers and it does the painting for me. So if you can scribble an image with some water, if you can get some paint onto the tip of a paintbrush and dab it at the card, you can watercolour this flamingo like an original piece of artwork. And this is what we do in Academy of Colour. We make it accessible to all, because we don't overcomplicate it, we don't make it something it isn't, we just follow along some simple instructions, and you will be able to create the most beautiful pieces very, very quickly and easily. So once you've got the base colour of the light colour down, then what we'll do is go and just clean our brush, and I'm going to pick up some of the lighter colour and just fill in some of the larger areas there with that. And then what I do is take the deep colour and start to add in my shade. So I'll just touch a little bit into the darker areas, as we did with the alcohol markers. So you can see that there. Just adding that in small places and following the same rule. So to have the feathers look like they're overlapping on each other, put your shade where it needs to be down there. Follow that rule along. And honestly, Ruth, I'm saying that, but you could pop this colour anywhere on here and this flamingo is going to look beautiful. So You can follow that rule, or you can totally throw that rule out of the rule book, because at the end of the day it's your flamingo and it can look as you would like it to look. I just like to do that because I think it really does help you understand where to start placing the colour. Now, once we've got all of this colour down here into this base piece and it starts to blend itself, I'm going to get a little bit up here on the head to make that stand out. Down here on the beak a little bit more, and around his eye. A little bit more down the neck and on the body. You see how easy it is. Once that's happened, what you can then do is just move the colour to get the blending, and this is with a dry brush. And look, I'm not painting. I'm certainly not Michelangelo at this point. All I'm doing is dabbing some colour with the tip of a brush and moving it around, and it's doing the colouring and the painting for me. It's blending them together, it's getting the light and shade, it's getting the texture and the feathers in the right place, and it's doing the work for me, and I haven't had to be very clever or painterly at all to achieve that. And then we can do the legs. I would probably get a grey out to do the legs, but they're going to have pink legs for now, just for speed. I probably would do a different colour if I do it at home, but you know, just for speed, this is what we're going to do. So we've got that there, got the legs in place, and your bird is complete. And I've done that entire bird in a matter of moments with you watching. I'm going to dry it and then show you how you can get a beautiful frame around it.
Okay.
So once it's dry, and you do need to dry it for this next piece of the technique, please don't try to do it when it's wet. The reason you need it to be dry is you're going to add more water and you don't want to contaminate what you've just done. So once it's dry, we're going to create a frame around the flamingo like that, so it really does stand out. So we're going to need our paint palette again, and I'm going to add, again from the Feathers and Fur box, I'm going to add some of the peacock blue and some of the aquamarine. They're beautiful colours.
Gorgeous.
And I'm going to use my larger background brush just to get, again, some water onto the card. And I'm tracing around the flamingo when I do this. Not being too careful because I've dried the other ink, so that's not going to move. I'm not going to mix a new colour. And I'm going up to the line of the white emboss around the flamingo with some water, and what this is doing is getting the card ready to receive more colour and do blending for me. So get the water on there first, and we cover all of the reasons for needing to do this in the education session. So we talk about the theory as well as the reason why you're doing it at any one time.
Yeah.
I just want to get a little bit inside there, and then we're ready. So once we've done that and we're ready, we can start adding the colour. So I would, with my wet brush, pick up and then start to add. And you see it moves magically, so it does that for you. Because we've already got the water on there primed, it will start to move around. So you're going to dab some colour to get where you would want it. It'll already start to do the moving for you within the water that's on the card. And then once you've got that down, you're going to take your bigger brush again with some water on, and you're just going to give that a push. And it will pool where you primed it with the water to go around, but it won't contaminate into the flamingo because we dried it first. And what that does is give it a really lovely natural watercolour frame. I'll just do one side, which then makes the bird stand out even more. When you've got it to a point where you like it, dry it. If you want to add some more depth in, if you want it to be darker in areas, as I've got with this one, you can pick up a little bit of the dark blue and go in and just drop little bits of that. And because it's all wet, it will magically just find its own place and create all of that drama for you, because it'll just follow the water along. And you can just leave it to do its own thing, and when it dries, it will be like that.
Superb. Absolutely inspirational. I mean, literally, this has blown my mind today, and I hope it has yours at home as well. I hope you feel inspired to get this home and to try it. If it's in your basket, it's not quite yours, you're nearly there. You just need to check out on this. And honestly, just watching that, I've never heard this studio so quiet. Literally, like you could hear a pin drop in here. Everybody's watching, everybody's completely mesmerised by this. You do get watercolour card in your pack. If you want more, which you will want more, once you start to do this, you can actually get a pack of 15 sheets today of your watercolour card. And how easy is that? I think what Leanne's just shown us there as well is what this does for me is dispel any myths in terms of if you've always wanted to try and do watercolour with paints, maybe it's something that I'm terrified of, but not with these. This makes it really accessible and so I don't want to say easy, but the way that it's broken down allows you to try it, allows you to do it, and it's exciting, isn't it? It makes you want to do it, which I'm thrilled for you all. So you've got your watercolour card here, 15 sheets in there. It's 300 GSM. Use it in its entirety. Use it obviously if you want to chop that up in half, if you want to have A5, if you want to have smaller sections, that's up to you. Just add it to your order today, particularly if you've got any one of these Academy of Colour collections today, definitely add that on. It's a no-brainer, especially when you've saved so much on many of these Academy of Colour collections today. And if you've got any of your ink pads today, we've got storage solutions for you as well. Very special price. It's a birthday, it's a buy one, get one free. Of course it is, we have to. Because it's also very important how you store everything. Just like the pens when we spoke to Leanne about that in the first hour, how you were to look after those pens by lying them all down, obviously. Same with your ink pads. Not only do you want to store them, to look after them, you want to be able to identify which is which nice and easily. And that's a great way of doing it with the Spectrum Noir ink pad storage system. So you buy one, you get one free. You can just see how very well organised that is. And of course, if things are organised, you tend to use them, don't you? When everything's stuffed away in a drawer, you forget about them, you don't use them. All organised very cleverly. All the inks, of course, have got all of the colours that correspond to what you're actually getting on the sides, on the there we go, you can see that there. And depending on which ink you're getting, again, they're all different colours in the main body of the ink, so you know which collection they are all a part of. So brilliant storage system there as well, just to add on. So keep going through on that one as well. And obviously make sure you add in your Academy of Colour collection. If you want to go for all of them, go for it. If you're thinking, do you know what, I'm gonna grab it, they are only just one P&P. You might have one for yourself, one perhaps for your sister, one for your mum. Maybe you're thinking of Christmas presents. Maybe you've got 3 daughters. Maybe you've got 2 sons and a daughter. This is such a great gift idea. Everything you need. And don't forget those really crucial hours of education that are within there as well. That, I mean, it's almost like that's something money can't buy. And at £33.99, absolutely beautiful. But don't forget, when you've got your storage system on offer as well, this is genius. It's all going to look fantastic in your workspace. And storage is really important, isn't it, Leanne, in terms of how you're looking after your pens and obviously how you're looking after your inks?
Absolutely. I love our ink storage system. It is so incredibly useful. And I've got mine built up here, so I thought that might help everybody see what it looks like. It's perfectly sized to be able to take your ink pads. You can see there that they're all beautifully organised. And of course, if you're getting that offer today, you've got some extra spaces. And I must just be honest, Ruth, at home, I've got my ink pads, but I've got our marker storage as well. However, I have been known to pop in pens when I've needed to, or pop in tools or blending tools. I've got, one of my storage pieces has got like pokey tools and die blending tools and all sorts in there. You can pop in whatever will fit in one of those slots. It's not restricted to an ink pad. You'll have some spaces left when you get that deal, but I'm sure you've all got a lot of ink pads at home. And the thing that I wanted to really show you is with our storage, it's ink pad storage, not Spectrum Noir storage. So there is a little line that you might just be able to see there at the top where my finger is butting up against it. And that is a stopper for our square ink pads. So if, like me, you collected square ink pads for a long, long time, like your Distress and your Oxide and all of those, that space is perfect for those as well. And everything else that you've got, like your StazOn, Memento, any of those other brands that you've got, all fit into our storage. It's incredibly universal. So it's a really good time to get it when it's on a deal, because it's not just about these ink pads, it's about all the ink pads you've got at home as well and getting them organised.
Fabulous. A great price on those as well, at only $19.99. We've got a question coming in, Leanne. This is from Julie. And Julie said, can any of these pens be used on fabric?
Okay, so you can use alcohol pens on fabric, but it will not be permanent because it's not designed for fabric. So to truly have a pen which is permanent on fabric, you really need to buy a fabric marker. So while you can, for decorative purposes, use alcohol inks, and I have used pens on bits of fabric before to decorate and to customise. After a while, and especially certainly if it's on children's clothes and you're washing it, it will fade. So you can for decorative uses, but not for putting on a 30-degree wash on a regular basis.
Super, good to know. And we've got another question coming in from Susan saying, wow, love the watercolour flamingo, Leanne. Love from Susie. Oh, thank you, Susie. It was beautiful. It was very beautiful.
Thank you, Susie.
And the thing is, everybody watching at home, they're going to be able to do that themselves, aren't they?
Yes, you're going to be able to do that within 5 minutes of watching that tutorial, because everything you need is in the box, and then you've got the education. It's waiting there. It's already recorded. I've done the session. It's waiting. As soon as you get the box home, if you want to open the box, sit down, do that flamingo, within 20 minutes of getting your box home, you're going to be able to do it and get exactly the same result. And that's what I really love about this programme, Ruth. It's just so supportive. When can you buy a product that has that ready for you and it's free to access? It just is phenomenal. And it's great in that time that for those 2 hours, it's just us, just me and you, and we're just sat having a conversation, and I'm sharing tips about what I like to get up in my spare time, what we like to do in education. It really is just like you're sitting down with a friend. I'm sitting down with all of you as you are my friends, and we're just having a really nice time, and I'm sharing some tips and techniques with you. And certainly everybody who's been on that programme, leave comments constantly to say what a positive experience it is and how much they've loved it. And those that didn't jump on straight away, have jumped on later, have gone back and bought the previous boxes. And so many people saying, I just wish I'd done it back then. I wish I hadn't waited. But, you know, of course, that's up to you when you're ready for it. It is just sitting there waiting. And
that's the thing. You're never too old to start, are you? And as you mentioned, there's a huge Facebook community out there, isn't there, with Academy of Colour, which is really, really supportive. And I guess lots of people share hints, tips and any issues, any problems on there. But again, it's like one big family.
It is a huge community. It's an Academy of Colour community, and everybody on there being very supportive of each other. We have some really good, encouraging, inclusive rules in that group, which is only kind comments welcome. Good. And that we're really keen about managing that group to make sure that it's a supportive, friendly, comfortable, nice place to be, and that it's just all about the love of craft and the support of each other on the journey. So you're supporting each other. You've got support from me. I pop in there, and then we've got a whole plethora of Spectrum Art experts who are also in there. We give you one-on-one critique on your images. We give you, points of improvement if we feel it's needed, if you ask for it. And we also just tell you when we think you've done an awesome job. So it's brilliant just to have that little badge of, yes, look, I think this is good. Yes, we all think that's good too. Yeah. Well done, that's fantastic. Get it on a card, send it to somebody. It's just having somebody else to say to you, yes, you've done a good job. When you're sat at home doing it yourself, sometimes you can doubt yourself, can't you, and wonder. Oh, yeah, and absolutely. It's a massive community of friends just wanting to support and help.
And it just makes you want to do more when you start to do that. We all love, we all love a little tap on the back. We love a gold star when we're at school. It's great to have that, because if you're starting out maybe with the original Academy of Colour, and today you're thinking, oh, I'm going to get the brand new Feathers and Fur, then it will encourage you to want to do more. Maybe you've never ever thought about trying your hand at portraits. Maybe you've never thought about, sort of having a little look at flora and fauna. For me, portraits daunting. I used to love drawing when I was at school, but as I said earlier on, to take that one step further, I talk about this in the office all the time. I'm desperate to try watercolour, but I was a little bit too frightened before. This has just made me go, I've got to do it. It gives me the option, and everybody else at home, it gives you the option to try both. You're in complete control, but you've got that support network, and that's really what allows us to actually pluck up the courage to give it a go. And at that price point today, with the birthday, £33.99. You're saving 30%, don't forget, on the Feathers and Fur. That's massive. That's a huge saving, goodness me. So try it. Try it. What's the worst that could happen? I think the worst that could happen is you're going to love it, and you'll be back for this, and you'll be back for that. And why not? Give it a go. On the telephone lines 0800 001 4433 and on the web at hobbymaker.co.uk, because there's so much in there, isn't there, Leanne?
There really is, Ruth. I could not have said that better. The worst that can happen is you're going to want all of the other boxes. That's a true story. Thank you for that. Just to show you what you get in the box, these are the colours of the markers that come in there for you, of your alcohol and watercolour markers. We've got them swatched down so you can see what they're going to look like. Then I've got here for you the stamps. So you can see all of those, that 8x8 stamp plate with all of those images which have been curated and hand illustrated by my team to give you the images that you need to practice the techniques I'm going to teach you. You've got your panel to mount them onto. There are your markers, so you've got your 6 new alcohol duo with 12 new colours in there, and your 3 aqua with your 6 colours in there. And then you've got your alcohol card, watercolour card, I beg your pardon, then your alcohol card, and here are the images coloured with those markers in the box so you can see the kind of thing that you're going to be able to create. So you can see them there in the watercolour, and then you can see them there in the alcohol. Now that's the content in the box that you get, Ruth.
Yeah.
But don't forget, we looked at all of this before.
Wow.
And this is kind of all of the bonus stuff that just happens in the background and goes as part of the education. So for every single image, you get the step-by-step tuition in alcohol and watercolour to allow you to achieve the look, feel and dimension to colour these feathers and fur and get these results that you can see here. So that's the alcohol, there is the watercolour, and you've got the step-by-steps, what to do, where to put it, which colours to use, how to get that shade and dimension, how to create the thing that you're going to be proud of. Some different techniques with self-stamping so you look like you've hand-drawn and coloured that piece of artwork. You've got your alcohol there, you see we've given you all of those instructions for every single one of the images in the box. They all get uploaded to the website. They're there for you. They're in the Facebook group for you to be able to access and use. Here are the 2 that I've just used for the flamingo today. So you can see the alcohol one and the result we achieved, the watercolour one and the result we achieved. And you're going to be able to do that. We include that free of charge. The cost of all of that is not included in that box. All you're paying for are the physical items in the box. Everything else is free of charge because we actually just want to take you on a journey with us, give you the tools we're using and have you start to use all of those other things that you've been collecting for years with colouring and having a great, confident time and enjoying it and being proud of what you achieve.
Yeah, exactly. And I love that because tuition's expensive. You can pay a fortune for tuition. So to even think that's not included in there is amazing. But that's what it's all about with Crafters Companion, with these beautiful Academy of Colour collections that you're having. They are phenomenal. So give these a go. If you're as excited about these as I am, you literally be checking out left, right and centre. I just don't want you to miss out because this could be a start of something really, really exciting. So Anne, Stephen, Elizabeth, Adele, get those checked out on. Join Sam and Sonia and Lily and Debbie and Kimmy and Cherry. I could literally, the list is endless. So very, very well done indeed on that. Thank you, Leanne. Obviously, Leanne is back with us, of course, at 5 o'clock for even more, which is very exciting. More, boy? Yeah, we have more. But just very quickly, before the end of the show, we have... Shall we sneak these in? I think we should. We've got 2 sets here of your TriColour Spectrum Noir pens. Do you fancy another little cheeky deal? You've got 6 pens in total, so 3 pens in one set. When I say 3 pens, don't forget 3 pens, and these are different to the Academy of Colour pens. So you've got 3 TriColour pens, but look, you've actually got 9 colours in there, because it's all about, obviously, why let, you know, one pen might as well do all 3. And let's do something really cheeky on this. Should we do buy one, get one free? I know that's naughty, but it is, I know, it is the birthday, so let's do buy one, get one free on these incredible pens, portable watercolour effects with these brush-tipped, get my teeth around that, TriColour aqua markers. Amazing price on those, different to what you're getting in the Academy of Colour, but for $9.99, phenomenal. Crafters Companion always bringing something for every price point for everybody. So a cheeky little deal there for you. We just want the world to start colouring. It's as simple as that. Why not have a world in colour than a world in black and white? That's what I say. Leanne, thank you so, so much. We will see you again in 1 hour's time. And again, we've got plenty more to share with everybody, haven't we?
We really have. And can I just say very quickly, they're not the same marker, but they work in exactly the same way as the watercolour. So if you're going for the box and you want to extend your colours to do those techniques, that's a very good way of doing it. Can't wait to see you in the next show. Definitely get that box and those markers to support it.
Fabulous. We will see you in an hour's time. Only 5 of those marker bundles left. Goodness gracious me, they're gone. So get those checked out on. Grab yourself a very, very, very quick cup of tea because come straight back at the other side of this. We have so much more to share with you. With Gwen and Creative Expressions, it's going to be another phenomenal 60 minutes.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
This coming Thursday at 1 p.m, we are joined by the amazing Hunky Dory with a brand new collection. And the collection is The Wings of Wonder. So we're thinking butterflies, we're thinking winter wildlife, festive archways, we're talking about penny sliders, twist and pop card designs, or your foiled die-cut toppers that you'd expect from Hunky Dory, and everything complimentary. So do please make sure you join myself, Hunky Dory, at 1 p.m. this Thursday.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobbymaker's Catch-Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Hello, welcome back to Hobbymaker. Myself and Gwen from Creative Expressions rejoining us. Rejoining us? Well, you're rejoining us. I've been here.
You've not been anywhere, have you? I'm back.
Gwen's back, and we've got a cheeky little spotlight deal that we're going to kick off with. I know, because when we left you an hour ago, we gave you a little bit of a sneak preview of this fantastic work of art, I'm going to call it. Mixed media work of art. We obviously used that fantastic stencil a little bit earlier on, but shall we do it? Because you need the material here. You need the MDF media boards. So we are going to do this. Are we chucking in a little sting as well? Why not? It's a spotlight. Let's do it. Right, okie dokie. So you have something quite phenomenal here, but you need the material. You need your canvas, for want of a better term. And with mixed media, obviously, it's about mixing things up a little bit. So here, you're actually getting your media boards. Now, you're getting 2 of these, aren't you?
Yes, 2 different ones as
Amazing.
well, different shapes, different orientation, if you like.
Okay, so you've got one that's going landscape and one that's going portrait. And we are going to do a cheeky little deal on this. So this is MDF. When you're working with MDF, Gwen, before you start to use any of perhaps the matte paints or anything that you've worked with, do you need to condition these? Do you need to do anything to prime it, or does it depend on what ink or paint you're using?
It very much depends on what you're using. I mean, generally speaking, I would say, yes, you'd probably want to gesso the MDF, because as we've said before, it's like a sponge and it just drinks everything up that you put onto it. However, that said, these particular chalk paints are such good quality and have such amazing pigment in them and such a concentration of pigment in them that they will cover MDF without any priming necessary in one coat.
Right.
And that sounds astonishing, but that's what they do.
Well, we are going to do a cheeky little deal on these ones. So remember, you've got one that goes landscape, one that goes portrait. So you could create a design using both of them to complement, or use them for totally different projects. It's up to you, but hold the phone for £5, literally £5 for both of those. When you consider what you can create, obviously we saw this a little bit earlier on. I mean, it's phenomenal. See, this was this was using the stencil, that fantastic City of Dreams, the City of Dreams stencil that we saw earlier on, plus something phenomenal, which we're going to have a look at.
We are, in a little
Very
while.
exciting. Just, it looks wonderful, doesn't it? And of course, if I just show you the workings that go on behind, there aren't any, but it's the MDF. So just to show you that is still the MDF base, because it looks completely different. You've got the City of Dreams sentiment across the bottom there as well. These are such great things to work with. If you've never worked with MDF before, give it a go, because it's not, I mean, you need to treat it. Do you treat it just this, not literally treat it as in treating it, but when you're working with it, just don't be afraid of it.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of these is they come flat, so they come not attached to the stand. So they are a flat surface.
Yeah.
So yes, you can just treat it as though you were stamping on any other surface, a piece of card or anything like that. You can stamp on it. I've used the tissue paper gel print that I lifted, and then I've stenciled onto that. I did paint it initially with an undercoat to lighten up the tissue paper. Otherwise, the tissue paper would have gone darker. So bear that in mind. If you're using a translucent material onto the MDF, which is obviously a tan colour, then that's going to darken down anything translucent. But other than that, you don't need to do up with it, really.
No. I mean, that was incredibly difficult to put those together as well.
Yeah, there you go. A little touch of, we've got Andy's Quick Grab glue, which is perfect for sticking these together.
Super.
It's a very strong bonded glue,
Yeah.
so that's all you need.
I mean, how incredibly different does that look? It's worlds apart, isn't
And
it?
the thing about that, when I was making it, and I had so many ideas, it was like raining in Gwen, and I thought, well, actually, because we've been to New York a long time ago for my nephew's wedding, and I thought, well, actually, I could put a photograph on the other side of that and really make it into a home decor piece that means something.
That's
so
a
you
great
can
idea.
certainly attach photographs to these. You can even turn them into clocks. You can get clock mechanism.
True.
And you know, you can make a clock face on the front and attach the mechanism, and I mean, they're just endless possibilities. I love them.
Because I guess you could drill into them, you could cut into them.
You just got to be careful drilling MDF because it's poisonous. So if you're going to do that, do it outside and wear a mask.
Oh, okay, right.
But-
That's a definite good top tip. Because you know me, Gwen.
If you're just drilling a hole, then but don't go around cutting it and drilling it yourself.
But I guess the idea is the shape's been cut out for you. It's, the hard work's been done, and then you've got your painter's easel, if you like, to work with and turn it into whatever you want to. Any of the stamps that we've seen earlier on, any of the stencils that we've had, grab hold of these, because we did some amazing bundles on all of those. But they are fantastic. So right, let's have a little look at that bundle that I was just referring to, because it was amazing. It was a big bundle, and they will work really well with those MDF. Just put those on the side. It's easy, I haven't got time. So your big bundle now. This was new. This was new for you today. I want it all, I do. So all new products from Andy Skinner, of course. The name says it all. So you are getting 5 amazing stamps, which you can clearly see here. The fish, that's literally only one of the ways. I think we've got 2 ways left. He sold out on his own, but you can have that, obviously, as a part of this big bundle. They are the most incredible stamps here as well. I mean, look how intricate they are. And these are just beautifully done. Talk us through these actually in a second, if you will, Gwen, because these are actually on an acrylic block, aren't they? So slightly, is that?
They're
is
not
that right?
already on an acrylic block. That's how
Oh,
you would
sorry.
use them. Yeah. So these
Yeah.
are deeply etched rubber stamps.
Rubber stamp, sorry.
So it's grey rubber, and grey rubber is really great for it because it'll take all sorts of mediums. So you can stamp with paint with these. You could stamp with the chalk paints. You do need to get your stamp into water quite quickly and clean it. You could also actually stamp and impress into other mediums. So I've got some of Andy's structure paste today, which you can lay down a layer of that and stamp into that while it's wet. All you need to do that is protect your stamp with some Versamark, that type of ink, or even just water, and then you can imprint into the structure paste with the stamp. Now you can't do that with clear stamps because they're too sticky and they'll just lift the paste off and it would stay in the crevices of the stamp.
Right.
But rubber stamp won't do that, it'll release. So there are lots of techniques you can do with rubber stamps that you just can't do with a clear stamp.
Okay.
So these are, as I say, deeply etched, cushion mounted already, die cut around the edges so you get a clean, crisp image without any overhang, and just excellent quality.
They are phenomenal, and you're getting 5 of those, and it's on split pay today as well, which is incredible. That's the half of it, literally. So you've got all of those fantastic 5 stamps. Then you've got these amazing, amazing stencils. You've got these beautiful DL-shaped stencils, and then the big one that we just saw. Let's have a look at that first, because we saw that on the MDF. There you go. I mean, this is incredible. It's a big old
It's so
stencil,
clever.
isn't
It must be about 7 by 7, is it? I
You're
think?
bang on. Yeah.
It's so clever because you can clearly see that there are skyscrapers there, but there are no outlines to those shapes, but you can see them.
Yeah.
It's so cleverly done, and I know it took a lot of development to get this brought to production, so really impressive stencil. And if you just simply stencil through that, perhaps onto a dark background with white paint,
Wow.
then you'd get the lights in the windows, wouldn't
Of
you? It'd be just,
course.
yeah, I mean, it's just incredible.
That's a great idea. And that's literally part 1. You've got 6 more stencils. These are the DL-shaped. I know. These are the DL-shaped stencils you can see as well. So you've got your building blocks again, covered different shapes, different sizes, different directions. If you're kind of choosing a small area to work with, or you want to go for the whole hog on that one, it's completely up to you. Great for backgrounds, great for foreground.
You can doodle in it as well. You could do Santangle in those shapes. You could do drop shadow by just shifting the stencil slightly. You could stencil it in one colour, flip it and stencil in another and get that overlay effect going on. I mean, yeah, stencils are wonderful. I love stencils.
They're brilliant. They are brilliant. And obviously, whether you use them stencils, masks, there's just so much you can do with them. That's your pebbles, your Pebble Mosaic.
Love
Again,
that.
yes, you see pebbles. We used it earlier on, or Gwen did, and we were referring to bubbles with the fish.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
you might see something different to the next person, which is great. That to me is a sign of a really successful stencil, actually.
Absolutely.
Crazy Paving, we saw straight away. I saw honeycomb. Maybe if you're thinking of adding some bees onto that, maybe your Crazy Paving, as you can see for the back of a design to create a pathway, or so much more on that one. I love this with the Woodland. Absolutely glorious. You can imagine perhaps creating a woodland scene at night time, very sort of deep and dramatic, or totally opposite to that is obviously having a little look perhaps in the daytime. And I'll show you some samples we've got of all of these in a second. String maze, love that one. Great
Yeah,
for
love
paper
that.
piecing actually as well, if you were to,
Rather you than me, Ruth.
if you've got some time. You might have. But there are lots of different things you could do, of course, with these. And that's, as I said, that's what's so exciting.
I love that.
Yeah, definitely. Good cogs, or our producer Kat earlier on saw perhaps like fossilised snails.
Yeah.
There's loads and loads of opportunities. Sunshine, absolutely wonderful. So they are your 6 stencils. 7 when we add in, of course, our big City of Dreams. And you've got all of your stamps in there as well. Let me show you a couple of examples. The price on this is amazing. So you're getting all of these elements. So you're getting 11 stencils and stamps total. But look at what you can create, because this is when it takes a completely different turn. They come alive. I love them. That fish, the detail within there, the mechanism, the work that you can see. I mean, the Andy Skinner stamps are phenomenally detailed. Really successful. I mean, look at that. Beautiful, isn't it? And it's really weird to say beautiful
About a metallic fish.
about a metallic
but it
mechanical
is.
fish, but it is.
It is really
Absolute
beautiful.
work of art.
It reminds me of those dystopian futuristic films as well, where they
Yeah.
have all these fantastic mechanical
Yeah,
creatures and
completely.
machines and stuff. It's just, yeah,
They're
it's
just so clever.
otherworldly,
Yeah,
isn't it? It
yeah,
really is.
totally. And then you can see that wonderful stencil we saw earlier on, perhaps in terms of when we saw perhaps sunshine and cogs, etc. Then the stencil.
Just use like texture there, really, in the background.
Yeah, have you used texture paste?
Yeah, I have. I've used the structure paste on that.
Structure paste, gorgeous. Then we've got the trees, of course, the woodland trees. But look at the difference. I mean, it's just, I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Great for Halloween as well.
Yeah,
Halloween.
yeah, quite spooky. You could put a couple of crows on that, or maybe some spiders if you can live with them. And yeah, you've got
Few
a great
pumpkins,
Halloween.
witch or two. And then look at that. You've got this fantastic, beautiful, beautiful butterfly that you can see in there. And so much going. And of course, do think about mixing the stamps. Where was? I had one that had the mix. Obviously, I can't find it. But we'll oh, where did I have it? Maybe I've already shown it to you, actually.
Can you remember what it had on it?
No.
Which it was mixed.
Can I remember anything today, Gwen?
Oh, well.
No. But there we go. So you've got, what am I thinking? Is it the...
Oh, it was, I know what it was. It was the papillon that you'd been used behind something else, hadn't it? And you could just see the edges of it.
That's right.
It was one of Christine's.
It was. Oh, well, I'll find it eventually. I mean, I might not find it eventually, let's be honest. But no, I'll find it eventually. But just to give you a little bit of an idea, I'll just show you a few more of these. We're going to dive into a demo. You've got two there again. You've got that fantastic kind of cityscapes, beautiful. But yep, that kind of reflection. They're lovely. Look at this. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that fantastic? I like that. That is your kind of coffee print, like the coffee cup that you can see. I mean, there's loads of different ways you can use these. It's completely up to you. But you will not be shy of inspiration, that's for sure. I mean, look at that. Glorious. Right, should we dive into a demo?
Let's
do it.
So I thought
These
I'd
are
start by, can I just say a shout out to Marsha? Sorry, Marsha.
Ah.
I did the gel plate in the 2 o'clock. So you need to go back and watch that. I can't do it again now. Sorry.
Right, 2 o'clock.
I threw a challenge out to Marsha. She was going to craft along with me. So
Oh.
she was sat there all set up, ready to go. Sorry.
Have a look back. We do have some in stock still, I think, so grab yours. Right,
So I thought I would use the papillon.
super.
And I've got an offcut really from one of my gel prints that I've done here. So this has been textured with some of the stencils and obviously the chalk paints and some of the artist's pigment paints as well in the course of doing that stamping, the gel printing. And I want to put my glasses on.
Put your goggles on.
And I'm going to stamp this right in the middle. Okay, and I'm going to use a black archival because, as we mentioned earlier, black archival is a really great ink. It's a permanent dye-based ink, and it will give you great detail, and it's a really good black as well. And it will go on top of most things. Mm-hmm. Now, I know that this surface on my cardstock is quite textural because I did it on the gel print, so it does increase the texture that you get on there. So I'll probably have to do this a couple of times to get a decent image, as you can see.
Yeah.
So let's just keep doing that.
But that's the beauty when you've obviously got a stamp.
Absolutely,
Go back and forth
yeah.
and build it.
And also, I can stand up on something and get on top of it. There we go, that's getting there. Maybe another one. It's quite tricky because the butterfly is relatively solid. And obviously I've got a sort of textured surface, so I'm probably not going to get a solid black, but I don't mind that.
No.
Because you can clearly see what it is. And it's not necessarily about getting that perfect image on something like this.
Not with this particular
There we go. And if you really are bothered, then if you grab something like one of these Pigment microns, you can go in and you can just fill in any bits that you feel are missing that you can't live with. So that's an option.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the stamping done. And you can see how beautifully detailed and crisp that image is.
I mean, I'm happy with that straight away. Is it?
Yeah.
It looks fab.
Yeah. So I want to bring in, though, some of Andy's structure paste and one of the stencils. And I'm going to use the Crazy Paving because I'm spoiled for choice. I could use any of them.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is add a little bit just here and there. This is the thing about stencils. You don't have to use the whole thing. So let's just pop a little bit up one edge. And again, doesn't have to be perfect. Try to avoid hard edges anywhere. Look at that. And then I'm going to put a little bit up this side. Try to always avoid, I know it's hard because some people really can't do random, but if you can avoid doing sort of opposites and every four corners, and it's going to work better for you, especially if you're trying to achieve more of a mixed media kind of look.
Yeah.
So just kind of let it flow here and there. Where, you know, it's hard if you've never done it before, but try it. You might be surprised. And then just one more little bit down here.
We'll let you.
Just a tiny bit, just for a balance. Sometimes,
stop, isn't it?
well, a composition when you're doing something like this, it is about balance. It's about the balance of texture and it's about the balance of colour.
Yeah.
And usually things in threes are more appealing. I'm going to drop that in water because it's got that paste on it.
Okay. And how long do you need to leave that to dry?
So this particular paste actually dries pretty quickly. So maybe 10 to 15 minutes, something like that. Yeah. Obviously, like we say, it depends how thickly you've applied it. You can never tell exactly. So I'm just going to start doing a little bit of painting on this while that's drying. And then when that's dry, I would paint into the texture as well.
Okay.
So I've got here the quinacridone gold, and this we talked about a little bit earlier. It's an artist pigment and it's a true natural pigment, and it is very heavily pigmented, so you find the colour really concentrated, but they are translucent.
Right.
So if you're going to put this over a colour that's paler than itself, it will tint it.
Okay.
If you put it on a colour that's darker than itself, you'll see the darker colour.
Right.
It won't tint that.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go in and I'm going to paint over the whole of this butterfly with a slightly watered down paint. And you can clearly see that it's tinting where there's white space. It's also slightly tinting the black, but you can clearly still see the black. So does that make sense? And you can just do this really simply.
Yeah.
I'm sort of aiming it at people who may have never done this before, so I'm keeping it relatively simple. So I'm just getting that colour down. And straight away now, that butterfly really pops out of that design.
Yeah.
Now I can go back in and I can select if I want. That's the other thing about translucent paints. You can use them to layer and build colour.
Really clever, aren't they?
They're beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And it makes your painting easy because it does half the work for you. So I've now got some shading. I don't know if you can see that pretty well, but it's really easy to build that. So then I can really go in with the fully concentrated paint and it still won't cover up the black.
Right.
But I can pick out these fantastic spots. I mean, the detail in these stamps is something else.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So I can pick out some of these little detailed spots on this gorgeous butterfly. And it starts to have depth. It starts to come alive.
Yeah.
Now, I can also decide that I want to pick out something maybe in the background that you might not see initially. So let's go in and let's pick out these two little wheels. Had you noticed those?
No.
There you go. There's two tiny little, it's almost like a little pulley system.
Right.
So again, leaning into that, I guess that steampunky thing a bit.
Yeah.
So we can pick those out and highlight those. There's also this amazing geometric little corner here.
Yeah.
So let's highlight those. But I'm just going to go on two sides of that square, so I'm adding light and shade to that. So it's not just solid.
Yeah.
And then down here, there's what almost looks like a lens. I mean, I'd have to ask Andy what it actually is. Or it could be. Andy, email in.
studio@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Let us know what that little device is. Not that it matters, but it's beautiful. So again, by picking out those little bits and pieces, it's just really going to make that pop. Now, my paste is not dry, So I will pop that to one side and I'll come back to it, if that's all right.
Yep.
And I'll move on to something else.
I guess the beauty of a lot of these stamps is with certain elements like that, it works together brilliantly. Sometimes you don't necessarily have to know what the individual bits are.
No, you don't. Of course you don't.
You'll look at something and say it's this, and I'll look at it and say it's that. But that's what makes them work and makes them so intriguing.
Absolutely. And it's
Great.
different to every person, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this, do you remember this?
I do indeed. Sorry,
This
I've
was-
got a quick question, if I can interrupt, just about, was it about angel policy? What's the angel policy with the Andy Skinner stencils and stamps, please? That's from Candies, because you might not have been with us a little bit earlier on. So,
Yeah. So as long as whatever you've made is a finished project and you've made it all by hand, you can sell as much as you like.
super. There
All
we
right.
go. Great stuff.
Simples.
Thank you, Candice.
Keep it simples.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, sorry.
Keep
Excuse
it
me.
simple. Chuck it on the floor.
Right. So this was a piece of copy paper that was left over after I'd picked up and mopped up on my gel plate. And it looks a bit like, well, what on earth? But if I ignore that bit, because I don't like that bit, this to me is very interesting.
Okay.
All right, and I'm looking, I've got light, I've got texture, I've got lovely colour, and I've got this line. So I'm going to use that.
Yeah.
So I've got the Cityscape Reflections stamp here. And I'm going to stamp it onto this background. Oh, slipping about. All right, so this is a super detailed stamp, so I'm going to be really careful with my ink in. Make sure your ink pad's juicy when you're doing this. Mine is not as juicy as it could be.
Juicy. Juicy.
I have got a re-inker for it, which I use quite a lot. Right, so as I said earlier, this doesn't have a very specific line where it meets the ground or there's the water where the reflection is. So you can sort of decide, which is great because I can't be that accurate here. So I'm going to stamp it around about there. Now just wait until you see how this comes alive. These stamps make a huge difference on a background, and it can almost be any background. The background almost doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's the stamp that does the talking.
Oh, see, that's just totally changes it.
Isn't it? And then what I can do is bring in a little bit of the Payne's Grey.
Right.
And this is, as we said earlier, this is the blue-black artist pigment paint.
Yeah.
You need very, very little of it. And it's got a really lovely kind of blue edge. It's like a really dark navy blue almost. So actually, I don't want I want a flat brush. We brought you some brushes, and I brought you a set which has 2 flat or shaders,
Right.
and 2 round in different sizes. So I'm
Okay.
going to use...
I'll have a look for those. We've got the pigment paints on for you as well. They're £13.50. You are getting 3 of those. Already seen 1 of them. And now obviously we're having a little look at the Payne's Grey, and they're 50 millilitres.
Yeah, and you use so little. So I'm going to find my waterline. I've decided it's a waterline, okay.
All right.
And I'm not going to have it as a dead straight line.
Yeah.
So I'm just picking up a little bit of that paint and adding in some shade. And you don't have to be really clever to do this. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself an artist at all. But you can certainly make this look good. If you just use a few tricks. That already now, it's grounded, it's sitting.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it?
Sitting on the water. In fact, sometimes a harsh line isn't as effective. And then I'm going to bring in...
Almost looks like you've got little boardwalks, if that's the right
Yeah.
kind of coming into the...
Yeah.
Into the
So because I've got this light here, I want to create some light up in the sky up here. So I'm going to get a little bit of that buff. And I mean a little bit, because this is, remember the chalk paints are opaque.
Yeah.
So I don't want to obliterate my sky.
Okay, we'll bring the chalk paints back onto the screen as well.
So I'm going to get a little bit of the quinacridone gold, or quin gold as it's known, if you're in the know. I want it quite watery, this. Okay.
And don't forget with those chalk paints, they are on offer, and you can buy 2 for £7 today. And you've got 4, 5, 6, 7 different choices. And I know lots of people have been stacking up on those as well.
And I'm just going to use my shader to go up the sides of the buildings and across the roofs. These flat brushes are great for doing this sort of thing because you've got quite a fine edge that you can work to. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We know we're not Rembrandt here.
No, not today.
And this is quite subtle. And then I'm going to go up from there into the skyline up here and just lighten it with that paint mixture. It's subtle. I'm not adding loads, but we've got light reflection coming off. Okay, just mix a wee bit more. Bit of water. And I don't want my brush too wet, so I'm taking some off because I don't want to obliterate everything here. But I'm just kind of reflecting where the light is shining up. So this is the thing about these stamps. They're beautiful and stand on their own, but they're also a development to go further with your artwork. You know, you can take it however you want.
Yeah.
So that's a bit disjointed. Let's have a bit more there. When you stand back, that's when you really see things. Now I want to go back to my smaller brush. And again, just going into the Queen Gold on its own this time.
Right.
And I'm going to highlight the sides of the buildings a bit more and up the roof. And it's just little touches. You don't have to really go mad on this, but it just brings them alive. And equally, if you've got light, you're going to have shade. So I want to reflect that in the reflection. So I'm going to come down here and do the same thing. Opposite. Ish. Again, reflections are never that perfect, especially at night. But there's a little bit of light coming down there. And then if I water that down a touch more, and I'm going to now bring that light reflection. That's too strong. So again, because this is translucent paint, we can paint over everything that's there, and it's not going to obliterate it, which is perfect for a reflection. So let's just try and gauge the height of the buildings and let the shadows reflect that. There's a tall one. And then another tall one there and there. There we go. Now how different does that look than it did to start with?
Completely different.
And then if we cut that up and mount it onto a tag, I've got a similar one. It can't be the same because that's what happens with jelly plates.
Yeah.
But if I show you that, so what I've gone back in and added a bit of white as well along there because I felt it needed it. I don't think that one does need it. But that's the thing, everything's going to be different. Everyone you do is going to be different.
Clever. And of course, don't forget, obviously you've got a reflection, but I'm sure you could kind of flip it and really kind of bring that reflection, make that even stronger.
Yes, you could. Yeah, just to find some fine lines, you could extend those, definitely. So just let me clean all this off here before I end up wearing it.
Not a problem. Whilst you're doing that, don't forget those 5 stamps, a set of 5, on offer today for $29.99, including that amazing stamp that Gwen is working with. They include, of course, you've got your Papillon Dreams. We are trying to get individuals again for you some more of, but we're waiting, not sure. So your Papillon Dreams, that beautiful butterfly. Then we saw our fabulous little fish, who is out of stock on his own at the moment, but we're trying to get some more of your Steampunk Fish because he's very, very popular. Then, of course, I mean, you could always split these up with your crafting friends. Then we've got Evergreen Horizons, which you will notice, as Gwen said, matches either side. So if you want to continue that image along a longer piece of card or whatever project you're working on, that would work, which is very clever. Then your coffee print, which is so cool. So you've got the coffee print, but look, you've got the additional numbers. Again, a bit steampunk-esque going on in there as well. Or a crescent moon, use it as you wish. And then, of course, the one that Gwen is working with right now is this fantastic Cityscape Reflection detail. You might as well grab them all together, I would. The more the merrier, I say. $29.99 on those, so a set of 5. I think most people are going for I want it all. I want it all. Do you want it all, Gwen?
Oh, yeah.
We do. We all want it all.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, cool. Look at this.
Right, so I had this print that was off my gel plate. I didn't particularly like it. I liked bits of it, but as you can see, the colours were a little bit off. So I thought, well, right, I'll ignore that bit and I'll use this bit. So I've trimmed it out. And I've got myself a panel, which I can then mount onto black.
Yeah.
And then I can add the tag, but I'm going to do it that way around. I've also mounted this tag on black and put a metal button in there that just looks really effective.
Very cool.
So that's where I'm going with that. But I want to enhance the edge of this panel a little bit more. So I'm going to bring back one of the stencils.
Right.
I'm just going to use the string maze, and I've got a little brush. Now I can do this with paint, or I can do it with ink, or whatever you've got at your disposal. I'm going to do it with paint, and I'm going to use, what colours have I got in there? I'm going to go for this darker Stormy Seas chalk paint.
Right.
Okay. Now, the thing about stenciling is you need a stencil brush, or you can do it with a foam applicator, but I tend to find if I use a foam applicator, I get far too much paint on it.
Okay.
So I'm going to use a stencil brush, and you need to take off almost as much as you put on.
Right.
So it's really important that your brush is not absolutely saturated in paint. And then you can either stipple or you can swirl. I tend to start by stippling and just see how it's going. I've still got too much paint on my brush, so let's get rid of a bit more. And I can just add a tiny bit of interest.
Nice.
Again, a little bit in another direction, somewhere else. It doesn't have to be a lot.
And of course, the piece of paper that you're taking the thick of the paint off with, you might want to keep that for other bits and pieces as well.
Definitely. Let's change the angle of that a little bit. And so you can see how little of this paint is needed. The coverage of it is unbelievable. And you can see how with the quinacridone gold and the Payne's grey, it didn't cover up the detail in the background, but these chalk paints do.
Yeah.
So they're completely opaque and absolutely glorious. So I need to pop that in some water. There we go. So that's the beginnings of it. You can take this to whatever level you like. I think that'd be lovely to enhance those shapes.
Right.
Just by bringing in a black pen.
Oh.
And then we can just draw around maybe two sides. Again, if there are bits missing, go with it.
Yeah.
And that just really gives it almost a 3D look. So you could do that to all of it. Really bring it alive, and maybe put white on the other side.
Yeah.
Or maybe put some dots. Or this is the thing, to me, when I'm doing this sort of thing, it develops as I go. It's very difficult to predict or prescribe even, you know, what you're doing.
Yeah.
So that's where I was kind of headed with that, and already I think that's looking quite cool. I've inked around the edges here with a VersaFine ink pad as well. And then the other thing I was going to add, just to finish this off, I've got some black twine. Oh. Just little bits of texture, again, make an incredible difference.
Yeah.
And we could just maybe wrap that around the end of here. So that's pretty cool. Or you could add it onto the background.
Yeah.
And then I've got this fantastic saying, which is from one of the Creative Expressions wordies. And I'm going to pop that down there.
So I like that. Create the world you want to see.
That's how a lot of my samples have done. They've sort of grown as I've used the products and as I've thought, oh, a bit of this there, a bit of that there. And that's how it comes together. So as I say, it's very difficult to predict or prescribe.
They're fabulous though.
But just have fun.
Yeah, definitely. You've got such an array of stamps and stencils and obviously those amazing chalk paints as well. There's loads of them. Of course, the artist pigment paints. All of this you're going to be able to play with, and do play with them, have fun with them, because that's how your artistry and your ideas will really move forward. It's the only way, isn't it? The new I keep calling it All I Want. Maybe it's because I want to say All I Want for Christmas. I've just got that in my head. The new I Want It All bundle. Margaret, well done, Beverly. Congratulations if you're just tuning in. There's only 7 of those left, so please do not leave yours for very long, because I don't want you to be, we've got 7 left, I don't want you to be the 8th person, because it's gutting when that happens. If you just message in or you're in the call centre and it's just gone, I don't want that to happen. Look, we mentioned rice paper a little bit earlier on, didn't we?
Oh, yeah.
I think it would be nice to do some rice paper now. Very nice.
Let's.
These are lovely. Oh, my word. Right, so I've got a couple of different varieties here. Should we go for abstraction first of all? Should we do that one, Alex? These are really... Oh, did you get them all? Get them all in a bundle. Oh, come on. Right, okay. So first of all, your abstract, which is just fabulous. So you're getting 6 sheets in here, 6 sheets of each. I'll show you the different varieties. I'm going to be naughty. Jimmy's watching, but he won't mind. I'm going to dive in here. There's some lovely, lovely prints in here. So this is, now I want to just show this to you, because if you haven't met rice paper before, you'll notice straight away just, oh gosh, they're lovely. So you've got those wonderful kind of coffee stains on there again. So that would work brilliantly. Remember that wonderful sort of coffee stamp that you can see there? How fab would that be to work alongside that? I love these colours. You can see you've got a different feel to this one, obviously, in terms of your rice paper. 10% of this has gone already. I love the fact that you've got text on there. I love things with text on. Have a look at your second one. They're totally different, these are. What does that sort of say to you? That to me is like an explosion, maybe like a fireball. Isn't that amazing?
I think that one I could print on the gel print and print on top of that with more texture and more stenciling.
Yeah.
And like you can stamp on it. Or you can just tear it up into little pieces and decoupage something with it. You can also put these onto glass. You can do glass bottles, glass jars, glass plates.
Oh, wow.
With the right medium.
I love rice
something
paper.
like a gel matte medium.
And if I sort of turn it the other way, you can see kind of almost how it's formed, almost like tiny. You've got all of these fibres in there.
So although it's called rice paper, it's actually silk fibres that are in there. And it's very, very strong. You can't tear it easily by hand.
No.
If you want to tear it, you have to wet it first.
Oh, right.
You can die cut it. You can stamp on it, you can add mediums to it, and it'll withstand it. It's amazing stuff.
It's so fabulous, isn't it? So that's literally one part of it. You're getting 14 sheets in total. Let me show you some of the other ones. So that is from your abstraction. So that's the kind of more abstract of the set. Then we've got your abstract illusion. I'll flip it over so you can see. Oh, do you know what? I can't. I've got to go in, Gwen. I've got to get in there.
They are amazing, aren't
they're
they?
just, well, they're lovely to touch, but I just want everybody at home to actually see the prints because they're fabulous. Thank you so much for bringing these to us, Gwen, because you were responsible for picking these.
I was.
Which is
I
very
really
lovely.
wanted to bring them because I just love them. I love rice paper anyway.
The feel of it is amazing. And if you wanted to, I mean, you can see it from the other side, so you can see all of the texture in there as well. Not designed to be, obviously, looked at that way, but again,
well,
no
the thing
rules.
about rice paper is, yes, it's got a picture on it. You could use the whole thing, but really they're designed to
those.
tear into little pieces
Yeah.
and apply decoupage like and make a shape that way, or just use a tiny bit. There is one of my samples somewhere that's got a really, really tiny bits. It goes ever such a long way. So,
I mean, there's words on that. I'm seeing lifestyle, which I don't know if you can see it at the top there. Of course I am. That's one of our sister channels, Lifestyle. They're on it later. So I'll be on tomorrow. We've also got 20% of those have gone. Need to get the price in. And last, our Enchanted collection here as well. So you're getting all of these. So 14 sheets in total. So 3 individual sets. They're just beautiful. There's nothing quite like this, I don't think. You've got to have these in your collection. They're amazing. Look at these colours. I've got some bubbles. So with your Steampunk Fish, it's going to be loving those bubbles, isn't he?
you could also add that gorgeous
Stunning.
pebble stencil in there.
Yes.
Maybe do it in a white colour and add even smaller bubbles. That would look incredible too.
That is lush. Can you see all the script at the bottom there as well? Love it when you've got the script. Ready for totally different? Look at the other one. Completely different. As though you've got your paintbrush and your inks and you've had a bit of a party.
Love
How
that.
fab is that?
Gorgeous.
Little sections if you want to, get the reds and yellows, or perhaps go a little bit darker, almost like bubbling molten lava one side and then you're underneath the ocean in another. They are fabulous,
Aren't
Gwen.
they? And the way to
Loving
apply
those.
these is with either, like I say, some sort of gel matte medium. We've got Andy's Quick Grab Glue, which I water it down here. I've got a mix in a little bottle that I've used. It's probably about 2/3 glue to 1/3 water.
Okay.
That makes a fabulous bonding medium as well. So anything like that you can use to apply to the MDF.
There we go.
This is one instance where I would say give the MDF a coat first
Okay.
to seal it,
Yeah.
and then put your next coat down and apply your rice paper.
Oh, you've got
Otherwise, it might not stick so well.
Right, you've got to do that. You've got to do that. Oh, we're having a little hunt for it. If it's not there, just go, of course, to our webpage at hobbymaker.co.uk. Go to, has it just sold out? Oh, I think may have sold out. But in the future, keep having a look for that. Go to our webpage, go to brands, go to Creative Expressions and have a little look at that. I think so.
Oops.
Yeah, think
It will also
so.
stick metal. That card with the dagger on it,
Yeah.
the relics, that metal dagger is stuck with the quick grab glue.
It's really cool, that is.
So it will stick a lot of things. It's dead good.
Dead good, we like that. And of course on that, look at the, that's obviously from your stencil.
That's the brick.
That was the paving, the building blocks. You've also got the spiral burst on there as well. So that's your spiral burst in there.
And some of the rub-ons.
Yeah, they're awesome, absolutely awesome. You've also got some of the wording from one of the other.
That's from Mariposa. Not Mariposa, that's Spanish, isn't it?
I'll be honest, I don't know.
Papillon.
From the Papillon. I'm not going to lie to you, Gwen. I'm not going to pretend to look intelligent. I don't know.
That's about the only Spanish word I don't know.
I say mine would be alcohol
It might be
related.
Italian. I don't know.
Absolutely fantastic. They are gorgeous. So do enjoy those. You've also got, here she is, Cat the Cat, whizzing out. What are you doing, Cat? What are you doing? You coming to say hello? The transfer sheets. And have I buried them under there? There we are. Yeah, I have done. Lay them in there. Thank you, my lovely. She's been very helpful. There she is, the lovely cat. Right, so transfer sheets we've got for you as well. So that, here you go. I'll share these with you. So your little kind of fossil.
I think that's a little fossil.
Yeah, I'm going with fossil. He could, I don't know what he was, he's dead, long gone. But your Creative Expressions Andy Skinner Mixed Media Transfer set, you're getting a set of 3, but there he is, look. There he is, had some ribs on him there. These are great, these are.
And what's amazing about these, and I'll show you if I get a chance in a minute.
Okay.
You can rub these onto rough surfaces. I was gobsmacked.
Oh, wow.
Because I've had rub-ons in the past that I've lobbed out the door because I just got so frustrated with it because I couldn't rub them down. And these, honestly, they're brilliant.
Lobbed out the door by Gwen. So these won't be lobbed
Everybody
out
out there will know what I mean.
I'll show you these to you. So that was your first one. Alchemy Plus.
There's that gorgeous compass sunburst there on there as well.
There we go, that one. So that was on your MDF. There we go, popping that in. There you go. So you can pop that on. You got your little moustached men on there as well. They're fabulous. The key, there's loads on that
There's
actually
loads,
to explore. And then that was your Emporium, and last but not least, Steampunk. Go with the fish, go with the cogs that you saw perhaps on those stencils. This is really quite industrial, isn't it? Love it. Love it, love it, love it. The egg
So I've been
timer
using
in
some
there.
of these on my samples, and actually that little journal book that I was showing you earlier, that I was going to make for my son because he does keep a journal. And I think these rub-ons, I'd love to make him some pages and then just add some of these rub-ons into your journals as well. These would be amazing.
They are very cool. Should we, well, we need to bring a price in before we have a look, don't we? So let's bring your price in. I want to really know how these work. Let's bring your price in. Yeah, it's all good. It's an absolute bargain is what it is. A real deal. There's loads on that transfer sheet. £9.99. Remember, you are getting a set of 3. There's loads on there. Now it says 2 transfers. That means you get 2 sheets.
You get 2 sheets in each packet.
This. You're actually getting 6 sheets.
They are the same, so two repeated sheets.
And they come with a little stick. They come with a little stick
Which
in
is
the
all
back.
you need.
Which is okay.
them off.
So they're self-adhesive transfers.
They're slightly tacky to help you keep them in place, and then you rub with the stick and it transfers it to your surface.
Amazing. Shall we have a look? £9.99. You've got 6 of those, 2 of each, same design, but they're really. I want to read all of those. The Alchemy Plus, all of them actually. I mean, I won't sit and read them because I'll need about half an hour. But these are fabulous. Not seen anything like that. I don't know about you, but that's really going to change your artwork, your cards, everything.
Yeah, but I haven't time to show you everything I want to show. There's the rice paper. That's going to be stuck on there, and that's going to make another one of them. Okay.
It's a quick demo, isn't it? Quick demos with Gwen.
Now this one here, this is amazing. So I've got tags in 3 different stages. On here, I've used Andy's strata paste, which is something special.
Okay.
It's a grit paste, but it's got huge flakes in it. And you just spread it down, and it creates the look of a stone surface.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Dries relatively quickly, 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. So pop that down onto wherever you want it to go. Let it dry. Excuse me while I find a tissue.
And which paste was that, sorry? That's the
Strata paste.
strata paste.
Yeah, we have got it on the show today.
Yeah, we'll bring the details in for the strata paste.
Yep.
There we
So
go,
let that
straight
dry.
to
Obviously
size.
cover the whole thing. Once that's dry, you'll get something like this. If you just feel that, Ruth, let me know what you think.
Oh, wow.
It feels
yeah,
like
it does
stone,
feel like stone.
doesn't it? And then what I've done, I've added some
Incredible.
of the paint to it. So I've added a little bit of, oh, what did I use? Payne's Grey,
Yeah.
quinacridone gold. And I worked it until I was happy with the colour that looks like stone. I have a stone wall outside my workroom, and I was looking at that and trying to recreate these colours. But again, this is the raw umber, so this is a much darker brown. So if you want to do a rust effect,
Yeah.
this is perfect.
Super.
So you can do rust or stone, and you just stipple it on, get it into all the little
Very
crevices. And then for the rust, what you would do is dry brush, some of the Quin Gold.
Yeah.
So when you're dry brushing, you need to take most of, if not nearly all,
Okay.
the paint off your brush again.
Yeah.
And then just add that. It's,
And that's, of course, using your artist pigment paint again. Obviously, we have
Yep.
the 3 different colours
obviously,
there, which you
I'm
can
doing
add
this
on.
far too quickly,
Super
but
fast.
you can get the idea. So
Yeah.
you build that up till you've got your rust effect or your stone effect, depending what you
Okay.
want to achieve. And then if we bring in one of those rub-ons, let me just find mine. I did have them ready, but where've they gone? Buried under a pile of all sorts. Here we are. What should we add to this? I've got a bit of a steampunky thing going on. I quite fancy this.
You're going for
Oh,
the
I've
digit
lost my
number.
scissors.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, never mind. I can do it straight off the sheet, I think. I would cut one shape out and then...
Yeah.
So what you do is you take the backing off,
Okay.
like so, and then pop this down where you want it to go. Am I still in shot?
Yeah, all good.
So I'm going to put this steam ticket up here.
I knew you were going for that. How weird is
Did
that?
you? How
Yeah.
did you know that?
I don't know. I even said it. If you listen back, I even said that one.
And then you rub. Now, you know how rough that surface was, Ruth.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. So it's transferring off the backing, off the sheet. Yeah, the sheet's becoming clear. Is that how you know? I love those.
Isn't that incredible? Now, I've never had a rub-on that behaved like that. I can't tell you how brilliant these are.
They're fantastic.
So there you go.
That straight in your basket, $9.99. Straight in your basket. You're getting 6 sheets of those. They are fabulous.
Aren't they?
Honestly, well, I'll just put those in my handbag. It's £9.99. You're going to have a lot of fun with those. They are incredible. And mix them with your big bundle, don't forget. These are all designed to work together. The whole selection, the Andy Skinner selection of products that we have for you right now. You get those transfers, they're amazing. But don't forget the big bundle that we have for you as well. You've got stamps in there, you've got stencils in there. And of course, when we are done, go back onto the web, have a little look at everything that we've shared with you today, because you will want those fantastic matte chalk paints. You will also, of course, want your artist pigment paint. You want it all, basically, and we do. I want it all. I want it all. You can have it all. How nice is that? So you've got all of those fantastic stamps. I'll whiz through those again so you can see them. So you've got your Papillon Dreams. You have that fantastic Steampunk Fish, which we adored. We've got the Evergreen Horizon, which you can carry on using, and obviously you can see either end matches up, so you can keep stamping, stamping, stamping along. Then we've got your coffee print. Not only do you have the print, you've got some wonderful sort of digits in there. Actually, there's some lovely little numbers on the transfer. So again, think about that, mixing and matching with some of those transfers with cogs, etc. Brilliant. And then, of course, you've got the Cityscape Reflections. Let's go the right way around, Ruth. So that's just your stamps. Then you have all of these amazing stencils. You had those fantastic building blocks that you've seen Gwen using and being used in various different designs, of course, today. That's your building blocks. Then we've got the fantastic Pebble Mosaic, loads of different sizes and shapes and orientations. Then we have Crazy Paving in there for you as well, which you can use as you wish. Use slight individual sections or we use the whole thing. They are all DL stencils. That's your Woodland. Then we've got the String Maze, which I really adore that. Really quite sharp and geometric, as opposed to perhaps something like that, which are all of your wonderful spirals that you can see within there. Or maybe you're going to turn those into cogs, and you're going to use your steampunk mixed media transfers alongside those as well. And last but certainly not least, City of Dreams, which looks fabulous. And look at that on the MDF. It works so incredibly well. With the MDF, that's one of the transfers, of course, from the mixed media transfer bundle that we bought to you. It's absolutely brilliant. And that stencil on its own, amazing price. Oh, I know what you were trying to head to, because we didn't see all of the, what's this called?
Lava paste.
The lava paste.
It bubbles up like that when you heat it.
It's a fabulous
And then you
lava
can
paste.
paint it. It takes paint brilliantly.
It's slightly squidgy. It's absolutely awesome, that is. So £4.99 for your stencil. We do have the lava paste. Should we chuck it on anyway? Should we chuck the details on? We'll have a look to see if we can get it. But have I
had
been
time
with you
to
with
show
this
you?
before? I don't know. Have we got time to see the lava paste in action or not? We've got a minute and a half. I think that tells me. Luckily, I know Gwen well enough to not be taken offence by that. That's the kind of look your mother gives you when you say, "Can I just stay downstairs for 5 more minutes?" And Gwen goes like this. You know you can't. You know you've got to go, really. Can I just say, Gwen, everybody has said today, you look amazing.
Oh, thanks very much.
Your hair looks fabulous.
Really?
Yeah, we've all said how.
That's
Not that you don't normally.
The one I
but you
was
look
trying
amazing.
to do. I've just done a little bit of dabbling on with the paint.
Oh, look at this.
Onto that lovely structure paste. So lots going on. I need a whole series, I'm sorry.
It's gorgeous. maybe it's the twinkle in your eye, because we've had the Annie, who's she? That's Andy's sister. Because we've had the Andy Skinner collection.
Oh, don't go there.
Maybe. Who knows? That is very, very beautiful. You are a
Andy has
talented
to be able
lady.
to dress up once in a while.
Well, there you go. There we go. It's all coming out now. We haven't got time. We haven't got time. When are you back with us, lovely lady? Do you know?
Do you know, I don't think I'm back till sort of middle of November.
Oh my goodness,
I
that's not
know.
good enough, is it? We'll have to get our diaries together again and have a.
funky.
Well, this is true. This is true. Get our diaries together and see whether we're making friends.
I know
again
I've got
on
some
that day.
amazing products to bring you, so
Well, you always do.
I can't wait.
You always do. We've had the lava. We managed to sneak the lava paste in. You've had all of those fantastic stencils, the rice paper. Go and have a little look back on these 2 hours of shows, because they are absolutely phenomenal. She makes us the most wonderful things, doesn't she? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ruth.
Safe journey home.
Thank you
It's
very
been
much.
lovely to be on air with you.
It has.
As ever,
Bye,
as ever.
everybody.
Do stay with us, of course, though. If you have any questions, if you've got anything you would like to ask Leanne, Crafter's Companion, we have one more absolute jam-packed, filled. It's a busy hour. Coming back, we're going to go back to the start at the other side of this.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
This coming Thursday at 1 p.m, we are joined by the amazing Hunky Dory with a brand new collection. And the collection is The Wings of Wonder. So we're thinking butterflies, we're thinking winter wildlife, festive archways, we're talking about penny sliders, twist and pop card designs, or your foil die-cut toppers that you'd expect from Hunky Dory, and everything complimentary. So do please make sure you join myself, Hunky Dory, at 1 p.m. this Thursday.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobbymaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobbymaker's Catch-Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day. you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hello and a very warm welcome back to Hobbymaker. My name's Ruth Lynette. I'm delighted to be with you for this final fantastic hour with Crafter's Companion and a fabulous Leanne, waiting to take you through these gorgeous goodies. We've got so much to share with you again. Now, in the 1 o'clock hour, we launched these amazing TriColour brushes. They are fantastic, and we want to go and share these to you. That's really good English. We want to share these with you today because they're such an amazing set. Now, we've got the whole collection here. Now, you're getting 18 pieces, but don't forget, that means 54 colours from an 18-piece set. And as it's the birthday, we're going to do a deal. Yeah, we are. We're going to do an amazing deal on these for you. They are so beautiful. Leanne's going to talk us through these in a second, but look at this for a price. Remember, 18-piece set, but to get all of those incredible colours is just absolutely genius. So £47.99, and it's the quality of these beautiful TriColour pens that we are loving. 3-in-1 brush pens, but what on earth does that mean? What on earth do you have here when we talk about 3-in-1? Well, there's only one fabulous lady that can tell us, and that, of course, is Leanne from Crafter's Companion. Welcome back, Leanne.
Oh, thank you, Ruth. It's really lovely to be back. It's just been a lovely day today. I'm really enjoying my time with you all. Our TriColour markers are the next revelation in alcohol colouring. It's going to take what you've already learned and it's going to ramp it up and max it and make it look so much different to what you've been able or achieving by using a traditional 3-colour blend, which is a dark, a medium, a light in the same hue, in the same colour. What we're doing is throwing that concept out the window and bringing together 3 different colours, 3 different hues from 3 different families and bringing them into a transition and an ombre which absolutely will blow your mind. And it's one of those things that would take you a few hours to work out and a little bit of execution, but actually because we've done that marker for you, you can forget all of that and just get fantastic results the minute you take the lid off the marker and start colouring.
That's what we want. We want to get diving in, don't we? We want to get using these as soon as. So what are all of these 54 colours? How does this system work?
It is absolutely incredible, and I'm just going to show you here so that you can see how fabulous these are, because I think when you get to see those colours, you really do get an understanding of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Here are all of the markers you have. So we have 18 markers, and we have 3 colours in each marker. So you've got 54 colours in total here, but you've got 18 different ombres. Now that looks great, but what I like to do is just bring in these smaller cards, because I think this is when you really do get an understanding of how fabulous these are. Now this is the Touch of Class set, and you've got Rich and Decadent, Warm and Fiery and Lush Verdant in there. I've got 3 cards here to show you, 3 different coloured examples to show you where these pens have been used in this set, and how different those results can be. So here we've used Warm and Fiery on the bird. Here we've used Warm and Fiery on the bird and Lush and on the flowers, and Lush and Verdant on the bird. Look at the real true ombre in there, how you've got that luminescence between green and blue just happening for you because we've put that together for you in that way. Bring in this card using all 3 of the markers from that collection, and look how different that is. This mandala just pops from the page. You've got the cerise through to the orange, through to the real deep orange, into the more yellowy tone. You've got your purples and blues, your magentas working together there, your blue turquoises and your greens. It really is exceptional. And if we just look at this butterfly, you can see how 3 different colours in Warm and Fiery, a magenta, an orange and a lighter orange, come together to give you that fabulous ombre. So essentially what you've got in each marker is 3 different colours from 3 different families, and each marker will break down into those 3 colours for you with 3 fabulous brush nibs, so you've got all of the precision when you're applying your colour. And what it makes is these transitions that you can see here incredibly easy for you to achieve. Some of them are very subtle. We've done that on purpose.
Yeah.
The subtle ones are the harder ones to achieve, believe it or not, because they're the pale colours, and that's where you can see if something really doesn't transition beautifully. Example, a violet into a purple into a magenta. And if that didn't have those 3 exact intensities of different colours, you wouldn't have that smooth transition that you've got there. The possibilities are endless. Look at her hair. How incredible is that? That's using the Myth and Magic section, selection, where you've got her hair and her dress in those 2 colours there. This is one of my favourite stamps of all time, just simply because I'm a sewist. I always think of our gorgeous Becky Swan when I see this image, I have to say, because she's all about the glamour, is Becky. She's gorgeous, isn't she? And this is all of the sass and class right here. And you can see coloured with these 3 markers, that beautiful image with the ombreing between completely different colour families. It's truly exquisite. If you were to try and work that out yourself, Ruth, you would be doing that for an age. Or I would have been. Maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you know exactly what you're doing. But for me, it takes a long time. And so to have the markers with 3 entirely different colours from 3 families, but that work together, so you get that very different real transition between 3 different colours for those beautiful ombres. It's a fantastic launch, and it's just, you're going to have so much fun with them. You really are. It's like a party in a pen.
Yeah, well, it takes the guesswork out of it, doesn't it? As you were just saying, you get this amazing kind of flawless transition, which I wouldn't be able to do. I wouldn't be able to sit there and guess which pens I need to be working with. But that's why this system is just perfect. And if you want to try us, get one set. That's obviously for the complete collection, which I'm sure many of you are already going for, and you are making a big saving in terms of price on that one anyway. But if you want to try, and if you are just kind of tiptoeing, dipping your toe in the water, which we've all got to do that at some stage, you might want to just kick off with just a 3 pen set. But remember that 3 pen set, because they're 3 in 1, you're not just getting 3 pens, you're getting 9 colours, 9 individual colours with that gradual sort of transition, that flawless ombre transition. I think this is the myth and magic. That was the beautiful one I think Leanne just showed to us with that wonderful sort of beautiful lady that you saw there. And maybe you just like pastel tones. That's absolutely fine. And the one thing about these as well, I mean, £9.99 for a fantastic set. Remember, I've got to say 9 pens, really, in essence. It's 3 pens, 9 colours. If you're travelling, if you're out and about, as many of us are as crafters, this is also, travelling-wise, Leanne, this is brilliant to have just the 3 pens because it's going to limit what you've got to take around with you because they all stack together perfectly, don't they?
Absolutely, and do you know that's a fantastic point, Ruth, and so many people have said to us that these are their pens of choice for travelling just because they're portable and they're compact.
Yeah.
And like you say, you've got those 3 colours and 1 marker. So if you are going to the caravan, if you are taking them on an aeroplane or a train, if you're sitting with a lap tray in a car because you're a passenger on a long journey, I travel to see my grandchildren 5 hours when we go to see them. They're all the way in the south, we're all the way up in the north. And I often sit with one of those beanbag lap trays on my knee and do my colouring as we're heading down. And I've only got to have a handful of pens in the little door pocket to allow me to do that. So yes, incredibly good for being portable, especially if you want to do your colouring outside in the fresh air as well. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
They're wonderful. And the colours, I love the names of all of these as well. On next set, we have Dusk Till Dawn. And I think you kind of know, even before I share these with you, Dusk Till Dawn, you kind of know what colours to expect, don't you, if you're thinking about that. Whoa, look at those fiery reds. I love the names on all of these as well, Leanne. They're fantastic. Your Twilight Sky, the Azure Horizon we loved. And then you've got that beautiful golden sunshine, sunrise, Dusk Till Dawn, the clue's in the name, Ruth. £9.99 again, but really nice variety of different colours. And remember, these are artist quality in terms of the pens that you're getting here. Going to keep running through all of these colours so you can see. We've got some amazing samples by the side of me as well. All the greens, we've got one with nature. So all about the greens here, I'm guessing, for all of your, if you're thinking instantly about maybe your foliage, your kind of fauna, your landscapes. Look at that. I mean, even when you look at the front of the boxes, even your packaging, I think, is brilliant on these, Leanne, because you can really see, just from the outer packaging there, what you're getting and just how seamless that transition is on those colours, and so giftable. Just that one 3 pen set is actually gifting somebody the choice of 9, which is fantastic. So that is your next one in there, which is one with nature. Then we're going to move to, even more beautiful colours, Escape to the Sea. And look at those, the difference in, yes please, let's escape to the sea. You've got breaking waves, deep sea and sand dunes. Again, it's got, even on the sand dunes, Leanne, I mean, I look at that and it's really hard almost with the naked eye to see the difference in those 3 colours, isn't it? That's the beauty of them, isn't it?
It really is the beauty of them, because what you really want, certainly for those paler transitions, actually using 3 colours from 3 different families, it's much harder to achieve that than some of the, for example, the deep sea one, because of the intensity of the colour, that's a little bit easier to achieve than the sand dunes. And I know that's hard to believe, but if you are somebody who's used to working with alcohol markers, you know what I'm saying, because if there's somewhere that you cannot hide in a bad transition, it's light colours, because you can see it.
Okay.
So you can't hide it with a darker colour, you can't fake it. So we had to get them absolutely perfect, and that's certainly what you can see there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, you've completely done it. 2 more to share with you. Remember, these are all £9.99. If you just want to try, if you want to buy and try, this is a great way of doing it. If you want the bundle, obviously, go for it, because it's amazing. Oh my gosh, look at these, touch of class. Wow to those colours. Rich and decadent, yes. Warm and fiery, absolutely. And you've got that beautiful lush verdant in there as well. They are sensational. And in terms of the actual pens, Leanne, when we take these out of the box, each individual pen is labelled. You get the colours. Can you show us around one of the pens? Because of course, you've got all of that on there, and just how they actually work in terms of pulling them apart and seeing all of those colours.
Absolutely. So your pen comes in one go. My English is nearly as good as yours is today, Ruth. I think we're both in need of a cup of tea. So you've got all in one compact pen, but separates into 3. So on each end, you can see you've got a brush. So you've got magenta, cranberry and deep pink. So we've got the names and it points to the colour. The lids come off either end. So you can see there's your double end. And then the pen comes in half. And that's where you get your third colour. So you've got your 3 transitions in one marker, each with a brush nib. And when you push that into there, that seals like a cap. Then your cap goes on this end and your cap goes on this end. And that's what gives you the 3 markers in one.
Super. And they all have a number alongside them as well, don't they?
They do, and what that does is reference back to our full Spectrum Noir colouring system. So if you're wanting to know that PV4, it's great, I want a full pen in PV4 because I love it, you can go and find PV4 in our Illustrator marker, for example, and you can get a full marker in that, or it lets you know the colour.
Wow.
So the colours are all existing in our 164 marker range, but we've curated them into the marker where they all work together for you. So the colour is a reference back to the main system should you wish to go and find it.
Oh my goodness, it's so clever, isn't it? It's so clever. One last selection for you here. Celestial Skies. This is mine, this is mine. Look at those beautiful pinks there. That antique delicate, the heavenly hues, dark and stormy. I mean, how different are those, but yet how complementary they all are as well. You might perhaps go for a bit more dramatic. You might want the lighter heavenly hues, which is just gorgeous. They are adorable. So £9.99 on those. You can get any single one of these individually. And when I say individual, I mean as a set of 3. A set of 3 means 9, but if you want to get the entire collection, I do, then you've got the 18-piece collection. Again, 18 equals 54-piece bundle. Look at those colours. Look, that literally you've got the entire rainbow plus much, much more at £47.99. You just want to grab them all. They're absolutely gorgeous. Leanne, let's have a further look at these, shall we?
Let's have a look. So the first thing you need to do is grab some Nina card, and I know that we've got a really good deal for that on the show for you. So get your Nina card, and it's important you've got the right card because the right card with an alcohol marker allows the colour to move smoothly over the surface, allows the transitions and doesn't suck all of the ink out of your pen. So it elongates the time that you've got to colour as well because you don't waste any ink. You also need the correct ink pad. I'm stamping here with my alcohol proof. And you can see I'm using my matte, which we've also got on the show for you, to get that beautiful crisp impression. Now I've done 3 very different images stamped here. These 2 are from that fabulous bundle that we talked about at the beginning of the last show, which is on a ridiculously good deal. And this is the Connie Fong stamp. And I'm going to show you how the same pens can transition across 3 very different images, but you get beautiful results. Because I thought that would help you if you're not a cute colourer, but you like mushrooms, or maybe you like a bit of mystic in your life. You need to see them working in different ways, don't you? So we're going to start with the dress, which is the Antique Delicates. And this is what we did before. And I've had a few people get in touch to say, my word, I loved that. So I thought, well, do you know what? Let's show you again. So this is using our Antique Delicate pen, and I'm using the Lavender Wisteria and Old Rose marker, which is our, I'm going to tell you the name, is the, oh, it is in fact called Antique Delicate. Well, there you go. So I'm going to put the purple on first, and that is going just by the side of her dress there. So that's the one side of the marker. And then what I do is move to the middle of the marker and drag out from the edge of that colouring out a little bit further. And if I want to smooth out that blend, I can go back with the first colour, bring that in just a little bit over the top of that second colour I've put on there, and that immediately softens that blend. I can go back to the middle colour and extend just slightly, and this is just brushing it on gently with the brush marker. I then go to the other end of my marker, to the opposite end to where I started. So I started here, went to the middle, gone to the opposite end, and then I bring that middle colour out with this last colour, and I get that fantastic transition between the three colours, and
Wow.
the blend is exceptional. That's what these markers are going to do for you, and they're going to make it effortless. You do not need to be an experienced colourist with this. You can be somebody who's just starting on the journey. The fact that you've got this amazing brush nib in here, Japanese brush nib, gives you these beautiful soft flicks for the folds in fabric. I've used the darkest end, and then I'm going to the middle of the pen again, and then I'm just going to extend that blend out. So I'm just flicking over the top, feathering, and then what I do is go to the last end, the opposite end of where I started, and then I feather that out even further, and just by touching it, and what happens is the magic transition happens effortlessly before your eyes, because all of the hard work has been done for you by choosing and testing extensively the three colours that will work together and give you that beautiful transition. Now, that's done her dress. It will also work for the unicorn hair.
Okay.
And we won't need to do hair. It's not hair. You know what? The
A
unicorn mane. The mane and tail. And what you would do is take each part of the mane or tail separately. So I'm going to take the darkest, exactly as we've just done for the dress, and then I'm going to take the middle. Oh, that's the opposite. The middle. There we go. And follow that down. There we go. So that transition moves. And then finally to the opposite end of the marker and continue the transition all the way around. It could not be easier. And then I move to the next part of the mane, and then this time I'll work in the opposite direction. This is how you get the colours to look like, the folds of the mane to look like they're falling on top of each other, to work opposite to what you've just done. And you'll see what I mean when I finish this piece off here at the top. There we go. So you see how these two now look like they're lying on top of each other because I've gone in the opposite direction. I
Okay.
would do the same again with the next piece. So now I'll go back to what I did first. I'll go back with the dark. And look, I'm not using any special technique here at all. The quality of the ink, the brush in the marker, the transitions that have been worked out for you are doing all of the hard work. I'm not really having to do anything at all other than lay these colours down next to each other. And look how easy and impressive that is. The same colour family I used for her dress.
Yeah.
Now I can also move to, let's go with Mystic Tones from another set, and do her wings. So for her wings, we can use exactly the same technique as I've just used. So I'm going to start with the lovely light turquoise here, and it just depends what you want. And then I'm going to move to the middle of the pen and continue that up with a little soft blue. Just keep flicking. And then when I go to the opposite end of the pen, I've got a lavender, and that's going to transition into the lavender. And you can see it's subtle, but it's beautiful. If I do the same over here, but I do it on the tail this time, you'll see more in a larger area where I've got the lavender, I've then got the pale blue, which transitions that. I mean, that is a beautiful, soft transition.
Amazing.
That's the sort of thing we're all coveting and wanting and sometimes struggle to get. And then I've got that mint, which then moves into that pale blue. That is absolutely subtle and gorgeous. And that's what I mean about the subtlety of these transitions. And if I even just put this down as swatches for you, you'll see what I mean. So you've got the lilac. Let me just scoop that up for you. You've got the lilac, the pale blue, which will transition.
Yeah.
And then you've got the mint green alongside. It really does make this incredibly easy for you because we've worked out the colours. You
They
can
are
go
fabulous.
to really intense as well, and that's just showing in the very lightest way. I actually showed you that Mystic Tones on the cloud earlier, didn't I? And everybody loved that. Shall I show you that again?
Oh, yes.
So you've got it on the tail. Let me go to the cloud for you. So sometimes you want to colour things and you don't want them to look coloured.
Okay.
And this is what, which sounds mad, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So you wanted to, have the feel of real, but it hasn't been coloured in intensely. And clouds have all of that shadow and shade on them, don't they? But they're not coloured clouds in the sky. They've just got the moodiness and the weather in them, and you need them to look like they've got texture, but you're not going to colour them in fully. This Mystic Tones marker takes that into the white, but gives it that really lovely just movement in there and texture, so it feels like it's coloured, but it's not fully, and it's all of those light colours that will do that for you. It really is incredible. Now that's showing you the light colours, but what happens if you want something really, really impressive? You want a lovely big block of colour. Well, then these markers will do that for you too. So we're going to use our warm and fiery. We're going to use Dusk Till Dawn. Actually, we're using Golden Sunrise. So I've got my orange marker here, and I'm going to just get this colour laid down. And I'm not going to worry about colouring in those little pieces at the moment, because I just want to show you the transition.
Yeah.
So if I go with a warm and fiery with the first colour, get a nice amount of that down, because wet ink dries better than dry ink. And then I take the middle marker and I transition from that orange into this more golden shade and bring that out a little further on my toadstool top. I can do that. And then I go to the other end of the marker and I transition from that into a yellow. And look at what we can do really quickly and easy. Now, of course, you would spend more time yourself at home, but that shows you the kind of transition that you're going to be able to achieve. And if you want to intensify it, you can just go back and give it some more ink. And go back with this one. And look at that. Immediately I go with that middle pen up to that blend. It gives the ombre straight away. They really are incredibly simple to use, Ruth.
They really
have you got
are.
any of the sparkle pens left?
Oh, yes, we have. Yeah, let's get some sparkle on.
Okay, so the sparkle marker is absolutely incredible, and definitely to be used alongside your alcohol markers, because when you go over the top with your clear overlay and then it dries, you will get all of the glitter and shimmer, and it works brilliantly with your alcohol markers because they're two different mediums. Alcohols are solvent, our sparkle marker is a water-based marker, so anything that you want to have that extra bit of shimmer, you just go straight over the top and it glitters all of that alcohol colouring for you, which I've done on the main.
Love
You
it.
can see that with the lights, if I waggle it at you. There you go, you can see the sparkle there on the main.
Yeah.
And then if I show you the cloud,
They're a game changer, aren't they, the sparkle
towards
pens?
the... There you go.
Beautiful.
You can see that sparkle there. Do you know, colouring with these is an absolute joy, Ruth. It really is. It's not an effort at all. It just is beautiful colours, cleverly curated, easy for you to use. So it's minimum effort, maximum impact in your colouring journey. You're going to have the best time with them. You really are.
Well, you can see it, and that self-blending and streak-free, these are the things that we want in our colouring, that we want to aim for in our end result. So you're getting artist quality, but you're not paying artist prices, which is superb. We only have 18 remaining of the Spectrum Noir Sparkle pens. We had to restock them in the first show. I love them. I've actually got mine today because I'm literally, they are phenomenal. To just add little touches, you saw it there on the main, you saw it around the clouds. It might be the dot of an eye, it might be the dots in the mushrooms, but to give that extra texture and that glint and sparkle, phenomenal. And of course, you've got the name behind it as well. They are fabulous. You can see I've been using the centre one because it's not got the little collar. £9.75. You're getting a 3-pack set here, and they will go a long way. They are absolutely amazing, but we are limited. So Charlotte, Alexandra, in fact, when everybody checks out, we've only got 4 sets left. That is it. And that's if everybody only buys one, because we've got multi-bid as well. I've got one crafter that's bought 4 sets. It might be that you are thinking about Christmas presents. It might be that you know crafters in your circle. Maybe you've got a couple of you that get together and you're thinking that'd be great. Well, Olga's just got 3, so there we go. Very well done, Beverly. Congratulations, Susan, Jenny. If you are getting your sparkle pens, if you are getting your TriColour pens as well, whether it's the bundle, or whether you're just buying a set of 3, which is obviously 9, you need your Nina. You need the Nina classic card. You get 16 sheets, and it's £14.97, and because it's the 17th birthday, this is a 17th birthday exclusive, you're getting a 4 for 3 Nina cardstock bundle. Now it's £14.97, I said, great deal on that. What's so special, Leanne, about the Nina cardstock? Is this an all-rounder that people should be going for? Tell us a little bit about why we need this in our crafting armoury.
Absolutely. So Nina is what you need. It's what I always use, this or our premium marker card, without exception when I'm alcohol colouring. So if you're using alcohol markers of any type, Nina or our premium marker card are the things that you absolutely have to have, especially when it's on a good deal. However, please never use your alcohol markers on any old random piece of white card you've got left lying around in your stash. Or if it's an unnamed piece of white card of suspect origin, you really don't know where it came from.
Okay.
Please do not use it with your alcohol markers. The point being, it has to be uncoated, it has to be smooth, and it also needs to be not porous in the centre. So if you've got a piece of cardstock which in regular cardstock is put together, it's made from a tree pulp, of course it's going to be porous. But what happens is if it's just a regular piece of cardstock, it's like the cotton wool and water technique, the capillary action. It will simply suck the ink out of your marker, and that's when you get all of the bleeding outside of the stamped line. Because it sucks it down, spreads it out in the fibres, it gives a halo around your stamped image. And I hear a lot of people saying all the time, my markers are rubbish because they bleed. And actually it's not the markers, it's the fact that you're using them on the wrong card.
Okay.
So you really need a non-porous card which is super smooth, not coated, which will take the lay down of ink, keep it in the fibres but not spread it beyond the stamped line. And that's what Nina will do for you. If you're frustrated with the results you're getting with your alcohol colouring, buy some of this card and I guarantee you, you will see the difference immediately.
Amazing. And like you said, such a great price for the birthday, £14.97. You're getting it on a 4 for 3, which is wonderful. It's all bundled together, so you don't need to kind of add on 4 of those to get that price. It comes as a bundle of 4. So a bundle of 4, 16 sheets per pack, and £14.95. This is going to allow you to do all of the drawing that you want to, all of the stamping that you want to, and to really enjoy those pens. You know, sometimes we say, you know, that a bad workman blames his tools, but actually blame maybe the paper. Maybe you haven't got the right paper, because you've certainly got the tools and you've seen the results that you can achieve. Leanne is showing us how to work with these. The pens are fantastic for that seamless blending. Get the right paper. It's like the foundations. It's like you're building bricks of your house, isn't it? If you've got the right foundation, everything, the only way is up. The only way is to get better and better and better. Margaret, well done. You've just got 2 sets of these, so you're about to get 8 packs. Well, you'll use it. You will use it. So very well done indeed. Whilst it's on offer, keep going on that. But if everybody else keeps doing that, we are going to sell out. But that's fine, as long as you're getting yours. Margaret, Maureen, Caroline, Leslie, Charlotte in capital letters, June, well done. Lots of brand new crafters joining us. And even though you've got all of that paper, it's still 1 set of P&P. You get the whole bundle of your pens, your paper, your sparkle pen, 1 set of postage and packaging. That's entirety throughout the entire day, right the way until just before midnight when your order is consolidated. Just hit combine order on the web and it's all 1 set of P&P, which is revolutionary, isn't it, in the crafting industry. Hello, Kerry. Kerry says, as a huge fan, I'll definitely be adding these to my collection. So huge fan of Spectrum Noir. Brilliant, exciting. And show us your results. We love to see what you do. We love to see these fantastic end results and just how professional and fabulous they are. Beverly, right. So is it £45 for 4 packs? Great question. You would think so, but no, it's not. It's £14.97 for 4 packs. It's all bundled together. You will get 4 bundled together for £14.97. I know it's a phenomenal price, and you're absolutely right to check on that, Beverly. But I know it's a great deal, isn't it, for the birthday? So yeah, absolutely well done for checking on that. You're definitely getting 4 packs of your Nina, and there's 16 sheets per pack for that amazing price point. So Beverly's like that, right? Adding those in, and I don't blame you. Lots of you are still going through for your bundle, which is really exciting. So just to recap on that price, remember you are getting an 18-piece set. That's in terms of actual physical pens, but we cannot forget each one of those pens actually comprises of 3 colours that are absolutely working perfectly together, that are going to blend seamlessly, that are going to give you that wonderful streak-free finish. So you are getting an incredible collection here. I mean, look at those colours. It's covering every single topic, every season, every reason you're going to be using these for. But as we were saying, it's all about the quality, buy the quality tools, and these are going to absolutely do the job for you. Leanne is busy colouring away as we speak. Let's have, what are you colouring, Leanne? What are you colouring now?
So I'm just doing her hair. I'm having a lovely time, actually, Ruth.
I can tell.
I'm just enjoying, I'm indulging myself, having a lovely little colouring session.
Gosh.
I'm using one of the markers, and I'm using Golden Sunrise from the Dusk till Dawn collection. And I think what you're able to see is that even if you're not an expert at colouring hair, and I've particularly paid attention not to colour this as I would normally with hair, doing all of the little flicks in each of the areas, by actually just dabbing some colour in here and there, and then going with the middle colour and doing the same thing. I've ended up with hair that looks dimensional and with movement. And I've done nothing more than just dab the colour in little areas. And that looks good enough to me. I'd be very pleased and proud enough to put that on a finished card. I have to say, I think it looks lovely. And you can see them all building up in front of you. It's great. Now, what I want to show you is that one of the pens in this collection will actually do skin for you as well.
Oh.
So I've got the marker, which has... Let me just make sure I've got the right colours. I always put them back together. Here's a top tip for you, Ruth. Don't do as I do as I say. When I'm taking the tops off the markers all the time, I'll turn it round and then I'm like, oh, where's the colour? I'm searching for it. So when you put it back together, just try and always make sure you've got your 3 brush nibs, and then you can exactly see the colours that you want to use. So I'm going to use this marker, which is the... oh dear, Sand Dunes, and then I'm going to use a little bit of Golden Sunrise from the other marker, and that's going to do her skin for me. So I'm just going to go in and start adding the colour as I would normally when I'm doing flesh. So I'm going around the hairline, and I'm going in with the darker shade around there, and then I'm going to come to the middle marker, and I'm going to bring that out a little bit further. Does the blend, and this is where the subtle transitions really do come into their own, because then what we end up with is a beautiful skin tone in a matter of seconds. Gorgeous. And you can see that there's light at the front of her face. If you want to intensify that, that's when I'm going in with my golden shadow, and just in the hairline where there would be shade naturally, I'm just going to go to the neck and to the side of her face and add a little bit of that. Now, something I didn't mention before, I've got another piece of card underneath here, have you noticed? That's really important when you're colouring with alcohol markers. Always have a scrap piece underneath, because your ink should come through to the back, and when it comes through to the back, you want it to be blotted on a scrap piece, not to soak back up through your colouring. So that would be a top tip from me as well, have a spare piece of card underneath. Look how lovely her skin was in a matter of seconds. And we can do the same for her arms. So I'm just going to go with the light, then the middle, and then the darker tone at the other end. Oh, wrong one. Darker tone at the other end. There we go. And that gives us that lovely, natural transition and flesh tone in there as well. So you've got a little bit of everything you could need and nothing you don't need. I'm going to give her a lovely little cheek, and I'm going to use my marker with the Antique Pink in, and I'm just going to give her a little bit of a blush in here. And then to soften that, I go back to the marker that I used to do her skin tone, and all we do is give it a wash over, and that softens it and gives her that lovely blush that we want in her cheek there. If you want to give her, do a colour of eye, just choose the colour you want. I think she can have a green eye. So I'll pop her little green eye in there, and she starts to come to life. These markers will make all of this building up of you know, what you want to achieve. It will make it really, really easy for you. It's effortless, it really is. I'm going to use Rich and Decadent now and do these flowers. So you can go from using the lightest all the way up to the darkest. And this is the dark colour here in this collection. So I'm going to go to the tip here with the dark, because this is Rich and Decadent. This is one of my favourite colour combinations. And then I'm going to the middle, which is more of a reddy colour. The first one was more of a plum. This is more of a reddy. The first one was blue based, this one's red based. And then to the lightest colour at the end, oh, going back to the wrong end, there we go. And pop that on, and then we get that lovely deep transition as well, which can also be tricky to do. So it just starts to give an extra added dimension to your colouring that you might not have been able to achieve before by putting 3 entirely different colours together that you might have never considered using together. There we go. And we'll do a little bit of blue here. And the mint. So I'm just having a nice time, Ruth, finishing this off.
That's the thing though, isn't it? Once you start and
Yeah.
you realise how easy it is, and these pens really work for you. I think I'm so impressed by, particularly with the face where you saw sort of adding in the cheeks. I would never dream of doing that with normal markers, but it's almost like it does the self-blending for you to a certain extent.
Oh, absolutely. It does everything. So alcohol markers will do that for you. They will blend. That's the nature of the beast. The colours want to work together. However, if you get something that is too dark with something too light, it will bleach it out. It'll become mottled. If you get two that are too dark together, you can't see the difference.
Yeah.
Two that are too light together, it just looks like two light colours. So it's tricky in terms of getting the colours that will work together very well and give you that result. We've done the tricky and we've put it all in the marker for you. So
Yeah.
it will do that work. In this collection, in the whole collection, I think you would be hard pushed to find something that you could not colour with this collection, really, because it will go across. You've seen me do mushrooms, a cute character, a unicorn. I could do a dragon if I wanted to, the sassy and classy image that we showed you earlier.
Yeah.
There are so many things you can do with these. It will give you the good range of colours with all the beautiful transitions, with none of the effort.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful. And that colour that you've just been working with, that wonderful Rich and Decadent, you're even wearing it, I've noticed. It is, it's absolutely stunning. You can see here on this card, again, Rich and Decadent really laid down beautifully. Look how real and how amazing those flowers look. My goodness me. I know Beverly's just said, so there's 54 colours for under £50 with lots of exclamation marks. Yes. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? But the thing is, the question is actually, Leanne, before we have a look at some more of these fantastic cards, the question is, are they going to be released? Are they going to be released in different colours? Are we going to see any more colours moving forward, or would that be telling, Leanne?
Well, it would be telling, but what I can do is say we don't have any more planned as yet.
But
Because we think we've pretty much nailed it.
I was going to say the 54 that you have. Looking at this collection, I can't see anything I feel like I'm missing with greens and yellows and blues and literally the world goes on and on in terms of these colours. And we can give you a little bit of an idea here as well. I'll pop my Rich and Decadence back, but I mean, look at that gorgeous mermaid. My word, absolutely sensational. The colours you've got in there again, using even the tail, you've got the mystic tones, the forest glade, this deep sea. We move a lot, I mean, completely contrasting. You can go mystical. We bring a little bit of fun, that cute little character there that you can see hiding under the flower. The daisy petals, again, very similar. Leanne was talking about colouring, but not kind of colouring in. The daisy petals, you've got the forest glade that's been used in there, the daisy scent, you've got the warm and fiery, completely contrasting. Even if we move down a little bit, what have we got here? I love this one as well. This is so stunning, isn't it? This is so beautiful. Oh my goodness me, beautiful inside and out. And you can see the way that this gorgeous creature, beautiful, and the dress, that azure horizon that's been used on there as well is fabulous. And the stunning collection of butterflies. We love our butterflies. Really hot colours that you can see in there as well. The wings being used there, you've got the warm and fiery golden sunrise. The body of the butterflies, you've got this dark and stormy that's been selected. You can just see the variety is huge in terms of what you've got here. I literally defy you to find something that you cannot colour successfully and professionally. Everything has been catered for. They are just stunning. Caroline, question, are the sparkle markers still available? Are they still available? Right, luckily there's 5, all right, but there's 10 in baskets. So there are 5 currently. That is your code. EO 2020, EO 2020, and these are they, and they are amazing. Totally transform anything. Again, if you are perhaps doing your unicorns, your fairies, you want that touch of magic or sparkle, or vice versa. Maybe you're creating a night scene and you want to just add in a little bit of sparkle against the stars. It will work beautifully. I love these. I'm obsessed. They're gorgeous, brilliant. Loads of questions coming in. Question for you, Leanne. Janet said, what kind of stamp pad should we use, please, for the alcohol inks?
What kind of
stamp pad should we use for the
stamp
alcohol
pad?
inks?
So I always use, and I'm not sure if you've got these on your website, Ruth. I'm sure you have because you've got majority of Crafters Companion product. I always use my Finesse alcohol proof when I'm stamping. Now, if you haven't got those and you need something alternative to any water-based dye ink pad, so you need the opposite of what you're colouring with. So when you're colouring with watercolour, for example, you need a solvent-based ink pad because you don't want the thing to move with water. It's the opposite of alcohol. Because you're colouring with a solvent, you need something that is water-based and dye-based. This Finesse alcohol-proof ink pad is perfect. That's why we created it. You get the crisp lines and it doesn't budge with alcohol. But in the past, I've used a Memento and I've also used a Distressed Black Soot.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. So that's a great top tip to remember, isn't it? And look, if you have got any questions, you've got about 10 minutes remaining with Leanne. So literally anything you want to answer, chuck your questions our way. You can do it on the web at hobbymaker.co.uk as long as you're registered. You can literally go to the main page. You can see there where it says send a message to the studio and you can literally type it in. It comes straight through. Or if you want to do it via email, it's studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. This is your chance. You've got about 10 minutes to get those questions in. And of course, everything that we've done so far is there on the web with all of the prices. So grab what you need on all of these deals, whether it was the Nina cardstock you wanted, whether it was the bundle of those hugely impressive pens. Let's be fair, I actually feel like I'm underdoing it by calling them a pen because they are so much more than that. But it just makes life so much easier. They're wonderful, aren't they? I love these, literally. Spectrum Noir, TriColour, Brush Complete Collection. Let's not forget how many we're getting. You're getting an 18-piece set, which is going to give you 54 colours that blend seamlessly, that are alcohol-based, your 3-in-1 brush, semi-transparent, streak-free, you're getting everything that you could possibly wish. And they dry really quickly. That's probably one thing we haven't actually said. They do dry really quickly to allow you to move on perhaps to other projects, but you can see the kind of designs you can create. They are absolutely wonderful. And just to recap in terms of these, because they're alcohol-based, how do we need to look after these again, Leanne? Can I stand them all up on end like that in my craft room, or is that not the thing to do?
It won't, well, will it hurt them? It's not advisable.
No.
Let's put it that way. So it won't damage them, but what will happen is the ink will flood to one side. Yeah. So it's better to keep them because it moves inside what's called a transorb inside the pen. So it's best to keep them flat, and that keeps an even proportion of the ink flowing to the nib. You don't want the ink to favourite either side. So if you keep them horizontal, by keeping them horizontal, you're just going to make sure that they're always ready to use. Yeah. I always say that with all markers. Keep all markers horizontal, and then the liquid, which is inside, can't favour one side, if that makes sense. And then you might end up with a dry nib or a really juicy nib at one side. You might get some ink flooding. Not that I've ever experienced that with our Spectrum pens, but I always keep mine horizontal. Yeah. So it's the best way to store them.
And of course, when you've got them flat like that, end on, you're going to see the colour at the end of each one of those pens. So that's possibly going to make it a little bit easier for you to always reach to, because you know which pen you're going for. They are fabulous. And of course, talking of fabulous, the Academy of Colour, if you missed this a little bit earlier on, do not worry, we launched a brand new collection from this range earlier on today. Phenomenal. This is such a great Christmas gift, honestly, such a great Christmas gift. These are different pens. Leanne will talk us through this in just a second, but your Academy of Colour, brand new edition, Feathers and Fur. I love this collection that Crafters Companion have brought to you. The whole system, I think, is amazing. And there is a heck of a lot in here. It's £33.99. You are saving a whopping great 30%. I mean, who doesn't want to save that at the moment? So many of you have been buying on this already. I've got lots still in baskets. It is a 40-piece set. Leanne, tell us about this. What's inside? Because there is a lot in here, isn't there?
There really is. Can you see me wrestling with my sleeve
Well,
there?
come off.
It's so well packed. Trying to get it on and off again every time, honestly. So once you wrestle your sleeve off your box, you'll be able to see what is gorgeous and in there. You'll see that it says your journey continues. We've got this amazing, I know it sounds really minor, but honestly, the magnetic closure on here, it's just so satisfying. It really is. It's gorgeous. So you've closed with that magnet. When you open it up, it reveals the markers that you've got in here. We've got 6 alcohol duo markers, giving you 12 colours unique to this box. And you've got your 3 aqua duo markers, giving you 6 colours. And they have been curated from our wider collection of colours to be the colours that you need to be able to achieve colouring the characters, the stamps, the images that we've put in here for you.
Wow.
You've got a full 8x8 set of stamps, and every one of those stamps has been hand illustrated by my design team here at Crafters Companion to allow me to teach you a technique that you can achieve with feathers and fur to give you the confidence to go forward and colour some beautiful imagery in that style. You also get your watercolour card. You also get your alcohol marker card, which you can see in the bottom there. It all has a home and lives inside that box. And then you're going to be able to create things like this. So we're going to teach you how to get all of the movement in feathers and fur for the beautiful faces. We're going to ombre the birds. We're going to look at palette blending so you can get that real natural look and feel. You're going to be looking at texture for your squirrels. You see me do the flamingo earlier. We're definitely going to be doing lots of flamingos. We'll use the owl as well. We'll do some watercolouring. We'll do some flat colouring of those characters, and for every single one of those characters in that box there is a full 2-hour, so there's a full 2-hour video tutorial in total for the box. For every single one of the characters there is a step-by-step how to colour me to look like this, and with all of the pens used. That is uploaded to the website and to our Facebook page so that you can follow along with words, with me in a video, or with pictures, depending on what you want to do at that time. The education that comes with this set, the bargain, I mean $33.99 is a fantastic price just for the contents in the box. The real benefit is everything you get that you're not paying for. So that's the education. It's the Facebook group where you've got the support of me and our whole plethora of Spectrum Noir specialists who go into that group. You've got the support of each other. It really is, as the box says, a journey. And it's a journey of colouring discovery where you've got the support of like-minded individuals who are your cheerleaders all along the way, and where we've just all got each other's hands and saying, come on, we can do this together. And having that education and having that support group, you just can't put a price on that, Ruth. You really can't.
No, exactly. We want to be each other's cheerleaders. Absolutely, and it's wonderful to have that encouraging community, because this might be something that you've always wanted to do and maybe just not had the confidence, maybe not had the chance to do it. Go for it. Literally go for it. It starts today. You're not paying for Leanne's time. I mean, she's very expensive. She's very talented. Very talented. But you can sit there in your pyjamas, having your gin or your cup of tea, and start to go through all of this. Watch all of that educational support in here and watch how you grow. There's never a time to stop learning. You might be 8, you might be 88. There's always a time to start to do this. And I think we'll all find absolutely some wonderful things coming from what you've got inside here. Remember, this is brand new. This is your Feathers and Fur collection. Have a little look on the website. We have the original on there as well. We've got the portraits, we've got the flora and fauna all on there. Amazing. I have to say, the line that you showed to us there, Leanne, it looks like a photograph. Honestly, when you look at the quality of what you can create, it's unbelievable and truly, truly exciting to think you can start on this journey. And as we saw, I mean, literally they look digitally sort of printed. They are exceptional, but this is something you can do at home. And obviously you've got those storage panels. They actually all go in the folder. Am I right on that, Leanne? If you bought the first Academy of Colour system, they all go into the binder so you can keep everything beautifully together and organised.
Absolutely. If you bought the first one, each new one, the stamp panel that comes with it fits perfectly into that binder.
Brilliant.
And there's already a little area in there that says feathers and fur, so you know where to put it. And then it just keeps everything together for you in the whole academy. It is really like a university course. Everything is just very well organised and very well structured for you.
Yeah, and even I mean, everything. I mean, you just do it so brilliantly at Crafters Companion anyway. The folder, you can see the quality of that. Obviously, you can put your own, if you've got a business, you know, if you start, you put your own drawing in there, your name of your business, whatever it might be. Even the folder itself, look at the stitching. You can always tell, can't you? You can tell the quality from the stitching all the way around there. And you've got plenty of space in there to add in as these... Each individual collections are released, you add them into your folder. Give it a go, you're going to love it, I promise you. An amazing deal. What a day we've had here today for you on Hobby Maker. I really hope we've managed to get everything for you today. For every purse string, we all have different budgets, we get that, all in different positions. And this is what it's about, isn't it, Leanne? This incredible community. It's inclusive. We want everybody to have a go. Like you said, I love that about holding hands. Everybody's here for each other. Whether you're buying one set of pens and starting, whether you're wanting to go for one of the collections, maybe you're a bit more advanced, maybe you've never done it before and you're thinking, oh, I quite like doing that when I was 8. Give it a go, and you're all here to give us that kind of positivity and encouragement for it as well.
Absolutely, Ruth. And you know, I think what the reason that is why Spectrum Noir was born. So Spectrum Noir was born from the fact that I was a frustrated colourist back in the day before we developed the Spectrum Noir range.
Yeah.
But I'm very fortunate that I work for a business where I can come to the business and say, I want to do that and I can't. We need to develop this so I can do that, because I'm watching everybody else and I'm frustrated I can't do it myself. And that's exactly how Spectrum Noir was born. I couldn't colour anything to save my life. It just didn't look good. And a friend had to teach me the difference between warm colours and cool colours. And that was a light bulb moment for me.
Yeah.
And from that point, I was able to put things together that looked half decent. And I just wanted to be able to share that light bulb moment and say to everybody, you might be struggling like I was struggling. Here's a pen collection that's going to take all of that struggle away and just give you the amazing results. And that's what we've done with Spectrum Noir, and it's why it stood the test of time, I think, Ruth, because it takes you on that journey and gives you the quality product with all of the thinking done for you by crafters for crafters, where you really do get those amazing results without any of the heartache to get you to that point.
Yeah, we've certainly achieved that, and it's phenomenal. Obviously, we see it all on social media. The following is huge. The community is growing daily. It will have grown today. You will have inspired so many people today by showing us how easy it is to work with this system and to give it a go. And if somebody was a little bit reticent today and thinking, oh, should I give it a go? And if there was kind of maybe one top tip to give to somebody who was just about to put that first foot forward, but first finger forward, what would you say to them in terms of words of encouragement?
Just have fun. Don't put pressure on yourself. This is what we say all the time in the Academy of Colour. We want you to enjoy it and to be proud of what you've done.
Yeah.
Don't compare what you're doing to what somebody else is doing. They could be 10 years down the line. Do something that you love with something you love, and you will love the result. So pick a stamp image that really you look at it and you think, I love that.
Yeah.
Pick that image, that one image, and those pens, colour that one thing, and just sit back and be proud of what you've achieved in that one session and what you've learned. And that is all you need to do. As long as you're happy with it, you don't need to worry about pleasing anybody else, and certainly don't compare yourself to anybody else. Just take the markers, enjoy the experience, and be proud of what you've achieved.
Yeah, fabulous words. Thank you for that. And of course, the way to do it is with the Spectrum Noir TriColour brush set, the complete collection, 18-piece set. Remember, you've got 54 colours in there. So literally, the world's your lobster. If you can't have fun with that, my goodness me, what's the worst that could happen? We said this earlier on. The worst that could happen is you go, this is amazing, and you find a whole new lease of life and a whole new area of enjoyment. And that's what we want. We want you to get involved. It's amazing. We have completely sold out of the Nina 4for3 bundle, but keep watching. I think Debbie Robinson is with us tomorrow. Who knows what could happen by then? Let's see what strings can be pulled overnight, and we'll let you know. Leanne, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been lovely to finally be on air with you. It's been an absolute joy and a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. It's been absolutely wonderful to meet you too, and hopefully I'll get down to the studios very soon, and maybe we'll catch a gin.
Oh, I think we have to do that, definitely then. Remember, it's a double and a splash.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look forward to it. Thank you so much, Leanne. And don't forget, for all of you at home, do join us again, bright and breezy in the morning. We'll be with you, of course, from 6 until 8. Zena will be with you. Take care, and I'll see you all very soon. Bye.
This coming Thursday at 1 p.m, we are joined by the amazing Hunky Dory with a brand new collection. And the collection is The Wings of Wonder. So we're thinking butterflies, we're thinking winter wildlife, festive archways, we're talking about penny sliders, twist and pop card designs, or your foil die-cut toppers that you'd expect from Hunky Dory, and everything complimentary. So do please make sure you join myself, Hunky Dory, at 1 p.m. this Thursday.